This video is sponsored by Squarespace. In the beginning, there was no soup, no stew, no braising, no blanching, no poaching, no frying even. When the human ancestor Homo erectus first started cooking their food somewhere in the hundreds of thousands of years ago, it was almost certainly by just jamming it straight into the fire at the end of a stick. Roasting is where cooking all began, dry heating methods. And then somewhere in the tens of thousands of years ago came the Epiphany. Stone soup? Nah, it's called a pot boiler. Hot rocks dropped into some kind of water-safe containment. This is at least one of the ways that people simmered food for many thousands of years, until they got cooking vessels that were both water and fire safe. We're going to recreate both of these cooking inventions in here. And to be clear, nobody really knows how the first soup or stew was cooked. The methods used for that kind of cooking rot really quickly, and therefore they don't leave much archaeological record. So a lot of this is speculation on the part of scholars who have thought about this for a long time. In 2015, the anthropologist John Speth shook up the thinking on this topic quite a lot. He argued that stew or soup or such might be much older than previously thought. He simply observed, empirically, that you can take a flammable material like an animal hide, you can fill it with wet stuff to cook, hold it directly over a fire, and it won't burn. The water that it's soaked in won't let it burn, even if it's flammable. Certainly my little bit of animal hide was in no danger of burning, in part because the water that it was soaked in dropped down onto the fire beneath it and put the fire out. But maybe ancient people could have figured out a way to do this with something more waterproof and less drippy. Maybe an animal's stomach.
He's busy preparing for the unbridled joy of quintar breeding.
I'm busy killing myself.
There is archaeological evidence
My dude,
that
quit
Neanderthals
yourself.
ate wet cooked food.
Keep
This is a
myself
grain
safe,
of
in fact.
barley recovered from the back teeth of a Neanderthal in modern-day Iraq, and the scientists here conclude it appears to have been boiled. The person who ate this lived maybe 50,000 years ago, which is well before we have the first archaeological indication of anyone doing this arguably more advanced method of wet cooking. I just dug a little hole in the dirt, then I lined it with a really big leaf, a banana leaf from my Indian grocery, drop some water into that and check it out. That's holding water, no leaking at all. Now over here, my little fire, I'm gonna drop some stones. Smooth river cobbles were historically a popular choice for this, less likely to chip off little shards into your food. Then you just drop in some grains or whatever food you're trying to boil, grab a couple of sticks and very carefully lift a hot stone into your little basin. Not exactly a rolling boil, we're gonna need some more stones. And I suppose it'd be helpful to have a second person who could get down and blow the ash off the rock before you drop it in, but hey, there's some actual boiling there. When stones are repeatedly heated up and then rapidly cooled down like that, they gradually start to exhibit a characteristic pattern.
I guess I should just go collect Digimon first and then figure out how I can breed them to get what I want.
I would read the rules and start putting together a plan first.
I have a plan, but I just need to figure out, like, of desert and river, what I have. Like, those natures will decide my plan, right?
You will have a brutish desert. You will have woke river.
Yeah, there's
you
only
will find a
there's
lot
only
of
set wild
trusty
ones.
red and blue, but there is at least a woke red that I found.
Freaking woke moralists. We'll see who breeds whom. Your quintarts are gonna breed you, Q.
True,
You don't watch
same.
out. Cause society is... we live in one.
It's factual. It's unfortunate.
I love living in society.
Same.
Up yours, woke societists. Bum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum ba-da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Do I not have any maple seeds? Maple. Only have one maple seed. What is the deal? I need to go get my Wobberbellabubs. I wonder what the town closest teleport to Fairy Ring. besides house. Everyone's all gonna say house. Oh, Canifis teleport apparently, but I don't have Canifis teleport. Castle Wars is pretty close. Oh, Ectophile's pretty close. Ectophile, I can do that, but I don't know that that's that close. I think Varrock's just as close. Varrock's just as close, guys.
No.
I think it is.
Why don't I have a Flyers Crag map? Where does it come from? Anyone remember?
Cotton Eye Joe, where does it come from? Where does it go? I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it.
Blazing
Is it Shandu?
known as, wait for it, crazing.
There might have been
That's
one near
actually where we get
Shandu.
the
There
word
was one
crazy
somewhere.
I have no
phrased.
idea.
He's all cracked
I've
up.
seen it, but I just don't remember
Crazed
where.
river cobbles first enter the
I mean, there's a few
archaeological
Flyers
record
Crags. I think the
30,000 years
the
ago.
map is near one of them, either
Nobody
there
knows
at
for
the
sure
reserve
if those
or
stones were used as pot boilers. They may have simply been used as hearth stones, but
Or,
at
near
some point,
Shandu, I
pot
think.
boilers definitely became a thing. This is a method of cooking that persisted well into the era of written history. Some people still do it today. And I can tell you from experience that it works surprisingly well. Your water is safely away from your fire, so there's no risk of putting your fire out. And with just a hole in a leaf, I was able to get perfectly soft-cooked grains in about...
Oh, I still need to do the
That seemed like a
Colosseum
lot of
too.
work,
Damn.
Compared to what? I didn't have to grind those grains down into flour using...
I only made one other run at that and got beaten by a boss there, but
Sand or little pebbles or anything mixed in with my grain as a result of, really kind of primitive processing methods. Well, it just sinks to the bottom of the water.
oh, I would recommend doing it up to like 8 victories, or is it 8? I don't know, until you get the freaking giant spider.
But hey, you only need to live like 14 years in order to reproduce successfully, so it's all good.
Why-
Shouldn't be that hard when you're maxed out.
Cooking was such an advance for humanity. You're able to extract so much more nutrients from the food because nothing is dripping onto the fire.
There is a good item
It's all preserved in that broth.
that will help you fight bosses.
And you can soften really, really tough foods down into a form that you can chew and digest. You can simply feed more people with soup. Soup is good food. And here's another benefit of stone boiling. Scientists believe this may be the way that ancient Americans invented nixtamalization, the process by which you soak corn in an alkaline solution to remove that waxy hull around the corn and to make hominy grits and tortillas and such. Nixtamalization also renders certain amino acids in the corn more bioavailable to us. If your diet is based almost solely on corn and you don't nixtamalize it, you eventually get this terrible nutritional deficiency disease called pellagra. So nixtamalization is really important, but I've always wondered, how did people first get the idea to treat their food in a caustic alkali? Turns out it might have happened accidentally when they boiled their corn with limestone pot boilers. In 2011, these scientists went to Utah and did an experiment where they boiled corn using the same Cedar Mesa limestone that ancient people there would have used. And the resulting boil water was a strong enough base to nixtamalize the corn. Their experiment doesn't prove it happened that way, but it does prove it could have happened that way. That said, stone boiling in a leaf or an animal skin or something has its obvious disadvantages. There's a reason that we all cook in pots today. Much easier to just throw a pot directly onto the fire. So, let's try to recreate the first cooking pot. I've been digging the first level of this terraced vegetable garden into the hill behind my new house. And when I got through a few inches of turf and topsoil, I hit red clay. Hardly surprising, this hill, like most of the land around Knoxville, eventually slopes down to the Tennessee River. And clay is super common in river basins. One of the ways clays form is through the chemical weathering of exposed rock. Rain is slightly acidic because of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Carbonic acid in the rainwater lands on the rocks and it dissolves them a little bit. All those dissolved minerals flow down into river and lake basins, and they flow into deposits that today we call clay. Technically, this might not be clay. It's probably loam clay mixed with silt and sand, which are little bits of minerals with significantly larger grain sizes. If I wanted to make really nice clay, I would dig up that loam, fully dissolve it in lots of water, and then filter out all of the sand and silt grains that are too big to qualify as true clay. But I wanted to do it the way like the first person did it. You gotta figure that first person was just digging a hole for some other reason, maybe to line with leaves and drop in hot rocks.
Maybe I should get in there.
Are you Mario in the pipe?
Yes.
And then if we just keep ourselves in the mindset of this first person, we notice that that clay-rich dirt down there is smooth and plastic. It's moldable. And the wetter pieces are more moldable. So you figure, if I add water to this, I can start molding it into something. You really have to bash it and work it to get the water distributed through. Modern potters call this wedging the clay, and it has many benefits, including working out air bubbles that might cause the piece to crack later. You can also get out any big rocks and such that you come across as you work the water in. Once the clay is wedged, it's smooth and plastic, you just play with it and you figure, hey, I could use a thing for holding other things, and there you go. That was way easier than carving a bowl out of rock or even wood. You let it dry in the sun for a day and it's nice and hard now, but how do I get it off the rock that it's sitting on? A modern potter might use a length of metal wire. You just kind of shimmy it underneath the bottom of the piece to kind of cut it off of the surface that it's stuck to. But the first person doing this didn't have metal wire, so let's think of something else. Let's just bash that up and start from scratch. What we have at this stage is basically mud brick, which is a surprisingly strong material. It was a lot of work for me to get that dissolved into workable clay again. The thing that eventually worked was bashing it with a rock. You can see why people were able to get so far in life only using stone tools. You might say they were living in a whole age of stone. I'll trademark that later. Anyway, there's my second draft pot, and this time let's dry it on some leaves. Yeah, that'll keep it from sticking to anything. And after like a week of drying, this is rock hard. I'm quite sure that somebody then tried to cook in this, and it might have worked. The problem is even very dry clay will dissolve in water. So you would get kind of a muddy broth, and then eventually the clay, the pot, would just kind of melt away. Unless you got it so hot in your cooking fire that you fired it. That's what potters do, right? They fire their clay in a kiln. Extreme high heat changes the chemical structure of the clay into an actual ceramic that is hard and won't dissolve in water. It seems kind of likely to me that people maybe first did that accidentally by using a fire to accelerate the drying of the piece. That maybe is what they were thinking they were doing. Or maybe they actually tried to cook in the dried piece, the water boiled out, the piece stayed in the fire, and it got hot enough to actually turn into a ceramic. To more reliably fire our pot, we're gonna need the first kiln, which would have been a pit. How convenient. We already have a pit where we just dug out our clay.
Hello?
Get a fire going in the pit, and then in goes the dried pot, which I have
How's it going, Pat?
preheated by letting it sit by the fire.
Great.
If it heats up too fast, it'll surely crack. Then you just keep feeding that fire, letting glowing hot coals crumple down
Who
onto
needs
the
hours
pot,
anyway?
eventually fully encasing it. It is insane, the heat coming off of that hole, even with no air to feed the fire from below. Then you just leave it, walk away, and here we are about 24 hours later, and the coals are still very hot, and the pot is way too hot to touch. 2 days later, and out it comes, and yep, there's a big old crack up one side. Pottery is hard, but if we just use the other side, we should be able to boil some food. This time we can boil it directly on the fire instead of shuttling around hot rocks. Scientists used to think pottery like this was first invented 5,000 or 10,000 years ago, and maybe it was in much of the world. But in 2012, scientists announced they had found pottery fragments in a cave in China from 20,000 years ago, by far the oldest find of any real ceramic. They don't know for sure if these were cooking pots, but they did seem to have been used in a fire. Clay pots would have been people's main type of cooking for a long time, well past the Stone Age, into the Bronze and Iron Ages, and into the early modern period. No doubt, metal is better. It is much more thermally conductive, and you don't have to worry as much about it cracking from thermal stress. But until relatively recently, metal was extremely expensive, far too expensive for a normal family's cooking pot. This ceramic
That adds a
pot
bunch
was
of-
a simple, effective, ubiquitous solution
That's a good-
to meet a universal need. Much like Squarespace,
bunch of different-
clay is all around you and Squarespace is all around
interested
you.
in
There's a
clay.
reason that so many people who need a website of some kind choose to build and run it with Squarespace. It's as easy as digging 6 inches in your backyard. You pick a template suited to your purpose, you throw in your own photos and your text, and then you just drop in whatever additional features you need, like Talk. Check this out. Talk is the new all-in-one reservation system from Squarespace. It's for restaurant and hospitality type businesses. Anybody who needs a Farming mushrooms is very different from farming nearly any other kind of food. Because of course mushrooms aren't plants or animals. The act of growing mushrooms looks and feels much more like growing bacteria in a lab. Fungi aren't bacteria either, they're their own kingdom of life. But the bacteria analogy holds in as much as a mushroom farm is much more laboratory than it is field. There is no field because mushrooms don't need light, at least not in the same way that plants do. They aren't photosynthesizing anything. They're not vegetables. Certainly lots of different kinds of mushrooms are cultivated lots of different ways by lots of different people. I'm just showing you one example today. Middle Georgia mushroom in Macon, Georgia. Hunter Pruitt, his grandmothers, and his girlfriend Anna grow mostly oyster and lion's mane mushrooms for local restaurants.
We're bringing fresh gourmet mushrooms to Middle Georgia.
First step is to prepare a substrate. That is the substance on which the fungus will both grow and feed. It lives inside its food. Ain't that the dream? In the wild, mushrooms can grow in the ground, specifically ground that has lots of biological material in it, like old dead leaves. Or they can grow on dead trees, decaying wood. Hunter replicates the dead wood substrate by using sawdust pellets. These are usually a byproduct of sawmills. People use them as fuel for grills and smokers, even home heating stoves.
Once this stuff is hydrated, it turns into just the mushroom's paradise, right? Mushrooms in the wild grow on hardwood species, so we found out that these pellets were just as good as that.
Hardwoods are basically the trees that aren't pine-type trees. Conifers have that sticky, Christmas-smelling resin in them, which has antifungal properties. For that same reason, people don't usually cook with softwoods. They burn really dirty. You end up with food that's coated in this kind of bitter soot. So generally speaking, wood that is good for cooking can also be good mushroom substrate.
And what this is we've taken those pellets, we've put them in that bag, and we've put a certain amount of water, and we let that water absorb in that pellet, and it comes out to this nice little block.
The problem, of course, is that block is probably full of rando microorganisms. Microorganisms that could grow in the very favorable conditions of Hunter's mushroom fruiting chamber. So,
We bring it over, and we put it in this big old barrel. We call this our atmospheric steam sterilizer.
it's basically a big tank with a heating element at the bottom. Hunter loads the sealed bags in there and pasteurizes them at 204 Fahrenheit, 95 C for 18 hours.
What we're doing is just running steam up through the blocks, and it's just heating that block up to 200 degrees, which is going to kill all that competition, those competitive organisms.
The bags come out totally sterile, and then it's time to inoculate them with the fungus that you actually do want to grow in there. From here on out, everything has to be done in an ultra-sterile environment. The air is full of yeasts and molds and bacteria and other things that could outcompete Hunter's mushrooms in that substrate.
So there's one mold that mushrooms growers are just fighting every day, and that's trichoderma. It's your green mold. It's your common mold that you find on breads. It loves to eat the same kind of substrates as mushrooms.
So everything he does now, he will do while standing in front of this flow hood.
What this does is it pulls air from the back, pushes air forward, and then pushes through this HEPA filter.
Those jars he has sterilized in a pressure cooker. Everything else he's going to spray with isopropyl alcohol, cut with water, a 70% solution, so it doesn't evaporate too fast.
Kind of spray your hands down, spray your surface, spray your bag.
And here's what Hunter is starting from today, some mushroom culture that he has ordered. You can grow mushrooms from their spores, their seeds,
Or you can grow them from mycelium cultures, and the latter is generally regarded as the more reliable method. The mycelium is the main body of the fungus, these white filaments that grow inside the substrate. In that syringe, he has little bits of mycelium floating around in a sugar water solution that the mycelium can eat. And he's injecting it into jars with even more sugar water.
It's a 1-to-4 ratio of water and light corn syrup. So the mycelium actually grows on the sugars that are in this syrup. Go in the jar, we'll do about 2.5 milliliters.
What he's doing here is expanding the culture that he's ordered, putting it in an environment where it can rapidly grow so that it'll have lots more of it, and so it will last until he needs it. The other advantage of liquid culture is that the mycelium won't grow a mushroom in there. It has no structure to hold on to.
We have a little stir bar, and what that stir bar is just a magnet. We put it on the stir plate, and what that is going to break that mycelium up, that way it can spread throughout the jar.
Look at that magnet spin. Super cool way to stir something without potentially contaminating it.
And within 7 to 14 days, this jar is going to be fully colonized, similar to this.
That's the thing about growing fungus instead of plants. Everything happens way faster. Given the right conditions, mycelium can expand almost as fast as a brand new mattress from the sponsor of this video, Helix Sleep. Let me thank them. Helix is a premium mattress in a box company. I've been setting up our agar.
Call me Agar.
If there are contaminants in the culture, they will present themselves much more readily in the petri dish. They'll be able to grow. And the mycelium can actually grow into a full-fledged fungus in there. So he's also looking to find particularly strong genetic specimens, groups of mycelium that are so good at growing and being alive that they are outcompeting other groups.
And you can see how there's no kind of synchronization with this mycelium. There's just groups growing everywhere, right? So what we do is we would find a very healthy looking group, like some of this rhizomorphic here, some of the edge of this, and we'd cut it and we'd transfer it to another dish. That way we can grow that good, strong isolation that we all hunt after. So if you can get one good genetic growing, you can multiply that genetic tenfold, and then that can be your genetic on your farm, that you know how it grows in a certain temperature, how long it takes to fruit, how long it colonizes. You know everything about that thing.
In contrast, look at this one. You can see that's not several different fungi all battling it out. That's one coherent organism that Hunter has successfully isolated. You can also clone a fungus you like by just chopping off a piece of the fruiting body, the actual mushroom there, and putting it in agar. Hunter does that too. Here's a clone of a lion's mane mushroom that actually started growing a new fruiting body inside the dish.
It's actually just a suffocating fruiting body. You can see that it's coming out and it's reaching for oxygen. So mushrooms are just like us. They actually they inhale oxygen and produce CO2. So they're closely related to us humans. And he's looking for some oxygen. That's why he's stretching out like that.
As we've discussed previously, fungi are actually closer to animals than they are to plants. I have a whole video about what exactly mushrooms are. It's linked in the description. Next step is for Hunter to use the genetic specimens he's isolated to inoculate jars of grain. Those are literally just whole grain oats in there. Pretty much any kind of seed works. Fungi like seeds basically for the same reason that you and I do. They're nutritious. Again, he's just expanding his culture, growing more of it, and making sure it's pure, that it hasn't been contaminated by some bread mold or something.
Everything's white. There is no different greens and blues and pinks.
The other great thing about starting your mycelium in grain is that it's granular. You now have lots and lots of tiny little bits of things that are individually seeded with your fungus.
The thing important to farmers is how many different vehicles of inoculation you have. You have probably, I don't know, 5,000, 6,000 kernels in this jar, and it's going to get mixed into a big old bag of sawdust, and that grain's going to be distributed through that sawdust.
So the grain spawn, that's what that's called. The grain spawn goes into these sterilized bags of wood pellets, and he lets the mycelium grow in there for a week or two.
But yeah, you can see this thing is fully colonized, ready to go. And then you'll just get you a sharp object, and you'll slit that bag right there. And from here, she'll go into the chamber. We'll place that block up, and somewhere around 14
Mushroom
days she'll
seeds.
be fruiting some oysters.
That fruiting chamber is where the mycelium will grow an actual mushroom. It'll come up out of that slit in the bag. First they come out as little dots like that. Those are called pins or pinheads. About a day later they might look like that. Then it's off to the races.
This will be about that size tomorrow, and then it'll come in and it'll be about that size on day 3. They are insanely fast growers.
And over that time, Hunter has to watch his fruiting bodies and manipulate the environment of his fruiting chamber accordingly.
So mushrooms in the beginning stages like very high humidity, whereas mushrooms throughout their life as they start pinning require much more lower humidity.
You can see this for yourself out in your lawn. It rains, and then you see a bunch of mushrooms sprout when it's really humid, and then if the air doesn't clear, if it stays really wet or if it stays really stagnant, those mushrooms will rot really, really fast. Alternatively, if things get too hot and too dry, the mushrooms just shrivel up. They're like 90% water. So in general, they like really humid, somewhat dim conditions. That doesn't mean they don't like some light. Some mushroom species use light as a signal or a trigger for
Time to solve a murder mystery or rewrite history. DuckTales. Ooh.
More like lame tales of lamescape.
No, I don't think so.
Hmm.
growth. The precise reasons and mechanism for this are things that are still being worked out by science.
What we found, and I believe this is probably debatable, is that mushrooms actually use sunlight as just a sense of direction that draws them towards oxygen. So if you think that, you know, with all natural light occurring, the sun being the highest point, the organism knowing that, they say if I can get to the sun, then I can reach the oxygen.
And once the mushroom cluster is full grown,
Start murder mystery. Oh, is this like Clue? Am I getting 6 silver items?
He's got to cut it off the block right away. The mushroom is the fungus's temporary reproductive appendage. Its job is to grow up tall really fast, cast the spores into the wind, and then just die back.
So you really got to pay attention to them, because if you let them get to a certain point when that cap starts to open up and those spores start to drop, this room's going to be a mess, man. Your fans are going to get clogged up, and your humidifier will get all nasty.
The lion's mane mushroom drops its spores from those little teeth. You can tell it's ready when they get long in the tooth.
This one right here is past its harvest prime, but I love the way this thing looks, man. It's still totally edible. So you can really see that this mushroom has this stringy, crab-like, barbecue pulled pork-like texture.
Once Hunter harvests the fruit cluster, he can grow another one from the same block. That's called a flush. He can generally get 3 flushes from a block, though they get progressively smaller and more susceptible to contamination from a random mold floating by.
The nutrients start to disperse in the block, so it doesn't have a lot of food. The army becomes weaker, right?
Can you tell Hunter is a veteran, all the combat metaphors?
when the army becomes weaker and a new fresh contamination
Do the
comes in,
counters, the
the
encounters in each
contamination's
nest
a lot of
change?
times gonna win,
No.
right? It's
No,
gonna-
they're static.
Okay, so I just have to find the desert idiot. Got it.
Yeah, there's like 3 of them actually.
Well, I found 2. Wait, if it's a British Quintar, could it also be a desert? Is that
Yes.
Yeah.
But the British is the nature, not the like type.
or?
take over that block, and it's going to be able to make its little stronghold.
At that point, the block goes in the compost and the whole process starts again. He sells these inoculated blocks on his website. It's a kit that you can grow at home. I did that. There's a link in the description. A common trait that I've noticed among mushroom growers is they tend to be evangelists. They believe in the power of fungus, its power to be a medicine, its power to be a sustainable protein source, even its power to filter pollutants out of the environment.
We want to turn this into a community thing. We want it to be a farm. You know, we want this to expand into some land and to really grow the awareness for fungus right in our community.
Might sound grandiose, but I don't think it is. That lion's mane, for example, has been shown in mice studies to promote neurogenesis, the growth of new brain or other nerve cells. Hell, it even looks like a brain, and it's been shown to improve cognitive function in geriatric mice. Maybe it'll improve cognition in a geriatric me in a few decades. We'll see. In the meantime, I'm gonna keep eating them, thanks to the hard work of laboratory farmers like the folks at Middle Georgia Mushroom. Go get you some.
I found the murderer.
Murderer!
I do not meet all the requirements for the King's Ransom quest. Oh yeah? Why not? Oh, because you need 65 goddamn defense. Okay, well, fair enough. Fair enough. See ya. Not even close, baby! Thought I would get a 2-for-1 quest special. Alright, back to the drawing board. Wait, I haven't done observatory quest? I thought I did this one. Okay, well I guess we'll do this one.
This video is sponsored by Squarespace. To understand what exactly mushrooms are and why they are so darn delicious, we must first understand that this is not a vegetable. This is not even a plant. Mushrooms are not plants, nor are they animals, though they can kind of look like it when you speed up their growth. Yes, I filmed a mushroom time-lapse in my basement. It was a ton of work to set up, so you best believe I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of that footage right now. Buckle up. This is not a plant, nor even part of a plant. It is part of a fungus. And fungi are their own kingdom of life, totally apart from plants or animals. Fungi are their own thing. From a culinary perspective, I think they're really more like animals. They usually have complete protein, all the essential amino acids we need and we find in all meat, but only a few plants. Mushrooms stick to pans the same way that meat does. They brown the same way that meat does. They're rich in glutamates, the source of that meaty umami taste, and they even kind of look like meat and they feel like meat when you chew them. In light of all these factors, it should not be surprising that from a biological perspective, this actually is closer to an animal than it is to a plant. Says who? Says her.
My name is Dr. Bianco Daniels, and I'm a mycologist. So animals, like you and me, we have stomachs and we have to, eat food. Plants have to make their food. And fungi are a lot more similar to animals. Even though they don't have stomachs, they have to secrete enzymes and acids and kind of digest their food and then slurp it back up.
Yum. Well, another fungus that we deal with in the kitchen all the time is yeast, right? And maybe yeast don't seem very animal-like because they are unicellular, one cell per organism. But mushrooms, or the fungi that make mushrooms, are multicellular, complex beings with organs, or at least organ-like structures. The mushroom that we eat is basically an organ of the fungus. Specifically, it's a reproductive organ. Kind of even looks like it, doesn't it? The mushroom is only part of the fungus. It's kind of an attachment, an appendage of the fungus. This is an imperfect analogy for reasons that we'll explain later, but for right now, go with it. If you think about our appendages, they are part of us, but if you cut one off, we are still ourselves, right? Our self is here, our main body is here. The appendage is part of us, but it's not integral to us. Similar thing down here, cut the mushroom away and the fungus's main body is still there. You just can't see it.
So whenever you look at a mushroom, you should think of it as the tip of the iceberg. There's all of this stuff underneath the soil, and it's probably the biggest part of that organism.
It's down in there, inside the rotting tree or whatever other substrate the fungus is slowly digesting and slurping up. The organism's main body is inside the wood, and here it is, the mycelium. If any part of the fungus is the fungus, this is it, and these particular ones in Petri dishes belong to Hunter Pruitt, farmer owner of Middle Georgia Mushroom.
It's really the world's decomposer. This little organism right here breaks down the lignin in the tree, then continues on just plowing through it. It goes in through the bark, usually right where the bark meets the wood, and it just climbs up and colonizes that tree. But that only happens as that tree is dead and as that tree is starting to decay. That's the importance of mushrooms in our society. If we didn't have them, our forest would be just piled high full of trees that have grown and fell if they could grow anymore, because there would be nothing to decay and decompose that rotted wood, right?
As you can see, this organism is about way more than dinner. I mean, I love mushrooms, super tasty, super pretty, but the mycelium, the hidden mycelium, that's really where the action is when it comes to this being.
They sort of are doing a lot of things on a cellular level in the mycelia that is sort of like beneath notice. Like they're recombining, they're exchanging, they're, kind of, having sex with themselves. It's very racy stuff, these mushrooms. And then once they've done that, then they make the fruiting body and they kind of produce spores.
Fruiting body is the more scientific and broader term that encompasses mushrooms. Mushroom is an informal word that people tend to use to describe the types of fruiting bodies that we would normally eat. The archetypal mushroom is this guy, the white button. It's got a stem, a cap, and gills underneath. But there are other species that are very morphologically different, and yet we also call them mushrooms, like morels, or these beautiful lion's mane mushrooms that Hunter grows. Very tasty, very different from a toadstool-type mushroom, and yet we call them mushrooms anyway, probably just because we eat them. What I've been showing you here on this dead tree in my neighborhood is a polypore or bracket fungus. People usually call these fruiting bodies conchs, not mushrooms, even though they're the same basic thing as a mushroom. It's an umbrella the mycelium sends up to drop its spores into the wind, spreading its genetic material far and wide. Biologically, it's basically the same thing as a mushroom, but the fruiting bodies of polypores are really, really hard and woody usually, and so people don't usually eat them, and so nobody calls them mushrooms. They call them conchs. Same deal with this lichen, British soldier lichen they call it, because the fruiting bodies reminded people of redcoats. Those fruiting bodies are also super hard, so nobody ever thinks about eating them, so maybe that's why nobody ever calls them mushrooms. But again, biologically speaking, it's the same basic thing. It's an arm reaching up from the fungus and casting its spores into the wind so they will go off and grow into fungus junior. Look at this plated mycelium in the lab at Middle Georgia Mushroom. See those little blue dots there? Those are the very beginnings of fruiting bodies, blue oyster mushrooms specifically. That's how they look when they're all grown up. When they're super tiny like this, they're called pins. Here's what those pins look like a few days later, and a few days after that, pink oyster mushrooms, in this case young. And under the microscope you can see those black dots. Those are the spores getting ready to drop. Most people think mushrooms taste best when you harvest them right before they start to drop their spores. After that, the fruiting body starts to decompose and go slimy, because when the spores are done, the mushroom has finished its job. The mycelium doesn't need it anymore. So that's one answer to the question, what even is a mushroom? It is the temporary reproductive appendage of a fungus. Here's where that appendage analogy breaks down. To varying extents, animals like us can regenerate severed parts the way a fungus can. Break off the lizard's tail, it grows a new tail. But the severed tail does not grow a new lizard. If you were to say, chop off my hand would cease to be an organism. It would just become a heap of dying cells. I'm the organism. The hand is not gonna regrow a whole extra human attached to it. Though I wish it would, I could use a second pair of hands around here, but unfortunately with humans, this is just not possible. With fungi though, this is exactly what can happen. You can cut off a part of the fungus, that's what that thing in the middle is, and under the right conditions, that severed part will grow into a clone of the original fungus. That's what Hunter is doing in this petri dish. He's cloning a particularly good genetic specimen that he wants to grow more of. This is possible in part because of what the fungus is made out of. Almost all of this fungus, the above ground part and the below ground part, they're all made out of the same basic material, hyphae.
Same.
A hypha is a string of fungal cells, often only one cell wide. It's that thin.
They're these long, very thin sort of like filaments, and then they sort of like twist and wind together to create greater structures.
Now, down in the mycelium, those filaments twist themselves into these parallel cords called rhizomorphs. They're called that because they look and function a lot like plant roots. Rhizome is a kind of plant root.
They serve as like highways. So, you know, they're secreting enzymes, they're moving out into the environment, they're searching for food, and they're kind of transporting it throughout these networks. It's really cool.
When the mycelium is ready to send out its spores, those hyphae just grow up and out and then tangle around each other into these big wadded masses. That's the fruiting body. The fruiting body is literally just a tangled mass of those same hyphae. The mushroom and the mycelium are made out of the same stuff. Probably the main reason we eat the fruiting body and not the mycelium is that it'd be really hard to disentangle all of those little filaments from the rotting wood that they are growing through, right? Though there is a notable case of mycelia that people do eat, tempeh. This surprisingly tasty Indonesian meat substitute consists of soybeans bound in the mycelium of the fungus that is eating them. We eat the whole thing, and it is a fermented, protein-rich delight. Speaking of protein and carbs and other delicious things that we like and need to eat, why are they in here? Why does the mushroom have them?
I mean, you can think of all of the components of a mushroom serving a function to that microorganism that's not undifferent from like the proteins and carbs in our bodies.
Fair enough, but if we look at plants, their fruits often contain these delicious and nourishing substances expressly for us animals to eat. A tomato, for example, is full of sugar in part because the vine that grew it wants me to eat its fruit so that I will then disperse the seeds contained therein. So does the mushroom want to be eaten in the same way? Dr. Bianco Daniels says, not really.
From what we know about mushrooms, a lot of their spore dispersal, so how they kind of get to new environments, is done by the wind and the rain. I think that maybe the exception that I can think of off the top of my head would be like truffles. So truffles have this very sort of like potent smell that's attractive not just to us, but there's whole categories of truffles that I've heard people refer to as like squirrel truffles. And they exist just so that, you know, rodents smell them and they smell amazing, and the rodents dig them up because they think they want to eat them. And then in the process of doing that, they kind of free the spores into the air and kind of also get them on their little paws and transport them everywhere and kind of spread it.
But of course, truffles are a rare case in more ways than one. Primarily, the nutrients inside a fruiting body are there for its own benefit, not ours. This is probably why many mushrooms have evolved to be deadly poisonous to us animals. I mean, I love mushrooms and I know a fair bit about them, but I still would never go out foraging for mushrooms that I planned to eat, unless I had an experienced guide with me, like Hunter Pruitt.
Once you get past your visual and common identification methods, you move into certain color spore prints and certain color bruising patterns, and it can really get overwhelming, especially with the amount of species that we have on this planet, right?
It is so complicated, made more complicated by the fact that mushrooms change dramatically in their appearance over the course of their very rapid growth cycle. Consider the death cap, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's relatively easy to spot when it's full grown, but when it's just coming up, it looks a lot like an edible straw mushroom. People confuse them all the time, and the amatoxins in the mushroom just destroy their liver and kidneys. This is no joke. So if you want to get your hands on some mushrooms that are more interesting than the ones they maybe have down at the grocery store, might I suggest buying a grow kit like the ones that Hunter sells. He knows exactly what species he's putting in there for you, and I used one of his kits to...
This is the worst battle I've ever seen. It's Dodonzo versus
There's a link to his store
Corviknight,
God,
and they're
it's
just...
day 2.
They're roosting and order upping, so they're doing no damage.
Cringe. I'll watch.
You're not going to be able to keep using that move.
Cybertron
Order up, not very
made it
effective
to
on the
day
corner
2.
but guess what it's doing
Top
at the
8.
end of the
Who's
turn?
Cybertron?
Yeah,
Aaron
you
Zhang.
take some damage and you're going to be healing.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, cringe.
He's one of the really good UGC people.
Why is it surprising he would have made it into day 2?
Because he hasn't played in 15 years.
Left in
Oh.
Bruce and into the Corviknight to go for the Brave Bird, go for that little bit of chip, and taking that recoil damage in retaliation. You only have the one roost left, so you want to make the best use of it.
Go woke, go
Got
broke.
the Max Value Roost, but I really don't think it matters
Alright,
at
let's
this
see.
juncture. You know, just looking at the timers here, there's not enough your time on the clock for Corviknight to figure this one out. Even if you input your moves and landed all the critical hits, I just don't see a world where he's able to navigate out of this situation. So we are, going to end it in a very strange fashion, but I'm pretty sure Zachary won't mind, right? I mean, any win that gets you a step closer to that top 4 is, of course, a win. So that's the only stat that is going to matter. He's going to fire off another order up. It's not getting the knockout, but of course, it's Corviknight. That's its last roost. So at some point, these damage are going to stick. This is going to obviously add up over time, but I don't think we're even going to worry about that.
Oh my gosh, it's last poke versus last poke too. This is awful.
Yeah. It's gonna be run out by timer, which is
Yeah, I'm just gonna let it.
cool.
Just gonna let it run out at this point. I mean, there is nothing that can be done in this situation. You're sure to, over on at Zachary's end, as he cleans up this game 1. You said it's a situation he doesn't necessarily mind. Considering the set on this Dondozo, I don't think it's a situation he's not unused to whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, he knew his win con there, right? Which was just get the Dondozo in, deal with the Arcanine, and at some point you'll just heal up everything and take as long as you want, really, against the side of the Corviknight, right? And you know as well, I mean, experienced players know that Corviknight does have limited power points when it comes to the roost. So, you maximum 8 turns that it can roost for. So at some point, it's like Order Up has more. Order Up has more power points and is able to cause that problem. So at the end of the day, like,
They can't call it PP.
PP. PP. PP. Boo boo. Funny.
Same.
Adapted strategy.
What's not wrong with me, Pat? Everything's wrong with me.
Side of Zachary there. I mean, we kind of got stuck at the end there on the Dondozo versus Corviknight, but when we think about it, it's like actually, I mean, there's so much more that went on in that game. It's like the Sylveon drew a bunch of attention before he got the Psych Up going. That little bit of time allowed Dondozo to set up the substitute as well, which I think was pretty big when it came to dealing with something like the Arcanine. So yeah, definitely a unique strategy from Zachary, but feels like he knows this team's sort of problems like in and out. And can navigate around potential threats and counters to his team.
Well, this is the strategy that he's been working on through events to see transpired. I mentioned that coming back from Oceania, that the PVC players playing on the flight. This was a solitaire that I saw go down and see that psych up and everything
Play with
happen
bees
this
on the fight.
Fury and this Perish song. So it's one of those
nuts.
things that you can play a pretty linear path in getting that set up, or you can have the different options, as we did get to see broadcasted yesterday. So definitely tested and true, and we'll have to see if it's going to be enough. This is the lead that suggests that we might see that run back of game 1 with the Fluttermane and the Tatsugiri, and they'll be facing off against the double paradox start of the Iron Bundle and the Fluttermane.
Yeah, it's going to be the same leads for both of these trainers, but I think if you're on the side of Ryan, you are going to have to make some adaptations on how you play this matchup, right? Like, I think kind of slowed himself down a little bit turn 1 by leading with that energy ball, desperately hoping to hit the Dondozo. I think if he goes for that again, he could put himself a little bit behind, because, you saw the strategy in game number 1. He doesn't always just switch the Dondozo in. Maybe he's making the call that Zach is going to turn around this game and go, yeah, actually, Dondozo won me the game. Let's just get it in. Let's get this going nice and early.
Yeah, it's definitely nice when you have that double Pokemon, but when you can see that there is going to be that win-con strategy with just this Dondozo that walls all, well, it could be tempting in a couple of those cases. Terastallization very early to start things off here with that Fluttermane over on Zachary's end. So already a very different game plan. We won't be able to see that coming out from the Dondozo, as the Tatsugiri will just stay safe from the icy wind that this Iron Bundle is firing on.
Dondozo, more
Imagine,
like
though, with the Fluttermane over on Zachary's end with something like the Steel, just wanting to stay safe as
what
the
is a
first
hoe?
song is going to fire off.
Yep, I mean,
Whoa!
Whoa! Energy ball once again. And even though it didn't threaten a knockout, it does even less. Now you've gone for the Terra Steel over on this one. So not having that available for the Dondozo could spell a very different endgame to the side of Zach. But once again, he's already committed to this, like, Tatsugiri will get knocked out and I will get a partner for Dondozo in on the field. So certainly something he has to think about. Of course, you've got to be careful. Make sure the Tatsugiri doesn't get knocked out by something like this Iron Bundle and Fluttermane combo, which obviously can put down a lot of damage. So it's really, when do you
we talk again about how bad the Paradox Pokemon names are.
and start causing problems that way.
Yeah.
Or rather, the future ones,
You
at
know,
least.
he switched in a little bit later.
Oh,
but obviously,
I had a
what
horrifying
we want to see
realization
here
that Talon
now,
wanted me to take
with
back,
nothing
but
on
I
the
have to
field
share it
that
with you
threatens
too
that
now,
Dondozo
Q.
right now, that, you know,
Oh.
energy ball, which, yeah, it's
So,
gonna hurt, but as soon as
what
you
are the
find it,
chances
it's
that
a
the
whole lot
DLC
better
Pokemon's names are literally just like Green Mask, Blue Gem, or whatever the frick?
We already know what their names are.
Do we?
Yeah.
Do we?
Terrapagos. Yeah, Terrapagos is turtle.
Oh, why did those get names? Why isn't it
'Cause they're
just
not-
called
they're not
Indigo
Paradox.
Disc?
They're not Paradox.
How is it not Paradox?
Because
not.
they're real.
It makes
Yeah, they're
it's the
real.
origin of Pterotypes.
Yeah, Tatsugiri as well on Zach's side does have a focus sash, so you need to break that. The energy ball is connecting from this Flutter Mane. It is going to be double boosted, you know, not just the regular boost. And Tatsugiri's gone, so the Dondozo is not the play here, because it's not going to get the commander boost with Tatsugiri taken out in turn number 2.
And that's definitely one of the things with this team. When you have this Perish Song that it's set up so your Tatsugiri can fall after giving that commander boost, well then you've completely eliminated that now. But we've got to see that this team can do a couple of other things and it's making its way
Okay,
out onto
I
the field.
need
And notably as well, sure, you don't
8
have the
nails.
Tatsugiri, but the Pokemon over on Ryan's side are still pressured with this Perish Song at this point. So
Where's
at
nails?
some point they are going to have to
Nail.
stop. It's not this turn, which is Iron Bundle, staying safe.
Yep, both of these Pokemon sticking on the field though, as it is going to be a Moonblast into that Iron Bundle. Trying to catch something on the switch would have been absolutely huge there. But now,
Points.
this energy ball is going to start adding up. Let's see how much it does to this Sylveon.
Sylveon just taken down under half health, just at that point though too, that it can be getting that citrus berry recovery. So that berry is definitely going to be coming in handy as the Hyper Voice will be firing off with Sylveon. Of course, spread damage
Wow.
only hit into the Flutter Mane, but with that will just be the Perish counts now falling to 1 for 3 out of the 4 Pokemon on the field.
Yep, everything but the Sylveon has to switch out this turn or it is going to get knocked out. So we do have to take a look at, you know, what is the most important thing for Ryan to save, or does he just go for the double switch? If he goes for the double switch, is he going to get punished by something like the spread attack from the Sylveon with that Hyper Voice? Definitely not going to be punished that easily with Corviknight coming onto the field, a Pokemon that is notoriously hard to take down with Sylveon.
And the Iron Bundle sticking around, that is going to be falling at the end of the turn, as well as the Flutter Mane on the other
Let's teleport to
side.
Shades
So
of
2
Morton.
of the 3 are on their last legs with this Perish Song. There's speed drops on the other end of the field. Moonblast now hitting into the Corviknight. The Corviknight does not seem to mind that whatsoever as another Hyper Voice. Corviknight also going to eat that up well, but now we have a double KO.
Yeah, it's going to be a KO for the Iron Bundle and a KO
My
for
gosh,
the
Iron
Flutter Mane
Bundle's
on
head
Ryan and
plops
Zach's
off.
side respectively. So this Flutter Mane, it
Yeah, it's really funny.
the steal, didn't feel like it got that much value out of it. So maybe, you know, something that Zach's kind of experimenting with. Didn't really know where this fit in, and now, I mean, the Pokemon count is going to be a 3-2 advantage for Ryan Lassetto. So the Arcanine comes in. Let's see what the final choice is on the side of Zachary. It's the Dondozo. It's not getting its boosts.
Oh my gosh, the announcer was actually ahead of what was happening on the stream.
Dondozo, I guess is the way to put it. Doesn't have any Tatsugiri in charge, and yeah, just isn't going to be as impactful. Definitely going to be a little bit harder to win and storm a game with it.
Yeah, especially seeing the fact that it wasn't really hitting into the Corviknight. The Sylveon's not really positioned to be hitting anything either. So that is going to be Ryan taking a very strong game 2. Great adaptations with targeting into that Tatsugiri to eliminate Zachari's game plan. And we are now headed to a game 3.
Well, I think what's really cool, and what I got to give Ryan a lot of credit for there, is he actually just stayed in the face of the Perish Song. And a lot of trainers, I think, would see that and be like, oh, I have to switch. But you have time to switch. And he took his time, you know, he said, you know what, I'm just going to go after this Tatsugiri. That's actually a big play, right? Because if you think that
The big
he's gonna switch
plays.
in the Dondozo and you double that Tatsugiri slot, you just miss both your attacks. So getting that play made, it's like Zachary was really reluctant. I mean, thinking back to game 1, I believe it was like Zachary waited a little bit longer, didn't bring Dondozo until like turn 3. So it's like, okay, well, turn 2, you're just going to have the Tatsugiri available. Why not, right? Like, why not target it down? Why not try and take it out? So certainly an adaptation in game plan. I think Ryan just kept calm, right? Yeah, both his Pokemon on timers, and he was like, no, I'll get value out of them. He even managed to save one as well by switching that out, but he had so much wiggle room. So yeah, a tough one for Zach. Definitely, if he's going to execute the same strategy, I mean, he bought exactly the same 4 Pokemon there. Right, definitely needs to go back to game 1, not a game 2 angle.
stay calm. Tatsugiri's gone, but you have to then wonder going into this game 3. Zachary now knows that Ryan's willing to be making these heads-up plays to double target into a slot that could have been completely gone had that Dondozo swapped in. So now you have that really weird mind game, because now if we're faced off with that very similar situation, well, maybe the Dondozo comes in and then you target into nothing, but also Ryan could be then, hey, well,
Telling him in the Vampire City, I'm home. Why are they really evil?
and catch it in on the swap with a big energy ball.
It turns out vampires tend to be evil.
Everything on the line as we head into game 3. The same tried and true lead, the Tatsugiri and Fluttermane going up against Iron Bundle and Fluttermane. Yet again, we got that run back.
Yeah, very agreeable from both trainers, right? Like, they've both won one, lost one with this lead. So it really is all about the execution, and that is going to be the big difference maker. It is, of course, a difference in items in the Fluttermane, which I do think is interesting. Obviously, the booster energy over on the side of Zach, being able to get that speed boost will win the mirror, essentially, between the Fluttermanes, because it's choice specs over on Ryan's side, but then Ryan's will do more damage. Like, it's a trade that you've got to be willing to make. So certainly some interesting choices here. It looks like Ryan's going to kind of just run back similar strategy. You know, is very keen on using his Fluttermane with something like the energy ball, getting that boost from the terror typing, making it very, very prevalent. But once again, I mean, it's just going to be trying to get those knockouts nice and early.
Well, if we're running it back, we might as well run it back with the same terrestrialization on to this Fluttermane to make sure that the energy ball can be doing as much as possible. But the Tatsugiri, it has been protected last time around, and it's going to as well, as we see a lot of the same core concepts we got to see before. Yet again, it's going to be this icy wind. Now, Fluttermane on the other side is going to get the speed drop because of that, but it's still going to be going faster. We still see the Perish Song, and we've seen
Halt, I say. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, this is really big for Ryan here. Like, hitting that.
Offer a blood tithe.
Does mean that, you know, he's kind of back into.
They literally stop you randomly and suck your blood. Alright. You're welcome for the blood tithe. See ya!
And Zach gives you the Dondozo switch in. Oh no. But then if you double the Tatsugiri and he doesn't, you know, and you do get the knockouts, you're in just exactly the same position you are in game number 2. And I have to imagine that Zach is thinking, like, what was the problem in game 2? Well, Dondozo didn't get any boosts.
At this point, it could be the entire match won or lost with just this turn for both players. They both know the capability and how things turn out with just this one move being so pivotal and what is going to be set up. The Tatsugiri, though, is going to be the one leaving the field this time around, bringing the Sylveon in place. So not going to be able to see that Perish Song Tatsugiri Donzo combination we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, the Tatsugiri not going to be affected by that.
Oh, I have to follow the symbols. This is cute.
Tatsugiri Dondozo matchup, knowing that these two
Finding the Vampire Rebellion.
So a lot of options. This is option 3, right? Is bring in the Sylveon and see how much work you can do with that.
And just have the energy ball be eaten up, but targeting into the Fluttermane instead. The Sylveon gets the safe swap in, the Tatsugiri is not targeted, and Perish Sound falling as the Fluttermane over on Zachary's end will not have a chance to reset that up for the Tatsugiri.
Nope, he's not going to be able to make that play, but he's still going to be able to pivot into a classic Dondozo Tatsugiri, which isn't a bad thing, especially now he's saved at the terrestrialization, so we can go with that steel type once again over onto the Dondozo. Just makes a lot of sense to me. But Iron Bundle Fluttermane, once again, time is running out for these guys. They do need to be a little more cautious of it, and I think we're kind of back in the same boat, right? It's like Tatsugiri is, you know, will it be there in the middle of the turn? Oh, it's a tough call, you know, and Zach's done a really good job of holding off on this Dondozo and bringing it only when it needs to really activate it.
Yeah, and going on forward with the fact that there is the Perish Song pressure, there needs to be the swaps at some point coming out from Ryan. So for at least the Fluttermane, it will be this a turn as the Corviknight and it comes out. Tatsugiri, you're going to make sure that with a Pokemon sticking around the Iron Bundle that it can make sure it's nice and safe. Both Pokemon just seeing where the Perish Song falls.
Yep, just seeing exactly what goes on here. The Icy Wind is not going to be able to do anything in this turn, and that makes a lot of sense, right? It's like, you know, you want to make sure you can break the focus sash retention on the Tatsugiri and be able to knock that out. But Iron Bundle's Perish count is now down to 1. It's the only Pokemon left from turn number 1 with the Perish count. So you have to imagine it's got to be assessing the opportunity to switch here. He's got some good switch-in options. I think that something like the Arcanine probably feels pretty safe coming in.
My God, I forgot a knife.
Unless Tatsugiri finally decides to go on the offense.
Yeah, though it's so tricky because losing the Tatsugiri, I mean, then losing the commander boost for that Dondozo that might be in the back. So that's a tricky situation, but you do know that there is a very strong chance of one of these Pokemon over on Ryan's end making that swap, that being the Iron Bundle, the fact that that is a very strong Pokemon to be losing at the end of the turn if there is no swap here and if it does opt to be attacking. So the swap in will be in effect. So this is a position where Zachary can try and take advantage as Arcanine joins the field.
Yep, let's see if the Arcanine gets in for free as well. That's going to be really big, as I don't know if we're going to be getting any other swaps this turn. We'll just see the Intimidate to land. That's absolutely fine. Oh, there it is. So we're finally going for it. We're going for the full strategy, I have to imagine. We're getting Commander Dondozo.
It's so interesting to see the Dondozo swap into the Tatsugiri being on the field because now neither of these Pokemon will be doing anything. Of course, though, any target into the Tatsugiri slot, that Tatsugiri is going to be nice and safe now with its Dondozo buddy. You'll be able to get the boost. So sure, you still have a battle in terms of everything, but the Corviknight is going to start on the offense, dealing a little bit of damage. Even though it's a non-resistant hit, that's still not doing much.
Yeah, I mean, that's just showing that I don't see a way that this Corviknight beats the Dondozo. So Dondozo is going back to like this interesting predicament where it's like, okay, I need the Dondozo to win the game. I want to go Steel Terror type, but I think you have to do that as soon as the Arcanine's gone, right? For now, you leave it as regular form, just taking the water typing. You do have to be careful though. This Iron Bundle switch in, it does add pressure, and the Arcanine is just adding more pressure right now.
And the thing about this Arcanine hitting that Will-O-Wisp into the Dondozo is it will negate that leftovers recovery. So something that Zachary was able to be hiding behind with that substitute to make sure that Dondozo stuck around for, well, what seemed like an eternity is then not necessarily going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is really, really big for the side of Ryan, right? Like, being able to apply pressure and limit the Dondozo a whole lot more is absolutely huge here. It might be behind the substitute, but it's still not going to be able to recover health. The attacks are nice here for the side. It's like, if you go Terra, Steel, then I'm just going to Flare Blitz you. If you don't, I'm just going to Freeze Dry you. So the Dondozo substitute will fade. Now the Arcanine, yeah, is going to just make sure with the Flare Blitz.
Yeah, and any damage done to the Dondozo at this point is going to be good damage. Sure, it didn't really take too much, but it needs to really be able to start going on the offensive, and that's going to be really difficult with the fact that it has been burnt at this point. So Order Up will start to try and get a little bit of it back, but the Dondozo in such a weird and bad situation in comparison to game one, because even if it gets through these two Pokemon, well, there's still that Corviknight in the back, and we've seen that Corviknight's ability to outlast.
Yeah, and this Dondozo doesn't really have many options to, you know, try and keep itself safe. It's going to get caught by this Freeze Dry, so this damage is going to start adding up, and this Dondozo is getting treacherously low for a Dondozo that can't recover because of the burn.
Nope, and there's another one, the Dondozo in the red. We've already seen how little Order Up did, and even with the Earthquake hitting a super effective hit onto the Arcanine, that's just not nearly what you need to see out of this Pokemon.
Nope, that is not what you wanted to see at all, and I think in the next turn, it is going to be the Dondozo going down, so it's going to be a tougher time. It's like another Freeze Dry is going to get it, right? Like another Freeze Dry is going to make sure that you're not able to do that. It's just sticking in that red, and you know, Dondozo can't even like buy turns with the Protect, because it's just not going to matter because of that burn. So that one turn of Will-O-Wisp, getting that Arcanine in nice and early, getting that in, you know, to save the Iron Bundle as well, right? The Iron Bundle that would have fallen to the Perish Song is looking really, really good here. The Iron Bundle does, you know, it knows what it's got to target, right? There's no real issues there. Iron Bundle, though, going for the Protect, so maybe trying to bait one out on the side of the Dondozo as well. But no Protect coming through does mean just a Flare Blitz there. Not very effective, but a nice little chunk of damage there.
Just a nice little chunk of damage as the Dondozo looking to return that nice little chunk of damage with the Earthquake. Iron Bundle going to be nice and safe as it's just going to be hitting into the Arcanine. Will be enough to be taking that Arcanine down at this point, and that'll now be one more Pokemon taken away from Ryan.
Yep, that's now Ryan down. It is going to be just his three. He's got the Corviknight, the Fluttermane, and the Iron Bundle, which we see on the field. This Dondozo, though, not able to recover, just getting hurt by its burn very, very slowly. And what's really cool here is, like, you think about it, you can really, like, swing this turn very, very quickly, right? Because the Iron Bundle gets the knockout on the Dondozo, and then immediately the Tatsugiri comes out, isn't able to defend itself. and then just gets knocked out immediately. So this could be a really big turn. It is going to have to be the changer from the side of Zachary. Just trying to really hope that, you know, at least if he goes steal, he's not getting knocked out. And I don't know if that's going to be enough to save him. We'll see. It's going to be perilous.
Just anything that you can be thrown in this situation. Freeze dry, minimal damage, it's going to be holding on. So the Dazzling Gleam hitting into the Dondozo, yes, that is going to be cleaning up the KO. But we knew the Dondozo was going to go down at this point, but the Tatsugiri getting out safely onto the field is the important part.
Yeah, getting the Tatsugiri on the field without it getting immediately knocked out is a bit of a win here for Zachary. But he's now giving up, you know, he's given up that Terra typing just to make that play a little more awkward for Ryan. And yeah, I mean, it's still, you think about the speed advantage as well. It's like, what does, you know, Zachary have to try and match this one up? I just don't see it being able to outrun us, and it looks like, you know, just a couple of spread moves just going on that side. I mean, the Tatsugiri does have to be hit twice because of the focus sash, but you're putting a lot of pressure on this Sylveon to just get consistent knockouts with the Hyper Voice.
Yeah, there is a world where the Tatsugiri protects, the Sylveon tries to take KO onto the Iron Bundle, but the Iron Bundle being safe, the Sylveon will as well, though, throughout this turn. So really throwing everything onto the Tatsugiri, as it will be going onto the offensive this time around. Does have to eat that Dazzling Gleam, though, and that is going to bring it right down to its sash. So it's now time to see what it fired off. It is the Draco Meteor into the Flutter Mane, but that's not doing nearly enough damage. Still holding on safely with 1/3.
No, not able to get the knockout there. Does mean that this Flutter Mane Iron Bundle, it will be the fastest pairing on the field, right? Like, they're going to be moving before both of his Pokemon, so could just start picking up knockouts that way. Iron Bundle saving itself for later, wants to be the star of the show a little bit later on, but Corviknight is going to be able to come in and quite comfortably deal with anything this Sylveon throws at it. So definitely a very safe play here. Tatsugiri doesn't want to get knocked out just yet, but it doesn't have much longer to go here.
As Dazzling Gleam from the Flutter Mane, nothing into the Tatsugiri, and it's just going to be a chunk of damage onto the Sylveon, as it will be able to fire back with the Hyper Voice. They're not even being able to take up the KO onto the Flutter Mane, though. A survival on 2 health. So still 3 Pokemon on Ryan's end to be dealing with this Tatsugiri on its last legs, and this Sylveon that's not able to really hit into these. A fail on the double protect, and now a Dazzling Gleam. It'll be able to finish off the Tatsugiri.
Good riddance.
The Sylveon down so low. So the Tatsugiri down low. So at this point now, the Corviknight.
Is it going to be able to do something?
We'll
is it going to be able to get a knockout? Come on, Corviknight. Let's see. Show and prove me and Sierra wrong in this one. It is the Brave Bird going in. It's not getting a knockout.
Thanks to that Citrus Berry, the Sylveon just going to be getting enough health back. The Hyper Voice will be enough to deal with the Flutter Mane, but even a critical hit onto the Corviknight, just not enough damage. So survival coming out at that point, and even if the Corviknight couldn't clean up the game this time around, there's the Corviknight, there's the Iron Bundle. It is a done deal.
Yeah, I mean, do you give it to the Corviknight? Do you just make the Iron Bundle protect here and just let the Corviknight finally get a KO?
No, you stamp your ticket into top 4 of the Vancouver Regionals, as the battle will be canceled, and it is going to be Ryan.
All right, time to mute the stream for 8 years while I do interviews.
Played by both trainers.
Yikes.
But really
Yeah, I'm gonna go start my laundry, figure out what I'm doing for dinner, BRB.
He's gonna go rethink his life while I do.
Oh, so you enjoy streaming?
Ooh.
Twitch is attempting to give me a commercial break. Good luck, sucker.
Jokes on Twitch. Ads are being hidden.
What do I do? Oh, cast blue.
Okay, so there's no newer order in this one yet, then. That's what I need. Organization. I can't read decomp. My brain is too tired to read decomp. Except for, like, I mean, I can read some lines.
This is what is this nonsense? This isn't rando.
No, he's doing some sort of.
Challenge.
Yeah, he's been doing this for a while. Where's my rowboat? Over there. To the east.
Which adult dungeon has the least keys?
Part of the map screen part is just to verify that you've entered every room. Because when you enter a room, it turns
Huh?
blue.
I said adult,
So
I do not know.
It's
Spirit?
a way to make sure you have the map compass and possibly
Spirit and
make sure all the rooms are blue.
Forest both have 5, I think.
Spirit?
Hmm.
Yeah, Volv. And I haven't cleaned it out in a while either. I need to clean out like probably close to a year of videos. Incredible. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up. Whenever
TFG's
I'm
bad.
gonna do it soon. When I get around to it, I'm probably gonna end up deleting like 5 terabytes of videos. So worried of hard drive failure for that thing. I do have the most important videos on a separate backup. Like actual speedrun PBs, I have it on another backup. Why am I getting the repeat? Bad muscle memory. And then plus YouTube is sort of, the VODs channel is sort of its own backup. I know it's kind of bad to call YouTube a backup, but I mean, in this case it kind of counts. I doubt I'll get a hard drive failure and a random YouTube channel termination for no reason that I can't yell at them to reverse. I feel like one of them will be safe. I probably should do like cloud backups too, but I'm lazy and several terabytes of cloud storage is probably a lot. Although I also don't need a backup like everything. Like I don't really need a backup every rando I ever do.
This is not where I meant to be.
I'm more concerned with backing up runs, and I, of course, I don't have many high priority videos to back up recently. Is the stream supposed to be tagged as rando? Don't worry about it.
I'm worried about it, TFG.
$100 max for 5 terabyte yearly cloud storage. That's actually not too bad. Maybe I should look into it. Although again, I'm not sure about like how. I'm not sure about how picky I need to be with like non-higher priority stuff. Like again, for speed runs, I'd want higher priority. For randos, if I lose a rando, if I lose whatever rando I did on February 17th, I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna be so worried about losing my precious rando backup. Actually, I did think of a route that would do Gimbottle where I do Gimbottle and do Ganon's Castle, wrong over to Ganon's Castle for Choose, and then I have to do a second trip back to Deku. And I think it's a theoretically faster route, but it has some bottle issues I haven't really thought about how to work out. And I think it's like only faster by a small amount while being much harder. So this is just the much more simple, easier to work with route. I mean, worst case scenario, bottle issues, I could just dupe over NPC. I can do an NPC button dupe, but that can be annoying to deal with equip-wise, and can lose a lot of time depending on how long I need to keep it. And also, I'm kind of avoiding doing Gim. Gim's annoying. Like, Gim actually, I'm pretty sure would have been the fastest route for Task 4, but I think no one did it, just because it's annoying. Well, I don't know if no one did it because it's annoying, or no one did it because they didn't realize that it was probably faster. I mean, Jolin kind of said it was probably faster in Discord. Like publicly, so I don't know. No, I haven't tried the Mario Kart shortcuts yet. I'm too busy playing OOT. I might try them like tonight or something. Yeah, no one wants to do Gin. I'm not doing defeat Ganon, man. I don't want to game when I'm not doing.
You know, every turn is a half.
Maybe if the
second,
defeat
yeah.
Ganon runners were doing OMS. I knew that was gonna happen. always pause that first try. I might just start doing that on buffer. Or actually, no, I shouldn't do that on buffer because I remember testing that it's only one frame. That setup in particular is only one frame, so I probably shouldn't. Horse container. OMS is 2 weeks per task. For a 10 task total. That walking backwards glitch, so what I'm doing there is I'm holding very slightly outside the dead zone of the control stick. And this is where, if you do it on flat ground, Link is just kind of turning in place without moving. But it has a special property where it locks your speed when you're doing that, so you continue having the same speed no matter what. And when you roll into an explosion, Link has invincibility for a few frames, and if you shield damage during that invincibility during the roll, he very temporarily, very quickly gains a very high speed of -18, which for reference is like double backwalking speed. It normally is only supposed to happen for about a frame, 1 or 2 frames, but by doing that thing where I'm holding very slightly outside the dead zone, I'm locking that 18 speed permanently until I let go of the control stick.
Oh boy, it's time for Deku Tree.
Or like Snecko Tree.
Or like Snorko Tree.
Don't you call it that.
Snorko Tree. Snordongo's Cavern.
No!
Snorbu's Belly.
Okay, that's just weird.
Yeah, the glitches in this game are really cool.
Just weird, bro.
There's a lot of resources.
Like, you can't just change Jabu once.
It's just weird, bruh.
How about Jabu's Snore?
It's a very cool game to mess with glitches in.
Oh, Pokemon's back on, baby! Woo!
Would you rather watch that over ZFG? Resetting
kinda.
runs?
Yeah, kinda. I mean, I didn't say by much.
I do wish ZFG was doing, like, Rando. That would be much better. Ooh, Lilligant.
Send me to the mines!
Wait, but you're an announcer. It's your job to talk about it.
Sandy shots, right? Roon's asleep. You can deal with Sandy Shocks, which is, of course, going to be hit super effectively by the Leaf Storm, then you're in a really good position. So then you can bring the Torkoal back in and start to cause problems that way. So there's the Leaf Storm. Not enough for the knockout on the Sandy Shocks, though. Lilligant kind of throwing everything at it, but Fluttermane will get to clean it up with the Dazzling Gleam and get the Roaring Moon.
Double KO. It looked like an attempt to protect on the Roaring Moon, but nope, it is going to be both Pokemon falling this turn. So now, nice spot Abdullah to be. I mean, that is so much pressure that this Lilligant was able to get with just landing one of these sleep targets. And now Dylan down to his final 2 Pokemon. It is going to be
Imagine getting owned by a Lilligant.
and that Iron Bundle in the sun.
Yep, Iron Bundle, not going to be able to use some of its water-type attacks so effectively. But of course, the Tauros is really appreciating that. It is the Blaze breed and does, of course, want to attack with fire-type attacks such as Flare Blitz, which are going to be doing large amounts of damage. But I think, honestly, Lilligant's probably done its work right now. Lilligant's probably feeling pretty good about the effort it's put in. Put the Roaring Moon to sleep, got the Sandy Shocks nice and low. And you know what? If it goes down now, that's probably fine. It may try and weave in some more attacks, but overall, I think this has been a really good position for Abdullah to put himself in. Just showing that sometimes just getting knockouts can really advance the game state. Still has another Pokemon in the back alongside that Torkoal that was revealed in the lead as well.
Stupid sexy vampires.
Able to have these Pokemon that can pressure over onto the other end, and just this Fluttermane. I mean,
Local man just wants one thing, and it's absolutely disgusting.
Off usage, Urdox out there.
They're not.
Right
They're
now.
actually not that
At
sexy.
this point in the
No, I would imagine not in a 2003 British
They
game.
just wear high heels and they're intended to look shapely.
Oh, they actually girls. I'm surprised. I figured they'd just be
Some of them
generic
are.
monster vampires.
Maybe all of them.
Whatsoever. It will be the Protect. Now just the Iron Bundle on the other end. Lilligant after you. Fluttermane, we'll take that offer.
Yep, going for the after you, getting that Dazzling Gleam going as well. Of course, the Tauros doesn't want any of that. That would be a very easy way to deal with it. Let's see how much it does to the Iron Bundle with the boost. And it's going to be enough to bring it all the way down to that little Focus Sash. Just keeping it around. Iron Bundle needs to put in some work right now. That is definitely one of the options, but it's not enough to get that Fluttermane knocked out. It's clinging on.
Went to work, but only a half day. The Fluttermane just managing to hold on. And considering we saw what it was capable of doing last time around.
Yeah, tried but checked out at 4, so that's exactly what was left over on the side of the Fluttermane. And at some point, this Fluttermane is going to land another Dazzling Gleam. Tauros does get the double protect though, but it doesn't really advance the game state all that much, right? It's like, you know, you're maybe trying to wear down the sun, so the Lilligant isn't getting boosted up by the chlorophyll anymore. That is probably the only way out, but I don't know if this Fluttermane can easily be stopped. Let's wait and see how this one turns out at the end. You know, we are of course waiting for that sun to get reset, but at the end of the day, it's this turn it ends, but it's able to get reset if it needs to. And of course, the photosynthesis effects, you know, now gone as well. So I don't know if that's going to help, because I believe it was special attack over on the side of the Fluttermane, but you know, definitely a trickier situation now for Abdullah, who was definitely in the driving seat. I think if he'd have landed that Dazzling Gleam into the Tauros, would have had an easy win lined up there, but it just wasn't to be right now. So maybe if he's worried about this pair being able to sweep through him, has to pivot things around. And yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Get that Fluttermane switched out, get that Torkoal back, and start causing problems again like that.
Yeah, and this will be able to bring that sun up that Dylan was able to double protect the Tauros through the first time around, as the Iron Bundle also attempts to go for the double, but it is going to fail. So now the Leaf Storm, I mean, there is already the special attack drop, and considering it needs just 1 damage to be taking care of that Iron Bundle, will bring Dylan down.
You are dead,
Pokemon with that
dumb Delibird.
Tauros. It will be the Flare Blitz, and boosted with the sun now can be taking care of the Lilligant, but there's still 3 other Pokemon for it to try and go through.
It really doesn't matter now, because the Iron Bundle gone does mean at any point you can bring that Fluttermane back in and just tidy up. You know, the Fluttermane doesn't need to do much, but of course it's going to be moving before the Paldean Tauros, and will be able to just get that knockout. Can obviously change up its attack option as well. It is going to be another one of those Choice Specs Fluttermanes, so getting a special attack boost from the Photosynthesis and a special attack boost from the Choice Specs. Yeah, no way Tauros is tanking this one. The battle is cancelled, and Abdullah moves 1 step closer to our finals here in Vancouver.
A first match in our best of 3, first regional ever, and a little pep talk to the Sprigatito, getting ready for this game 2, but a really strong victory to start things off. Going up against Dylan in that Sandy Shock.
What, his null pile?
Torkoal looked a little bit weird for a second, because obviously there's a lot of things from Dylan really be pressuring into Abdullah's Oracle and all the Pokemon, but great swaps, great use of the Sun.
It's okay, the other guy has a Sneasler on his thing.
Found Dylan's team, able to grab him that win.
Torkoal did his job twice, set the Sun up and leave. It didn't leave at the end, but it did come in and just say, you know what, now I've got the Sun. I mean, the ability to use After You to get around that Iron Bundle was a really big deal as well, because, you know, just being able to threaten that caused a lot of problems for Dylan. So just saying, you know what, actually, I don't want to deal with your Iron Bundle. I'm just going to hit it first by using After You. It makes a lot of sense. My big question is, you know, what can Dylan pivot to kind of work around this strategy? I mean, think about that. You know, that game also had kind of a slip-up, if you will, from Abdullah in the Sleep Powder missing. It's not his fault, but it slowed the game down a little bit. So if he hits that in turn number 1, that is going to be a much faster pace that he's able to apply that pressure, potentially get that Dazzling Gleam going onto the Roaring Moon. I mean, the Roaring Moon, what did it land? A Breaking Swipe? Okay, well, that's not the biggest threat on that side, and it felt a little bit underwhelming. So maybe
Talk to me, Spaghettito.
Pivot. But then when I look at the team choices, like, what can Dylan bring that's going to change this matchup?
Spaghettito, tell me your secrets.
Excalibur, we've already seen, you know, that there's probably answers to that over on Abdullah's side. So Dylan must win this game to keep his tournament hopes alive.
Well, the tricky thing
Gee, the guy with the Sun teams might have answers to an Ice type? Imagine.
Dylan, that first turn, that was
No!
Moon.
I refuse to imagine.
Second, so if the Sleeper hits to start things off in this match, well, this could go sideways quite quickly. It will be a lead in the adjustment, though. The Roaring Moon not anywhere to be seen. We will lead with that Pale Day and Tauros.
Yep, Drought is activating all of the photosynthesis, so special attack boost on Sandy Shocks does mean that Earth Power is going to easily deal with that Torkoal. So I imagine Torkoal being forced into being a little more cautious. That said, I mean, it doesn't look like Abdullah's going with caution in this turn. We'll see exactly what he decides to lock in. Maybe trying to read Dylan, saying, you know what, there's no way you're throwing an Earth Power at this slot because I just protected it last turn. So if he gets away with this read, this could be a monstrous turn.
But this is a fresh battle, there is no last
Really
turn.
going for it, really trying to make his way to the finals very, very quickly.
We got to see it earlier. If this Torkoal gets disrespected or the other slots gets targeted into, we can start running
I
through
would
teams,
disrespect
even
a
within the
Torkoal.
slowest thing, but the after you is
I
gonna
mean,
be
yeah,
huge.
this
Turtle
makes
is coming
sense.
Speedy quick, going to win that race and going to Eruption first. Fire Terrestrialization in the Sun. So much damage to both of these Pokemon. The Tauros now firing back Flare Blitz. That will be the hit into the
Oh, the Focus Sash! The Big Sash!
to that Focus Sash.
Yeah, the Lilligant is going to be hanging on, sticking around, and you know, being able to, you know, actually let the Tauros knock itself out with the recoil. So a Pokemon that can take
Tauros, my man, kill yourself.
Really, really big. As it's going to be a Volt Switch, so the Lilligant is now taken away, but this Torkoal, you know, gets away with it, right? The Torkoal just managed to land a huge eruption, got the advantage from After You.
He can't keep getting away with it.
On the way back, of course, it's not going to have access to the After You in response, but the Sandy Shocks just left the field. It can, of course, come right back in, but, you know, that's still a good amount of work done by this Torkoal.
That's the tricky part, though, is the Torkoal got to go first, and it's not going to have that luxury again. So Abdullah does have a speeder option on the team, as well as a in the middle option with this King Gambit that is available. It's not going to be the Sandy Shocks making a reappearance, though. Yeah, it will be the Iron Bundle and Set Commando to play.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely an interesting predicament as well for the Roaring Moon, because the Roaring Moon usually holds the booster energy, but because the Sun's actually present, the Sun has you know, been able to deal with that. So, oh, it's not. It doesn't have acrobatics.
This cast,
This
this cast is
different. But still, I mean,
huge.
you got to be careful, right? Like, you can't Breaking Swipe because then you're just gonna, you know, cause problems for that King Gambit. Torkoal will get caught here. Looks like it's gonna be a lot of work trying to deal with it, but then you've just left the King Gambit alone. Let's see if Abdullah can capitalize here.
Hydro Pump might not be the most accurate, and then the Sun might not be the most powerful, but the Iron Bundle is quite a strong Pokemon, and the double up into the Torkoal is going to be enough for that KO. The King Gambit with the Iron Head into the Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon is definitely a Pokemon that can stick around for a long time, though it didn't do that quite so well against the Fluttermane last time around.
No, if the Fluttermane lands an attack there, it's going to be causing problems. But of course, the Iron Bundle is still in a great position to be able to try and deal with it. So it's really all about this pairing, making sure that your Sucker Punches land in the right slot is going to be absolutely huge here for Abdullah. That said, though, it doesn't have access to the After You, so the Iron Bundle is going to be able to cause a lot more problems than it did when the Fluttermane was paired up with that Lilligant in the Sun. This game looks very, very different after that turn 1 knockout on the Lilligant. No Chlorophyll, no After You. You've got to play it a little more honestly.
And it's so interesting because that first turn after you Torkoal can be so destructive, but in the case, the Lilligant being the big issue part of the team, going in here, the double up into the Flutter Mane is just going to be taking the KO, and it's such a quick game 2 here. It's only the King Gambit
The big
left.
blaze.
Yeah, I think this game is going to have to be, the towel will have to be thrown in for Abdullah here. Doesn't have the after you, and both the Roaring Moon and the Iron Bundle being faster, certainly a little bit difficult to navigate around that one with Flutter Mane. Like, yes, it is very, very fast, but these are faster options. So the Roaring Moon, of course, with the Photosynthesis as well, will be causing a lot of problems. It looks like Abdullah's just checking the sun, see what it is. Of course, you know that the Sandy Shocks in the back does only have access to
Venescula.
the build that can't protect, so could get sucker punched out the game. But you know, King Gambit is just going to see if it can tank all of this up. The Hydro Pump does come through. It's not enough, so King Gambit is going to try and fight this one back on its own.
I mean, why not, right? You've seen crazier end games. Have you not seen that Celestial video? So that will be a Kozak lead into the Iron Bundle to bring down just 2 Pokemon left on Dylan's end. The Sandy Shocks that was in the back, pretty low health. So
I think Abdullah has this. Abdullah just is able to, you know, of course the Sandy Shocks, you can look down at the team sheet, you can double check your logic here. This Sandy Shocks has the Assault Vest, so it has to hit an attack, so you're guaranteed a Sucker Punch, and then you look over on the side of the Roaring Moon. Well, what can the Roaring Moon do to actually shut this down over on the side of the King Gambit, right? Like, the Roaring Moon only has access to Breaking Swipe and Throat Chop. We saw that Throat Chop doesn't do much, and I don't think you want to be breaking and swiping into this one. Sandy Shocks, though, does have access to the Terra.
And with the Fairy Terrestrialization, we see the Sucker Punch is going to be enough, and it's not! The Sandy Shocks is able to hold on. So now it'll be a double up yet again into this King Gambit, and the Earth Power coming out will be enough to take the KO for Dylan to take the second game and bring us into a game 3.
That is my whole strategy completely unfolded when he goes for the Fairy Terror, meaning that dark type
Sprigatito, why did you betray me?
Because the other guy is the power of a sneeze lawyer Talon's favorite.
What? That is what I love about Terrestrialization, because we get to see some trainers use it right away to be going for those huge KOs, those big hits like that Torkoal, or right at that pinnacle moment of battle, that one moment. Without that Terrestrialization, that Sucker Punch would have KO'd, and that could have been a done deal. But saving that just for that very last second, so your opponent couldn't be hitting that neutral hit, couldn't get that KO. It's everything.
I'd love to know how much health there was left on that Sandy Shocks. That was dangerously close, even with it being, you know, not very effective.
You know how much?
Enough. Yeah. As long as it wasn't 0, he was in a great position, right? But going back to this game, you know, I think both trainers, they bought the same 4, so they know the strategy they're going to lock into. The order was changed for Dylan, and of course that turn 1 was just so wildly different from Abdullah. So definitely needs to think about that. I think maybe trying to slow things down a little bit, you know, maybe try and land a sleep powder there might be the way to go in this set. But we are dangerously close to losing one of these players, right? They're not going to be able to both advance into the finals. So it's essentially the best of 1 to see who moves on.
Yeah, and at this point too, I mean, Dylan in that game too, targeting into the Lilligant. I mean, when you're looking at the Lilligant and the Torkoal start, you're like, which one deals the damage? Which one's scary? Well, the Torkoal is the one that deals the damage, but the Lilligant really the key to enabling that Torkoal with the after you, having options like that Sleep Powder, and Dylan correctly identifying that as the biggest threat and getting rid of it, completely turned the game on the head, even if it came down to such a close endgame. Now in this game 2, Sandy Shocks, Roaring Moon going back to game 1, back to the original, as the Lilligant and Torkoal is going to be making it here again for Abdullah.
Yeah, he's going to see how he will be able to, you know, try and shut this one down. I mean, the one thing that is a little bit different, and to dive into, it's like, why didn't he Sleep Powder the last turn? Well, because you probably want to deal with the Tauros, but the Tauros is Terra-type grass. So you do have to be respectful of that, and this is just like one of those nuances that's so big in the game. So something to think about. But now, you look over at the board, you're like, okay, I know about your Terra-types, and I know that I can Sleep Powder successfully, as long as it hits, right? Like, you're not going to be able to get away from that in this one. So Torkoal, save himself for later. I've got no issue with that as a plan. And it's going to be kind of an exact repeat of how game 1 went. Get the Torkoal out, and start giving this Flutter Mane time to work.
Yeah, and so let the Lilligant go for something, free up the after you slot, and instead go something like the Sleep Powder. Unlike game 1, it is going to connect the first time around. The Roaring Moon is going to be sleeping and does have to take that mandatory turn of sleep. So so won't be able to do anything this turn. We'll have to see what the Sandy Shocks is up to. The Volt Switch. This is just going to be doing a little bit of damage, but more notably, going to be breaking that Focus Sash.
Yeah, getting that Focus Sash gone is really helpful. Does mean you can switch to something that can really deal damage to the Lilligant, like the Tauros, you know, like the Iron Bundle, that can just catch you with a Freeze Dry as well. So the Iron Bundle sort of forces things a little bit awkwardly, right, from the side of the Lilligant. The Lilligant wants to make sure that the Fluttermane can move first, wants to use the After You. Chlorophyll in the Sun means it's going you know, immediately after. But the problem is this Iron Bundle is going to require 2 hits to knock out. It is, of course, going to be something that, you know, needs the Focus Sash broken. So you may be forced into this like awkward position where it's like, you don't really want to Sleep Powder again. You know, you don't want to rely on the accuracy of the move, but it may be the option to buy you enough time. So Lilligant, once again, the focal point of this team, Sleep Powder and Dazzling Gleam. You know, Dazzling Gleam is going to pick up the Roaring. Honestly, if the Sleep Powder's hit, it's going to be in a really good position. So let's just see exactly what he decides to go for on this one. Move time is running down. He needs to lock something in. There's the confirmation. So this Iron Bundle isn't going to be getting put to sleep. It is going to be taking a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, with that Fluttermane going for the Terastallization, if the Sleep Powder hits, that's always the thing, is the Sleep Powder strategy, those very quick ways to shut down your opponent's Pokemon, isn't something that's new to the Pokemon video game whatsoever. But Iron Bundle not looking to get shut down this time around, but isn't going to be firing off a target in return. But no Sleep Powder after you to make sure this Fluttermane is going to be acting first. It won't be able to do anything to the Focus Sash of the Iron Bundle, but being able to hit for a oodles amount of damage into this Roaring Moon, that it will be a KO.
Yeah, I mean, you got to after you there because you just got to make sure that it's your Fluttermane going first. But the Protect there does make things a little bit more interesting, I think, for the side of Dylan Salvanera. Does now get to switch back into the Sandy Shocks, you know, which is still going to be in the sun, so it's getting the Photosynthesis, once again, getting that special attack, and now it's really all about, you know, if you go with the Lilligant, if you go with the After You, yes, you're going to get some big damage down, but are you going to be able to do enough? An Iron Bundle is basically being asked, can you deal the damage to solve this problem? You know, if you get a sleep here, if you get this Dazzling Gleam and you don't get knocked out, right, then you're just in a position to, in the next turn, just After You it again. I think, once again, Dylan is looking to get out of this sunlight and shut off the Lilligant, because that's going to really help out without the Chlorophyll.
One of the Pokemon over on Dylan's end, though, doesn't have an ability to stay safe with Protect because of that Assault Vest on the Sandy Shocks. And they're going to be a Terastallization into the Ice type. So looking for the maximum amount of damage with a Freeze Drive. Sleep Powder is going to connect onto the Sandy Shocks and shut that Pokemon down. But will be down to this Iron Bundle. It'll be the Icy Wind instead.
Speed control!
Spread damage and have that boost thanks to the Terastallization. It will be enough to get the KO onto the Lilligant.
I mean, I know Lilligant's not bulky, but Icy Wind is not a move that's supposed to be taking knockouts, right? But with the Terastallization, with the double boost to its attack, feeling really, really good there. That said, I mean, this Dazzling Gleam is going to hurt a lot. It is still the Fluttermane with the Photosynthesis activated, and of course, its choice item, Iron Bundle, brought down to its Focus Sash. Sandy Shocks now stuck, you know, being able to, you know, have to sleep for a little bit, definitely not ideal. And this is the Pokemon I really wanted to see come in here, because now, no matter what you do messing around with Icy Winds or just being faster, yeah, Kingambit has an answer to that. It's called Sucker Punch, and it's really, really helpful for avoiding this standard turn order.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how fast this Iron Bundle is. If it's going up against a priority move and the Sandy Shocks being asleep, that Sleep Powder hitting is absolutely huge. I mean, even if you try and protect the Iron Bundle, waste a turn for the Sandy Shocks, I mean, a Dazzling Gleam is going to be able to pick it up from the Fluttermane.
Yep, the Sandy Shocks needs to really get itself out of a sticky situation here, and that Sleep Powder being so helpful. I mean, once the Sandy Shocks goes as well, there's also just a world where you're really able to, you know, just bring the Torkoal in and let the Torkoal do its job. So Sucker Punch into the Iron Bundle means it's not going to get a chance to use any more of those huge Ice-type moves, and I think this one is swinging very quickly in the favor of Abdullah. Let's see if the Sandy Shocks is going to be able to do anything. That's a no on that one.
Nope, that is going to be a second turn of sleep, and now the Dazzling Gleam. It already did so much the first time around, and now a single target is going to be able to handily pick up this KO, and all of a sudden, Dylan...
If only someone could have told us that this Super Mischievous was OP.
No one.
The
No one can
green
know.
as well, so does appreciate a little bit of sunlight. Of course, the Intimidate here, not the ideal target, but we're going to get that interaction again. Reactivates Defiant, you know, and then he gets to activate his item in the Mirror Herb and steal that boost. But the thing is, it's like Tauros is at some point going to have to either lower its defenses or take a lot of recoil damage. With 3 Pokemon to kind of work through, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Let's see how the Flare Blitz does. It's going to get a knockout on the Flutter Mane, but you know, can the combination of Pokemon tidy things up? I mean, you get through the Flutter Mane, Torkoal's just waiting in the back for you as well.
Yeah, it'll be 1 Pokemon taken down and a chunk of damage taken away with that recoil as well as now the King Gambit to fire off. Doesn't do too much damage, and that is going to be the Sunlight gone.
What do you mean doesn't do too much damage? Did 2/3 of its HP.
With a not very effective move.
I mean, it can attack again.
Got this one on lock as well, because it's like,
yeah.
You know, the Tauros can't be spread attacking. That's not an option that it has available to it. So the Flare Blitzes or the close combats are the only option that it has. Yes, could try some crazy play with Will-O-Wisp, but I don't know if it's going to matter because Earth Powers and just starting to add up. King Gambit's going to Sucker Punch. Not going to get the knockout, but it's dangerously close.
Tauros with the close combat. The Torkoal is going to be holding on.
Torkoal's done.
Torkoal says no.
And now the Earth Power from the Torkoal is going to be doing enough. Abdullah in this top 4, making his way of his very first regional championships into the finals.
Update the graphics, ladies and gents. This is a Vancouver regional finalist. Abdullah put on an absolute show in that game of the finest margins. In both games, there was crucial, you know, just little bits that you're just hanging on with and being able to play that way. So a fantastic set from both of our trainers. They're having a little bit of a conversation, but what a game and a really good way to show that you are ready to be in the finals.
And the first finalist being a Canadian, that's always nice as well. So 1 out of the 2 as we still have another top 4 around the corner. But wow, what a way to start off our top 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic game to open with, and you know, I don't think we really kind of looked at this team enough and found some of the nuances to it. But yeah, Lilligant definitely still does a job. I think that's fair to say. Like, watching the Chlorophyll after you play, I was like, oh yeah, that is an option that you can use, because we just haven't talked about it that much. And now we're in this format where we're like messing around with speed so much. We're using booster energies, and we're trying to get around it that way. You're like, oh wait, what if I could just skip all of that and just play with, like, after you? It's like, okay, Chlorophyll is doubling my speed, so you guys can boost the stage, that's fine. But I'm just gonna go double and after you, so have fun with that.
Enjoy. This is fun though, because Abdullah now making his way into the finals. The 2 people that could meet him there is either gonna be Aaron Ang or Ryan Ossetto. So either or. So if it's Ryan that manages to take Aaron down in top 4 and make his way into finals, that's gonna be 2 Canadians in the finals. There will be a Canadian guaranteed taking home the title of champion. If it's Aaron, I mean, Aaron, very beloved by the community. I mean, nobody's unaware of that. Also, though, Abdullah and Aaron did play in the very first round of Swiss to start off day 2. Abdullah did win. It was a very fast, it was like 15 minutes, all 3 games, though. So it would be the run back of how these 2 trainers started their day off, which is, honestly, that would also be really cool to watch.
Yeah, I mean, both options are pretty exciting to see, and I think Abdullah, you know, I liked just seeing his kind of focus after that game 2, right? It's like the game 2, that Sucker Punch just missed the knockout, was so close. You know, I was like, Sucker Punch has to get it here. Obviously, he goes to the Terra-type Fairy, and it just gives him enough room to get through it. I'm going to say at an estimate, it was maybe 3 health remaining. That's the maximum I'll go to is 3.
I'm Beak.
I don't think I want to ask Dylan at this juncture. I don't
Thanks.
think that would be the right time. So we're just going to guess and theorize.
But with our first top 4 done, how are we feeling about Vancouver as of right now?
Vancouver's delivered. We've said that.
Who won top 4?
You know, massive
Fireman. I don't know his name. Abdullah, I guess. That's what they said.
He just won whatever match, yeah, with his Torkoal Lilligant nonsense.
Kring.
No,
Better
at least
than the
Kring
other,
team.
yeah, better than the boring ones.
What was the other team?
Sandy Shocks.
Oh, that kid?
Fake
Yeah.
Magnemite,
He
fake.
had 3 special mon, which is like what I would expect.
Aaron Zhang has 4.
That's not surprising at all. They made them overpowered. They made like all of them overpowered.
Fluttermane, Delibird,
wicked.
I can't remember. He's got a million of them.
That's always the most
Oh,
boring
Iron
team.
or the not Iron Tusk, the good one.
Iron Jaws?
Giant Tusk.
Dedication to the craft, dedication to the art will pay off for you.
Old Dawn fan instead of Metal Dawn fan.
At
Yeah.
this point, that is it for me and Adam on the desk. It is time for us to go watch from the crowd. As
Time to go back over to ZFJ! ZFJ.
We're in Fire Temple.
So we are.
Okay, that room went basically.
I feel like Fire Temple is not the dungeon you would want to fully clear, so what are we doing here?
Torch slugs went well.
Free Orblo XP! Free Orblo XP! Yo, I can now make prayer restores. That's actually sick. Should make a bunch of those. Nice.
Wins prayer space in house.
The opposite.
I mean, I could build one right now. Just an altar or whatever. There's just so many altars around. I haven't felt really
Zero Six
strong need to.
is a graphical glitch from having a duped ball over.
But I could, I guess. Call the cops. Okay, but I wanted to do this to get some quick watermelon seeds. Let's do this, and this.
Okay, so I think this will be a
Put
best.
the trout away. Grab
think I
my
should save
rune
these ones.
skim. Actually, grab my. Yeah, no, grab my rune skimmy. And okay. Let's see, what else did I need to grab? Blessed. I don't know, Wolfsbane, just in case. And this.
That's closer than I'd like. This is. That's actually really annoying. There's no way I saved 3 seconds here because I'm pretty sure my final split in my PV was essentially perfect. So
Try a
there's
medium
no way I saved
trek.
3 seconds, but that's really annoying. That's gonna be so close.
Oh, I can't. I have to give her certain foods. Okay, well, she takes tuna. I put the screw in
Retiming
the
the run
tuna.
isn't gonna make more than like half a second difference.
Because he really does do fire. That's so weird. Why fire?
What are you
Doesn't
playing,
fire
Tom?
have a ton of keys? Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, you're watching ZFG do randos?
Yeah.
That's happening?
He's not doing it's a weird task thing.
Pronounced ZF Jed.
ZF Jed? The task, is he doing bingo?
No, it's
like a-
fully clear one child dungeon and one adult dungeon by completing the following goals naturally.
Yeah.
It's like open all chests, all key lock doors, visit every room, get all the gold skulls,
Time is 42, which is
collect the HC and stone / medallion. I think it's HC. Oh, hard container.
I can't possibly forget to build them. Looking at the map is the last input of my run, so there's not really a world where I forget about it. I'd have to forget how to actually finish the run. it didn't take so long to void here.
Boing!
Dang. Yeah, the shield, I can finally bother to burn the shield right at the end there. There's no need for shield there. Gigo, it might technically be faster to backwalk, but if I miss the input for backwalking, by trying to do it too early while rolling is extremely difficult. Because, like, if you mess up at all, you push the buttons in, but you can't really mess up with rolling. And even then, if backflip hypothetically was faster, it would be faster than a few things. Before I do my runs, but I'll be back very soon. I'm feeling good. I think I'm feeling good. No, not Mario Kart 20 yet. Sorry. Yeah, I'll be back in a
It's 5. Be right back.
Watermelon seeds. How much agility do I need for this? 65. Wow. Wow. It's too much. Alright, let's do one more easy trek. this guy over here.
hope there's gameplay on the next task. I have a feeling that gameplay will not be part of any task.
Oh no.
Might come back too.
Did they start the
Poor
next
Aaron
match?
thing.
They did.
Yeah, he missed his will-o-wisp that would have won the game for him, as usual, because that's also happened to him before. Poor Aaron, he's never gonna live it down.
It's an extra damage at Talonflame instead. Still having that Gale Wind's been broken because of the critical hit.
Yeah, that just really is a rough one there for Aaron. Not really, I think, the way that they wanted to start out this match. You still have some big heavy hitters in the back. You can still do some damage, but now might even be the point, right, where I think Ryan can slow this game down in their favor. You didn't get the Tailwind set up. You didn't get the burn. There's a lot that Aaron would need to do to crawl back into this match.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan has spent nothing but, a little over a third of Corviknight's HP, right? He hasn't committed any resources. He hasn't shown his back Pokemon. Aaron gets to reposition a little bit, but it's not like Max Caliber is a fantastic matchup with either of these Pokemon, so it wasn't that free of a switch. Just really a tough spot for Aaron. And again, he's got the same problem as last game, right? Where his team struggles a little bit with Steel-type Pokemon, especially ones that don't touch the ground like Corviknight, and he's got to be very careful with the way he uses his very limited remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tough, right? Because you want to click Earthquake into King Gambit. It feels like such a nice move to click. You do have your flying partner Pokemon next to you, but then
Everyone seems to have moved on from last APOC to the last spell.
Fastest thing on the field. It can click this Tailwind. Not gonna have to worry about getting sucker punched or anything like that.
You and Abe. That's the only two people who, on my list who both have. I don't know.
Well here, Corviknight matching Tailwind for Tailwind. Ryan not gonna let that fly.
Two people on my list were playing last APOC pack. They're now both playing last spell. What do you want from me?
They both came at the same day.
Into the bottom 10 or 25-ish% of its health.
Yeah, it's a very dominating game too.
Hilarious.
One played out. Somewhat strange looking Icicle Crash. I think Aaron
I'm having a hordy chortle right now.
an ill-advised terrestrialization perhaps, but Ryan, smart player.
Is last spell actually released yet?
Yeah, it's 1.0.
Yeah, there is. I mean, we can see what's in the back here for Aaron. It's Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle is a really nice Pokemon to have.
What type of game is it?
The speed advantage. If you're Aaron, right, your
Like
opportunity would be if you get Iron Bundle and you gotta get some freeze drive.
Yeah, it's the one Dave's played it before. It's the where you fight zombie hordes with your heroes.
But the Flare Blitz, I think, is more important damage. We saw how much it did to the
Dungeon
Corviknight
Defender?
One. It did bring it down to just about half of its HP, so I think they'll probably still hang on from there.
Dungeon
Caliber
Defender?
is switching out though, bringing in the Iron Bundle into this game. Bax Caliber probably not wanting to deal with too much more damage, especially in the face of something like an Iron Head from that King Gambit. Has this speed
Dungeon
advantage
Defender?
with the Quark Drive boost.
Oh.
Corviknight though also going to switch out of here, probably not wanting to take this Flare Blitz that may be heading its way and bringing in a Pokemon that handles.
Also, the following feature on Steam does like freaking nothing apparently, because I did not get a message that it was released at all.
Try to go for the burn on the King Gambit. Aaron basically forced the switch because of the threat of Sucker Punch, and it's not even going to come out.
Flare Blitz into the King Gambit does do a good chunk of damage. You still take that recoil though. This King Gambit still can fire off with an assurance right back into the Talonflame. That's enough for that knockout as well. And now Talonflame being sent back into its Pokeball. Aaron now having to fight through this with just the Bax Caliber at a low amount of HP in the Iron Bundle.
Yeah, it's tough to Aaron switched.
Aaron thing's doing pretty good.
The Bax Caliber is a assault Pokemon only as attacking move.
Pretty good at getting owned.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Now, I'm no longer able to switch.
Pretty good at getting owned.
That's what I said.
Knockout if he wants to and bring this game to 4-1.
Ryan is playing this game so well, right? There is a lot of preparation on his part, and I think it's really showing. The wiseness of keeping the Arcanine, sending it out.
It's probably Q's fault, honestly.
Especially because you
It's
know
definitely
that
my
the
fault.
Bax Caliber can't exactly switch in on a Flare Blitz. You have a really comfortable target, possibly.
Yeah, he tried to explain us who this guy was, and he starts losing immediately after. Curious.
Well, just kind of get some props, and then if you send in another Pokemon that can do some big damage onto it, no matter, depending on what Ryan has in the back.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what beats Sucker Punch Flare Blitz here, right? Where Arcanine doesn't have to be afraid of Hydro Pump because it's not there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's, you know, you're not too worried. You know that you don't want to click something that you can get encored into if you're Ryan. So I think Ryan is very cognizant of that fact. Aaron's going to terrestrialize that Excalibur into that ground typing like we've seen many times this weekend. Will allow for a more powerful Earthquake here. Also showing no switches, so you would get the target, but this Sucker Punch into Excalibur is enough to get the knockout here.
Okay, I want to do one more temple check. I really want to get more pieces of the Lumberjack outfit. I want to jack off. Mega Man EXE transfer.
Hold on, buddy. I need you to calm down.
Lumberjack. Lumberjack? Lumberjerk?
You know, Aaron perhaps choosing to end
Do
this
not
with a,
lumberjack yourself.
giant attack from this King Gambit. Not much. I've been really
Lumberjack?
impressed with the way Ryan played this one. You know, I think that the combination of 3 Pokemon we've seen in this match so far are a great matchup, but what an amazingly played set.
That is it there for both of these trainers. Writing on the wall for Aaron, saying that means that Ryan
Oh, poor Aaron.
on to the finals of the Vancouver Regional Championships. We have a Canadian matchup here.
Hilarious.
To see, right? You know,
Canadians, am I right?
Congratulations to the Canadian players on that. And wow, you know, what a match there where I think Ryan just played that perfectly. I think that, you know, you kind of watch this match, you're like, well, what could Aaron really have done, right? But I mean, that's only half the story. I think a key element of, you know, playing this game not only is identifying how to build a team where you can force that kind of matchup, right? You know, King Gambit and Corviknight is a duo, not something that were on a lot of people's radars, but it was really tough for Aaron to break through there. And then Ryan did a great job of identifying, okay, if I bring this
well, back to CFG.
the lead, I have Arcanine in the back, I just don't know what he's going to do to beat that, right? And it turned out that, yeah, it didn't seem like much. He just had a great game plan for this one and executed perfectly.
Yeah, I think something that was really nice about Ryan's team, right, is this double steal lead. We saw this with Alberto, with Klefki Corviknight as well. It's just such a tough lead to break through, and this Corviknight is just so strong. It just is able to do so much by even not doing anything at all. Just its presence on the field is something that Aaron could not ignore, and I think that it allowed for Ryan to maybe work with whatever Pokemon was next to Corviknight and just continue to set up and be, you know, be as frustrating as possible. I think turn 1 could not have gone worse for Aaron. I think it would have been a much different game had that turn 1 Will-O-Wisp connected, had that critical hit not occurred. We may have been talking about a different situation, possibly a game 3, but that's the way Pokemon goes, especially at this level.
Yeah, I think that's why game 1 of a set is so important, right? Where Aaron's game plan, I think, in game 2 is a lot better, right? We're just trading with the Corviknight. You just couldn't afford to do that. I guess we see what happens in game 2 if the Corviknight's allowed to run free instead. That was not fantastic for Aaron either. But yeah, you know, I think that more status-heavy game plan. There's a world where that works out, right? I think at the very least it works out better. But yeah, I mean, sometimes what are you going to do, right? You know, you hit those bad matchups sometimes. I think everyone has them in the field, and Aaron had it here. You know, all the more you know, congratulations, Ryan, I guess, for pushing the advantage so well, right? You know, all the more power to him. You don't just win because you have a good matchup, right? It's all about execution. I think it was a really well-played set, and you know, we saw 2 different looks from Aaron that perhaps both would have ended up in losses. Just that one being accelerated a little bit by a crazy turn 1.
Yeah, and I think like Aaron's adjustments were great, and that's something that, you know, when you see players move on to a game 2 of a best of 3, you see those bold choices that you have to when you're at this level. Ryan still just played to an incredible degree and had a great adjustment between those games as well. Just for Aaron's playstyle, you didn't even have to worry. Once that critical hit went down, I think Ryan kind of was able to say, all right, there's a very, very good chance that I can come out of this going into the finals, but they still, you know, he still sat down and kind of took the time to think about what the smartest steps were. It wasn't just, oh, I'm just gonna click buttons and it should be fine. Like you said, you can have the best matchup in the world. If you don't play it right, if a person is playing a worse matchup but they're playing better than you are, and you're not playing all that well, there's, you know, matchups aren't everything.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we've kind of seen in Aaron's other games on stream, right? His team has a lot of tricks, a lot of cool tools there where if you don't play the matchup correctly, you know, he can kind of just sneak it out. And there was just never the opportunity to do that there. I think, yeah, even without that critical hit, right? I mean, it's still not a fantastic position for Aaron to be in. He's going to find a way to deal a lot of damage to Pokemon that resist most of the attacks of the Pokemon on his team. I think we really saw the weakness, again, of like the non-Hydro Pump Iron Bundle. You know, Aaron probably needs Encore to get to the semifinals to begin with, right? I mean, you can't have 5 moves. I think if you could change your moves every round, a lot of Pokemon would be drastically better, but that's just not the way it works, right? And, you know, sometimes the cool tech moves that you've chosen cause you to win games, and sometimes it causes you to lose them, right? And, you know, I'm sure Aaron's pretty happy with this finish, right? I mean, you always want to win the tournament. I'm sure he stings a little bit extra, too. Once again, struggled in the semifinals in this building. In game 2, kind of for no fault of his own. But, you know, it's a great run and gives him a bunch of championship points toward a, you know, World's invitation of his own.
Yeah, I mean, I won't mention to Emma how ironic it is, because that probably wouldn't feel good right about now. I know that's not something that I would love hearing, but still played incredibly well, still getting a great number of championship points. Once again, you need 300 to qualify for day 1 of Worlds in Yokohama, Japan this year. Whoever wins, be that Abdullah or be that Ryan, gets 200. They are 2/3 of the way there if they had no championship points prior, which for Abdullah we know is true. This is their very first regional, so it's a great opportunity to have such a strong head start towards where you want to be, especially if you're looking to travel to Japan. But Aaron is still looking very, very good. Top 4 is an incredible result.
Yeah, I think it's a big confidence boost for him too, right? I mean, I get it. You know, Aaron is a very famous, well-known player, but you know that doesn't. You don't get extra championship points for that, right? And I think for him, getting back out in the field, getting a good finish like this, I think it's really going to help him at the events he plays throughout the rest of the year. You know, he knows that his confidence is earned, right? You know, he is a very strong player still, and you know, it was really, you know, as a friend, it was nice to see him do well. You know, someone's got to win and lose every game, right? So it happens. But I think he played well. You know, I think he should be proud of himself, and I'm excited to see what Ryan does in the finals.
I'm excited to see what both of these trainers do in the finals. And with that, guys, we are going to jump over to the interview before our finals here at the Vancouver Championships. Gabby, take it away.
Thank you so much, Maeve. I'm here with Abdullah Mohadin and Ryan Lassetto, who are our 2 Canadian finalists in this Canadian Vancouver Regional Championships. Congratulations to you both. I think you've done your country proud.
CFG, my man. Forget to equip sword.
Sword yourself.
Your top 4 match first. How did you feel coming out of that match, knowing that you were just 1 win away from that big championship title in your first ever event?
Amazing. It felt so good. I guess I felt a little bit disappointed in how I played. I feel like I had to. It's not out of the question that I had to land sleep darts or sleep powders to win. I felt good otherwise, though. I feel good knowing that I can represent Canada.
Yes, for sure. I mean, again, you both have made Canada very proud. Ryan, you know, there was a little bit of luck on your side as well in that match. I think we have to acknowledge it. But, you know, how does it feel to know that you're here in the finals for the Vancouver Regional Championships?
This is it's unbelievable. When I wasn't too confident coming into the tournament, and then you play a player like Aaron in top 4. And
I just want a lumberjack.
Absolutely amazing.
I got one piece so fast.
Fortunate to get a little lucky.
And then I was like, well, no, I should just keep going.
For sure.
Oh, wait.
And, you know,
speaking of.
Have played. They played in Swiss today. Abdullah won 2-0, if I remember correctly, and we're not going to talk about that because I'm sure y'all took your notes and have thought through the game plan at least a little bit coming into this interview. What I do want to talk about
yes, lumberjack legs.
Imagine holding a giant Sprigatito.
You have this lovely Corviknight sitting there with you. How has Corviknight served you throughout this weekend?
I'm imagining.
Corviknight comes to exactly about 1.5 matchups, and
Are you horrified yet?
Its job exactly what it's supposed to be doing. Well,
okay, good.
I've brought it, so it's been really well. It's been strong.
Awesome. And Abdullah, you know, I was going to talk about your Lilican and Torkoal combination, but your Sprigatito seems to be a bit of a coach, and I believe was giving you some advice in between rounds in top 4.
Yeah, I love this little guy. He's so cute. I was so stressed going to that matchup. It's such a bad matchup for me, and I had to talk to my Sprigatito and get some advice.
I mean, I ask my Bidoof for advice all the time, and sometimes it's good advice, sometimes
You people
it's
are
not.
weird.
Sprigatito had some good advice for
some
you.
amazing advice.
Yeah.
Land sleep powder.
Which people? What?
I think they're talking about talking to his Sprigatito.
No, I'm not actually listening.
Curious, Ryan, you mentioned that you already have 40
I
championship points from
just tabbed in to see how things were going, and he's sitting there with this giant Sprigatito doll, like some kind of strange person.
So hopefully I can kind of cycle this into Fort Wayne and see what we get from there. But Worlds is always the goal, and we'll just see what happens.
Yeah, and Abdullah, you know, this was your first ever event. Are you Worlds invite from here on out?
Probably not this year.
Thanks for my
I just came for fun, and I'm so happy to have made this far, but not this year.
Yeah, well, fun is the name of the game, as after all, it is a game. And I hope that regardless of what happens in finals, you two have fun and make it something memorable.
CSG
for us
wanted to
here
do it
and
before
those
everyone
watching at
else
home.
thought it was cool.
Speaking of which, Abdullah, anybody you'd like to give a shout out to before we go into the
Of course he
finals?
did.
I'm gonna admit everyone already gave a shout out to.
Oh, okay.
I gave some people shout outs. I'd like to give a big shout out to Sven, who's been with me the whole time. He's the one who started the team building group. A huge shout out to Nails.
That's essentially what I've been trying to do. Is I'm not gonna do something that's cool, but
Alright,
like
give me
obviously
more
it's
Jack.
slow. But
I just want
I
a
am
Jack.
going to try to
What have we
maximize
told you about this?
being
Do
too
it
slow.
often and early.
I'm going for the best balance between cool and fast. Will I do something that's really fast but not cool at all?
Who's this guy?
No. Well, I mean, it depends on the circumstances, but like, I mean, there's a difference between. It depends on what not cool at all means. Like, for example, task 2. Task 2. If
Oh,
we
he like
ignore
way
the fact that I
overhealed me.
did,
That's interesting.
Shadow boat skip, which
Thanks,
made
bro.
task 2 cool. The main route for task 2, the one that everyone else did, I thought was insanely boring, and I would have just skipped task 2 altogether if I didn't find boat skip, because that it just had nothing interesting. And so I like that. In that case, I would not do something that's fast and just has like no interesting value to me.
2 more lumberjack events.
But then there's stuff like task 3, where like task 3 wasn't the most interesting, but it was like heavy movement based, low cutscenes. It was like interesting enough. It had enough interesting routing options.
Snails.
That was good enough. So like task 3, you know, wasn't the cool. It had some cool stuff, but it wasn't like the coolest thing. But it was still interesting enough. Favorite so far is probably this one, task 5. Because I like child fire.
Shades.
Magic Bean costs 60 in Rando. I see Rando Brain is affecting chat too. But no, in vanilla, each bean costs a multiple of 10 based on what number bean that is. So the first bean costs 10 rupees, the second bean costs 20, and so on. In
He
Rando,
needs
they
to
just
stop
make it
talking about his
60.
beans.
The balance.
He will not.
Said he should.
That's definitely going to be in a task. I just realized. 100% chance one of the tasks is playing all 10 magic beans. Or not necessarily one of the tasks, but part of one of the tasks. I'm calling it right now, or you don't get any.
Alright, I want to get bowstrings. I want to just get a billion bowstrings and no one can stop me. I cannot be stopped.
If it's not a task,
Okay, it's not a rematch.
What?
I thought, I guess I misread this. I thought the finals was going to be a rematch from losers and winners, but that's not what this chart is showing. I'm not sure there is a losers bracket for Pokemon that's lame.
And so part of it is not just getting to every bean patch, but also having the money to buy all the beans. Especially the last one costs 100 rupees, which means you at least need Adult's Wallet. Although that also could be why Danny might not choose it as a task, is that the Ruby grind might actually not be that interesting, and the Skulltula collecting might be kind of similar to Task 6. But it also could be like combined with a different objective. Like it could be combined with like maybe the objective is buy all the super expensive stuff in Hyrule, and it's like buy Medigoron, buy Wasteland shoes, buy all the beans, buy out Bombchi Shop.
Lumberjacks. This ain't lumberjacks, it's snakes!
On a plane?
I mean, yeah, but Plain. Technically it was snakes in a swamp, but you know, it was flat. It was mostly flat, so it counts. It counts. Here's my reward. Wow, thanks. I can take you to Berg de Rut. The bog. I hate the bog. Why? Watermelons. Watermelons. Lumberjack. It's not. This is not lumberjack. This is snakes.
Cocos are not exactly the most interesting thing where I have super important things to say.
Vampires. No.
Zero extra pauses, nice. Perfect. If only the setup before that was better.
What the heck?
I think MST does this trick. I think most categories that get choose do this trick now.
Eee.
Just not 100%. Yeah. I mean, I think technically it'd be faster for 100% to do it, but it would only be seconds faster with easy variance based on number of pause buffers. So probably just not really worth it in Hundo, or it's not necessary. I really should not have used that extra chew because that was my spare chew. I can't waste any other chews.
You're a log.
The bog. The bog.
You're a bug.
Yeah. I'm
And the
bog.
mug and the thog.
No. No. Wrong.
No, it doesn't matter what order you buy them in. You start back in the middle either way. Well, I think for equips, it might be slightly faster for equips later on. Because I think the Poe bottle is an easier... Actually, you know what? It might be better to do it the other way around for equips, actually. Because then the Poe bottle is directly below the Bug bottle. I don't know. But now I don't want to mess with my equips this late into it. Although, I'm not 100% sure because it depends on how many times I need to equip Bugs and then Poe immediately after versus how many times I have to go to Slingshot immediately after RBing Poe. It's gonna be minuscule either way. It's gonna be cursor movements. Dude. You skip the vine text by pulling out a sword or stick, right in front of the vines, and Navi can't talk to you during the few frames of the sword or stick pull-out animation. And then if you touch the vines, by the end of it, you'll grab the vines first.
Oh, it's the time for Pokemon Finals. I love the finals. I love the Pokemon.
Same.
I hate these Pokemon.
Same. Down to almost half, and it does somehow manage to scrape that last 1 HP off of the Great Tusk.
Barely getting that one.
They're all too furry. Even that Torkoal looks furry.
Enough to knock out here, but this Torkoal is still untouched.
It is furry.
Yeah, nice to get a knockout at least. You know, no longer have the threat of that.
Torkoal should not be furry.
Or the app for you. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of resources. Trade. We see Arcanine activating.
How's Quintarchio?
I'm trying to make my family tree. I think I get it now.
Although, if we see both the Pokemon on the other side of the field, I think we're capable of knocking out Arcanine from its current amount of hit points, regardless of whether or not it had consumed that citrus berry.
Yeah, I think for Ryan, right, you have to wonder what that last Pokemon in the back would end up being, and that's probably going to change things a little bit depending on what's back there. The Flutter Mane, though, for Abdullah does get sent out. It's Iron Bundle there for Ryan. Definitely did not bring that Corviknight, which makes quite a lot of sense because that After You Eruption is just such a strong Game 1 opportunity.
Yeah, so at least, you know, they're threatening a little more damage, but this is a straight shot, right? So Snarl would be a problem for both of these special attacking Pokemon. You know, Iron Bundle, threatening speed control and some damage, but this is another one, right, where we've seen how quickly some of these games have gone. Being down a Pokemon against the Abdullah, you know, his team could just dish out so much damage, right? And if you try to focus one of them down, the rest of them can kind of just pile on. I think this is a really tough spot for Ryan to not just get blown out here.
Yeah, actually a Terrassalization right out of the gate on the start of this turn here for Ryan into that Arcanine. Arcanine will be Terrassalizing into the water territory.
Arcanine?
Definitely a great way to help deal with something like that.
I don't know.
Torkoal right there. You then also have the opportunity to try and just maybe handle a couple of these attacks a little bit better, but Abdullah also going to be matched.
They all say it. I think Nintendo's holding a gun to their head.
Maybe.
Say it stupid. Say it stupid!
Okay, I have my family tree. I think.
But we have a lot of money.
Like, I have 120 gold.
1,000?
120 gold.
Oh, gold. I forgot how. Yeah, that might be enough. That's probably enough.
We know how much that this did last time with a standard typing here on the Arcanine. It will probably still bring it down into the red.
But now I don't know, like, I have to figure out how to, like, feed them.
It's not a puzzle.
Yeah.
There's no stats or anything involved with feeding. You just need to make them happy. That's the only thing you need to worry about.
I just need to make them happy and then race? Is that what happens?
You make them happy by racing.
No, you make them happy by stuffing berries down their throats.
Some of them just can't breed until they,
Well, if you feed them and they're not happy, then they become apathetic.
So I only feed berries? Until...
I would feed... what I did is I would feed berries up to a point, usually like around the time when like their hunger level changes from whatever to hungry.
Cheese makes them full no matter what.
Yeah, and then you finish them off with cheese.
You don't really have to use berries at all, but cheese is also...
Yeah, what's the...
Berries make them happy, Pat. You stuff the berries down there to make them happy, and then you feed them cheese.
When I did mine, I didn't use a single berry.
Well, you don't have to.
A lot?
I literally just used cheese and raced. That's it. But I also had a shit ton of gold.
Yes, but racing is awful, an awful experience. So you can avoid that by not doing it.
Pat played the race card.
You still
Yeah,
have to
yikes.
You're gonna have to race no matter what.
You have to do a certain amount of wins, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, just you unlock the tar map, and then you're fine. You just run the tar map over and over when you have enough wins.
Well, no, don't you need a certain... Don't you have to do, like, individual maps, or do you only need...
No. So, it gets hungry between every map, right? That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't talking about that. I was just
They
talking
need
about...
a certain amount of wins to breed with other certain chocobos. That's what, like... That's why sometimes you get the message, like, it's not interested. That means it's a freaking loser. One of them hasn't won enough.
Right. Did it
So
not
I
include
should-
wins on...
So I should
maps.
run
Okay.
first before... Feeding?
I ran minimal races. I don't know. Races aren't that useful as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's either like figuring out how many, like exactly how many races is kind of weird. But if you know that, then you don't have to waste food.
Once again, getting that Terrifier type onto that Torkoal.
Because you can race no matter, even if they're hungry. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can slave drive them.
Yeah, like doing the red and blue does not require any races at all, I don't think.
Well, just enough to get them happy from being able to feed them enough times.
Well, again, if you use the berries and stuff, you don't need to race at all. That's what I'm saying.
Probably true.
Definitely true.
Probably
for the first 2, I guess.
Probably true.
Really strong start here, Abdullah. You have to wonder this earthquake into both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, you will eventually start needing some wins with those.
Probably true.
You only have to do 1 HP, and Eruption is your own HP based. I think you can still bare minimum.
Probably true.
Yeah, and I think what I love about that, though, I mean, that is a great response. I think the great thing about that.
Can I lumberjack, please? Thanks.
Really going to take a lot of damage there. At least with Earthquake, I think using that kind of a plus. He knew his teammate was.
I only need
down,
2
so
more
he
jacks.
He gets a ton of damage to this Torkoal, at least forcing it now to switch to Heat Wave probably, which could miss and help him out, and also breaking the Focus Sash. I still don't love the spot for Ryan, but I think from where he was, at least he got as much done as he could have.
Yeah, a double protect here from Abdullah with both the Lilligant and the Torkoal this turn. A great time to kind of scout out, see what's going on. Great Tusk also going to be protecting here as well. Wants to hold on to that last piece of HP. It means that this Arcanine is going to be fully scouted out for whatever it wants to end up doing. Flare Blitz being that move of choice makes quite a lot of sense. That Lilligant is just such a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it really makes a lot of sense on Abdullah's side of the field, though, right? Because, if he can get rid of Great Tusk, there's only 2 Pokemon remaining. The game gets much simpler. But, Ryan trying to preserve that 1 HP Great Tusk, its speed matters if you can keep it alive, but it fails to protect.
Yeah, that double protect and not going through a 1 in 3 chance. The after you, once again from Torkoal, it's going to click Eruption again. It will do damage onto both of these Pokemon, probably far more minimal than we have seen earlier on in this tournament, but it's still enough to take out that Great Tusk. Arcanine now being one of the few remaining Pokemon on the team with whatever else Ryan has in the back to handle these Pokemon that Abdullah has. This Flare Blitz, though, will take out the Lilligant, but now you also have that recoil damage starting to
Slayer.
Yeah, and it matters too, right? Arcanine not going to have anything to switch out to for the rest of the game. It has to stay out in the field.
I just got a Slayer tome.
Significant damage without dealing damage to itself.
Slayer.
Snarl, the only other true
I'm just
attacking move.
doing Slayer.
Snarl looks like a great move into a Pokemon like Fluttermane, but at this point, if you're Ryan, you got to put on a lot of pressure right now. Iron Bundle is a great way to do that, especially if you can maybe try and time out the sun, especially, or force Ryan to maybe Abdullah to maybe switch around.
Yeah, we do still in the game here. Torkoal now no longer with the help from actually has to deal with the consequences of being one of the slower Pokemon.
The bug.
It's tough just to ignore
Yeah, finals were on.
Torkoal is able to get a Heat Wave off here. We do some pretty incredible damage. Earth Power and Arcanine would be devastating.
You just gotta hope
so
Torkoal wins.
Turn for Ryan. He can't really afford to lose another damage.
Blessed be the Sacred Tor.
So
cool.
Absolutely critical turn for him here to get right.
Yeah, it is not over yet, right? There is still a lot of opportunity here for Ryan, but this is the most critical turn of this finals for him at the moment. Going to have to make a huge play here, starting with the Terastallization. If it is the Terastallization there onto the Iron Bundle, it is going to be Ghost. Instead, it is onto the Arcanine, the Water, which we saw last game. Definitely was pretty helpful, I think, especially with dealing with some of that damage, and will allow maybe for a little bit of a better opportunity in the future. But Iron Bundle just clicking Protect this turn. You have to.
Can I give them Quintar cookies instead to make them happy?
Maybe.
Oh, I want to make them happy, right? Not just hungry?
They will switch to hungry first, and then you throw a cheese at them, and they will fill up, and then you'll be able to see where they were.
The protecting Iron Bundle, but what a great read there, right? Actually, the Terastallization wound up
is what I did.
Removing its own resistance.
No one cares.
Obviously,
allowing that Moonblast to pick up a knockout.
Yeah, that is the end.
I care what I did because it was clearly the best.
We did it! It's
we did
that
it.
guy.
Congratulations to the least boring team won.
The team that had some sort of actual strategy.
Yeah, it wasn't just all OP things.
Yeah, we can't explain that.
Regional runs I can remember seeing. I really enjoyed watching him play all weekend.
one of the most interesting players that I think I've been able to watch, especially. Just so much talent and a lot of knowledge about the team that he's using. Wasn't even a team that he built himself, you know? It's a team that he borrowed from Nick Navarre, maybe changed
Wait,
up a
he
couple
didn't
of
build it
things,
himself?
But, you know, awesome to still
Scam?
see. Great for this regional championship to stay within the country of Canada as well. Awesome sportsmanship between both of those players.
Scam?
They have both been a treat to have backstage as well. Definitely excited to be able to get Abdullah back here for an interview. I'm sure that this kid has to have not imagined that's how his weekend would have gone.
Yeah, I mean, what a dream, right? You come out here for your first event, go undefeated on day one, win a bunch of stream games, win the
They
tournament.
didn't want to mate right now.
That's how
Fuck you.
line it up every time.
You did talk about how just don't lose yesterday.
Yeah. He's the only one who followed the advice. Yeah, that's why he won.
Yeah, I guess so, right? But I mean, not only that, but
They both need to be happy.
definitely not something
They
to be
are.
discounted. Also incredible play from
Alright, what are you trying to breed?
every match that we put on stream
River,
a really,
Woke River, and Trusty Blue.
You need to get wins on them.
Yeah, the river probably needs wins.
So do I? So I race after they're happy?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It just needs, as a prerequisite to breedings, the higher level ones need a certain amount of wins. You will get them happy again. Like, racing will make them hungry again. It'll take more food to get them happy again. It's just how it works.
You saw while he understood it, he played it very well in each matchup. He knew when to press the
Go race your Quintars, Apollo.
He just never brought them because he realized, all right, they have a good enough matchup against this duo, but it's not to my advantage to try to play the game out this way. I think if he maybe lost game 1 more and then recovered in game 2 and 3, like, oh, that was a good run, but I'm not as impressed. That he figured out correctly the first time rate, I think is really impressive. It's a quite a bit of margin for most of the sets that he won on stream.
Yeah, I think there was like you said, pushing the advantage is just such a great way to phrase it. Like, he understood what his win conditions are. He understood what board state he wanted to be in at all times, and that is something that experienced players, I think it's something that really shows the mark of a true experience.
Agility's like Slayer.
On their board state and keeping an eye on what their end goals and usually what their win conditions are. And it's really cool to be able to see players also have that same awareness of how their game is going and just being so cognizant of exactly what's going to go on with their Pokemon and even with different matchups. I'm sure Corviknight was probably not something that was practiced.
I just went to my Lumberjacks events.
Rolling over lava with your wooden shields to burn the wooden shield.
That was kind of running around between OCIC and now.
Yeah, I think that's what they keep in mind too, right? We only get to see a small fraction of all the matches that players played over the weekend, right?
I mean, it might just be might be coded wrong as a joke.
A little too convincingly when they have a good matchup, right? Because throughout the course of the weekend, right? It wasn't always
because they don't expect children to get in Fire Temple.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure.
think lava
the deck was really stacked against them.
actually does screw you.
To have the record they put up, sometimes they won anyway, right? They figured it out. They knew their team well enough to pull it off, kind of regardless of the disadvantages that they faced. I do think, like with Abdullah in particular, too, one of the things that makes
We need to push the block before time run out.
a bunch of different options that the same lead combination can do, but like he hit at a very high rate on screen. Some of that was like kind of training his opponents, right? With this effectively being game 3 and game 4 of a set, he's already had his
Lumber?
do some certain things.
Snails.
To protect in game 1 / game 3.
You're a lumber snail.
I just want to be a lumberjack. A zombie lumberjack.
Kind of understanding how to play a long series against an opponent like that and mix things up. It's very veteran play from a relatively inexperienced player.
It's so incredible, and I mean right now both of them
Hey! Oh no, this is the wrong lumberjack event.
and all sorts of really cool
Sucks.
stuff, and that's got to be such a cool experience for both of them to have. Incredibly well played. Enough listening to you and me, Scott. We have had a blast this weekend, though. We are going to toss it over to Gabby with your winner, Abdullah Moadine.
I'm gonna watch a review.
Absolute mad lad.
Well, five. Someone said, someone heard that babies.
They didn't want to mate right now. Okay.
Win
Time
more.
to win another one.
When unique, it's unique maps, by the way.
Yeah, I
So
get it.
Alice is pregnant
Unique.
by Dan. She gets together with the jock from 4. And,
Yeah, but this leaves you with doing the hardest map right now.
Clearly,
he drives a truck and dies, right?
Yeah. He starts in his truck. He falls asleep in his truck, and then he has a whole epic adventure.
It's the most elaborate Freddy death.
Yeah.
Where Freddy, I don't know, the motorcycle comes alive and turns him into a robot, and then rips his face off. And
it's very weird.
He looks like a Ghost Rider.
It's apparently the influence of that was this movie called Tetsuo the Iron Man, which is this really bizarre Japanese movie where a man merges with metal and becomes this giant metal creature. So it was apparently inspired.
I already hate this game.
What's that?
This counts as a form of transportation IMO.
Is where they're like, okay, we want to do all these elaborate.
I know, that's not surprising.
And we'll string a story together to connect them all. That's basically what the movie is.
Yeah, because it was a mess.
It is a mess. I actually like part 5 a lot more than I think other people do. Like I mentioned before, the little details of Alice and her dad.
It's good until the end.
Things like that. Well, I don't know what the is going on at the end of that movie.
The bog.
But I think, what's her name? Greta is the girl.
CFG, did you just ruin your jumps?
Mom who,
yes.
Yeah. Watch what you eat.
Yeah,
you're going to be a model.
Kind of,
So she's very like self-conscious about her appearance and her weight. And I think that's one of the best Freddy deaths because it's so mean.
Yeah.
It's like, and it's more so. There was a like unrated
Bon
cut.
appetit, bitch.
Yeah, that's one of the best bitches from Freddy.
Bon appetit.
But there was an unrated version that was released on, I think, just on Laserdisc and maybe VHS, and it's never been on any of the other releases. Where during that scene, he's scooping out her stomach and feeding it to her.
I remember that was on the back of the VHS tape. That picture of her, like,
yeah, her cheeks get bloated.
Yeah,
and all the
like
party guests are like laughing.
Yeah,
it's very that's like more kind of surreal, nightmarish stuff.
Yeah,
these
put
distorted
on
angles,
wide-angle lens, and it was like, ugh. It gets all 90s and in your face. But that's another death that where, with Dan, I guess real world, he's riding down the street in a motorcycle that's on fire.
No, he's falling asleep in his truck.
Oh yes, he does.
And then his truck crashes. So.
And then they find his body, and it doesn't look like that.
No, no.
So I'm saying with Greta, she looks like a all screwed up in the dream, but in real life it's just she's choking on food.
Yeah.
Well, there's the kid. Yeah, the kid with
the most hated chest in this entire zone.
The
90s kid.
90s kid.
Which this movie wasn't even 90s, but
it's like 89.
It's right on the cusp.
He's a 90s kid. He draws comic books. He lives in a factory. He rides a skateboard.
Of course.
And he wants to be as cool as his comic book character, Mr. Man with the 2 guns and the thing.
Yeah.
And then Freddy becomes Super Freddy and becomes embarrassing. Freddy turns him into a comic and then drains all the ink out of him and then cuts him up. Well, okay, let's talk about Jacob.
Cringe.
Oh, hello.
What?
Said shout out to all the Xerneas Groudon players. I'm sure you're ready for it to come back.
That stupid kid. How do you know
Disagree.
That's cringe.
That kid is pretty recognizable.
So Alice has an unborn baby in her.
But in her dreams,
in her
she
dreams,
sees
it's manifested as an ugly boy, and the boy Freddy is using the boy's dreams, the infant's, the fetus's dreams, to use its power to kill again.
Yes.
And Alice doesn't want to abort the baby; she wants to keep him.
Have you thought about not having the baby? I mean, no baby's dreams.
He's part of me and Dan. I want to keep him.
As she says, though, because her boyfriend's died, Dan's died, says this is the last part of him.
No,
So she has an emotional
Yeah,
connection.
I get why she does want
There's
to.
and that's another thing. I think like Sarah Risher is one of the producers of all these movies. She's one of those people that's like worked with Robert Shea from the beginning. It was like the two of them started the company. I think she was pregnant around the time they made that movie, so that influence of like the stress and things you think about as a mother or as an expecting mother, like that kind of worked into it.
I thought it needed to have those themes of abortion and birth and motherhood.
One of the executives was pregnant. And I was literally picture the claws clawing their way out.
Conceptually,
3 out of
it
4.
works, no pun intended.
This guy's
But,
jacking.
Yep, you're darn right.
It's ugly. I'm sorry. I don't.
He's creepy.
Hello, you can't just roll through that.
Be creepy looking. You want to be like angelic and cute. I don't know. He should have been more of a weird Star Wars Force ghost or some kind of manifestation that wasn't quite a perfectly formed kid. Like, I don't know.
Well, I think in the logic of the movie, you're not supposed to realize that's her kid, even though you do immediately.
Yeah. Yes.
She just sees him in the hallway and she thinks it's a kid in the hospital.
Yeah, and
you understand immediately though, like
sure.
That's
But
her kid.
did Alice ever think to herself?
No, I fucked it right at the end. Boo.
We're both attractive people. How did this happen?
That's actually
Still on the first track.
No, I was on the second.
Oh, okay.
I just tried the second one for the first time.
Before we leave part 5, I gotta
It's actually not that bad, Tom.
It is really the absolute worst.
Oh, it's not that bad.
It is absolutely the worst.
Lisa Wilcox, currently a cast member on the hit reality TV series MILF Manor.
Really?
Which is a real show.
Gotta learn how to platform, my dude.
Yeah. You know the premise
No.
of the show? 'Cause
I do.
didn't.
I refuse.
That's
It's,
fair.
well, it's
That's a
all
good
these
point.
MILFs,
and then their sons.
and then their sons. So Lisa Wilcox shows up with her son, and they're all trying to hook up with other MILFs or sons.
I'm Ryan, and this is my beautiful mom, Lisa.
Aww. It's so fucking creepy.
Yeah.
And they showed up. I watched like the first 5 minutes, and the kid's like, "My mom was an actress in the '80s, and now she's on MILF Manor," and that's the only mention of anything related to her acting
CFG,
career.
what have you done?
Or they don't show anything from Nightmare on Elm Street.
Well, before I forget, I'll inject this into this off-topic topic.
Sure.
It is 6:14.
No, it's 7:14.
Okay, second try, easy game.
Affection, you show me.
And if I'm not mistaken, my
Find
other
the shortcut
people
in the
from Nightmare on Elm
bog.
Street franchise have also been on Star Trek.
Yeah,
also.
the fourth one doesn't have a shortcut,
You
but
know,
that's
Jay,
fine.
I looked into this briefly.
I didn't do a
because
shortcut, I
thought
just-
the list was gonna grow.
There's no shortcut on the second one.
And it probably would have if I did like every minor character, but I just did.
But the
main
first,
ones, but
third, and fifth all have a trick you can do to make the races much easier.
The vengeance factor.
Third is the best.
Yes, it's literally the best.
And, she turns out to be like a spy.
The third is basically non-existent.
I think Riker had a thing for her, and he's like, "Don't do it." She's gonna assassinate the main lady. And Riker's like,
They don't want to mate right now. Fuck off!
Win more uniques on both of them.
Don't put your weapon down.
I'm
Hold on, this is
trying.
a blue and a river or something?
Yeah, Wilk River, Trusty Blue.
Which one have you been winning on?
Oh my god.
I've won River 2, and I've won 1 for...
Okay, well, you're getting the wins on the wrong one, first of all.
I want Trusty to have more wins.
And Riker just went.
They just both need wins.
But yeah, and then
The rare one is the one that is being demanding. That is what the NPCs tell you. So, like, the less rare one needs more wins to get up to its standards. So the blue one is the one that needs like 2 wins or whatever, 1 or 2 wins.
Her name is Brooke Bundy. She's in Star Trek season 1. This doesn't mean anything to you. It means something.
The river. I do not think the river actually needed any wins to breed with the blue, but it's fine. You got through those maps.
Okay. They don't drink alcohol, but they catch a disease that affects the brain like alcohol.
These are control chips.
So everyone's like wasted, and
But once you start breeding like rare with rare, they will both need the same amount of wins. Just FYI.
And they're like playing with
And
all the
this.
parts of the ship and throwing them around. Everyone's like drunk.
Less
Picard
2
and
need
Beverly are
4.
getting hot under the collar for each other.
Oh my god.
They're getting hot and heavy, and everyone's boozed up.
I'm a woman. I haven't had the comfort of a husband, a man.
Even Data, I guess, gets affected somehow. They explain it briefly. But Riker and McDougal, some random character, are the last ones to kind of like they get infected later, and so they still have clear head. And McDougal's trying to take down Wesley Crusher's force field the whole time. And then, do you know who Lena Banks is?
No.
Okay, she was a mourner at the funeral, uncredited.
In which movie? That's the thing about this franchise. Lots of funeral scenes.
I'm sorry. I think it's 5. No, it's New Nightmare. Sorry. It's New Nightmare when they have the cameos.
Oh, okay.
Where you see Tuesday
Nights
Nights there.
Rod from the first movie's
Rod
there.
from the first movie's there. And then Wes Craven shows up late because he was too busy directing the scene.
Is that how he's directing New Nightmare?
Yeah.
He had to use the old-time cranky camera?
He wanted to stay true to the cinematic art form.
Oh, okay.
He's filming the scene, but
Where's the shortcut in 3?
I don't know who this is, and then
so when you go around, like you go around the watery part of the bog, like there's water. When you turn south and then start going back west, just go north instead. Go around the side. You can do some jumps.
Yeah, jump down the cliffs.
Wait, say that again?
After the water part, when you cross a little bridge to the south, you know, the first time you go south, you go west afterwards. Instead of going west, when you can, just go north.
Oh, I see.
You shortcut straight to the end.
casting director, but she's an uncredited Starfleet
Do I see?
like 8 next gen.
You should.
Just like a background.
I went north. I'm in like the inside of the bog. Oh, there it is. I got first place. Okay,
and then,
sure.
And then Robert Englund,
Yeah.
of course, was not on Star
You
Trek.
just do a bit of jumping up to the end of the race and walk right in.
So Robert Englund was not on any version of Star Trek? That's
could
shocking to
find.
me.
Success,
It
they
seems
made
like
an
he would
egg.
show up somewhere. I know he was on V, but that was pre-Nightmare.
No, but he did do 2 movies that have the same titles as Next Generation episodes.
Oh, well, that's almost
So
the same.
Trusty
Journey's
just needs
End
2.
and Night
That's good to know.
Terrors.
Oh, okay.
Unrelated, but scrolling through them, they caught my eye.
Death to esports.
Night Terrors, I mean, that's right up his alley, so...
They put them
They're
in that
dying.
movie, yeah.
Oh,
What do
I
you
know
mean
that
Death to
movie.
Esports?
I've never seen it, but I remember the VHS
Yeah,
cover.
they're dying.
I think it was
Death
directed
to
by Tobe
them.
Hooper.
Let them die.
His, like, later period directed VHS movies.
But that's my TNG connection for the day.
All right.
I figured I'd share that.
Not as many as I would expect, but...
No.
But 3 of the actresses from various Nightmare on Elm Street movies were all on the sitcom Just the 10 of Us together.
This looks like something out of Nightmare on Elm Street.
Right.
Heather Langenkamp, of course, the Bug Girl from Part 4, and in Part 2, there's the opening on the bus where Freddy's driving the bus. One of the scared girls on the bus was also one of the sisters on Just the 10 of Us.
Freddy should have cornered them all and then just the 10 of us. And 2 gloves.
I guess he'd have to have the knives on his thumb, too.
How do we make Freddy better? 2 gloves. You're hired. You're gonna make it far in show business. With a brain like that.
Freddy's just being supportive now? He's lost the...
He's being sarcastic.
He's
mocking the writer. Like, how do we make Freddy better? And then someone goes, 2 gloves. And then Freddy appears and mocks him for his stupid suggestion.
But then he uses 2 gloves to kill that guy. He's like,
Sure.
maybe you got a point.
But then he continues to mock him and go, how about 2 hats? and then Freddy's head splits in 2.
Oh, yeah.
How about 2 Freddys?
Yeah.
Ah, 2 Freddys are better than 1! And he's like, the writer's like, and all the people are just like, the writer's like sleeping in the chair, and they're just like going through like story beats on the dry erase board. Is Mark okay? And then he goes up to the dry erase board and no, the thing is, it doesn't make a sound because
it's a dry erase board.
And then, here's a plot point.
How's this for a deep cut? You know, my old lady died when I was a kid too. And I turned out just fine!
Well, we neglected to discuss the ending of number 5 when.
Well, that's because I don't know what the hell is happening.
Everyone runs through an MC Escher painting,
Which is cool visually. That's another one of those kind of visual sequences that I like.
You tell me, Jay. How did 5 end?
Well, Freddy's trying to like manipulate this kid to get this
I've
kid
been
to turn
already
to the
making a
dark
card
side.
game video game.
And then at the end, they're in some sort of weird,
But why?
abstract.
It's too hard.
Chapel
We never.
Guy wants to play a card game.
We never
for
talked
Fred.
about Son of a Thousand
Couldn't
Maniacs.
be
Son of
me.
100 Maniacs. For Eddie,
Q,
which
you
is
don't have
established
to
in
lie.
3. It's just established in 3.
The young girl on the staff was accidentally locked in here over the holidays. The inmates.
If it's exhausted, it won't eat food immediately, right? So I just have to wait.
What?
That is.
Oh.
There's like
If
one or
it's-
two statuses that, yeah, where they will just not do anything and you gotta wait for a while.
I mean, you just race
which
again.
which is such a nice touch. I love.
Well,
the
my
fact
Quintar's
that
exhausted, and he won't eat cheese.
when they show the
Just race again.
the asylum for
With that
the
same
criminally
Quintar?
insane.
Who cares?
If
Yeah.
you just bone,
Keepers
if you just
leave,
bone, then
and
just
Amanda
make 'em
Kruger's
race.
there, and they have all these like weird distorted shots of.
Looks like a Terry Gilliam movie.
Yes, and
Yeah.
they're all in their like their insane outfits, and they're all like, wow. And Robert England is in there, and he's
Racing
just like,
is-
yeah, looking at the camera. And I'm like, okay,
Racing
yeah,
cures all those.
100
Not
maniacs
sure
can
about
rape
that.
her, but
Yep.
literally only one can actually be.
I'm not sure
justified.
about that. I'm pretty sure I
That's biological.
got a status where
No.
Only one
Wrong.
sperm.
You're
can
incorrect.
fertilize an egg, and
They
it's
were
that
completely
Robert
worn
England,
out.
and
You
he's
are
there.
explicitly
That's Freddy's
incorrect.
true father.
they had
I
the
thought that
status
was such a
beat.
lovely touch.
I don't think Racing
But
fixes
yeah, there's
beat.
the lore that
I've never seen the
nun
status
was
beat
raped
because you just
by
made
crazy
it up.
men in
I
an
did not.
asylum, and that's how Freddy was born. And he gets taunted as a child.
Means you need to beat them in racing.
Which then leads to him.
Q, please do not
apparently
beat the
becoming
Agumon-looking creatures off.
Beat them-
sort of like
beat
a
them off.
Agumon, go.
Where's my
So, yeah,
last
so
lumberjack?
that's
I need
some
a
sort of
jack.
Canon and logic.
Yeah.
This is
And
taking longer than I
not
expected
every
for my
movie,
last
but As
jack.
the movies went on, they would introduce a couple new little elements.
Yeah.
Yes, their factory period gets
ruining
longer.
it, without ruining what came before. Like, I think that's interesting. Like, oh, his mom was a nun. Like,
Yeah.
that adds a new angle to it.
Yeah. So the nun was walled into her bones.
It's still
were
exhausted.
properly Put to rest. That was the
Try feeding it.
storyline. is
Oh,
that
but
she
it
had to
took-
release
okay,
the
alright.
nun from her earthly confines.
They get
So she had
that
to
like
break down that
they have
brick
some
wall.
hunger meter
her
and
friend-
racing.
Her friend did.
Yeah.
Racing
Lowers
should
the hunger meter.
correct the hunger meter.
And then the nun has powers again.
Also, simultaneously, the little kid, the little boy, not Nancy, Alice's unborn
This is the
kid,
wrong
Jacob,
lumberjack.
he is like, Freddy, I want to teach me how to be evil like you. So now Freddy's like, oh, do I kill Alice or do I help this
Mines
kid?
of Moria.
And then the little kid's tricking Freddy. He's distracting Freddy.
Now, Jacob, unleash the power he has given you.
And then he vomits out something that goes into Freddy.
Yes.
And then all the souls of the people that Freddy killed in just this one movie come out of Freddy's back after the kid vomits into his chest. And those souls drag Freddy over to
They're like little
Amanda
heads
They're little
with strings attached to them.
Yes.
Yes. And they drag Freddy.
And they're the result of little Jacob vomiting a pillar of flesh into Freddy?
Yes.
I have no idea what's happening at the end
Yeah,
of the movie.
it didn't make no sense. And then Jacob goes into Alice's womb.
Yeah.
And then it's all woomy.
Yes.
And it's all girl power. Girls get it done.
Sure. This is the first feminist film.
It's the
No-
first
most
feminist
people
film.
don't give it that credit, but
No.
it deserves it.
This is the first girls get it done.
Yeah. Also ends with a sequel tease, because even though Amanda Kruger has now sucked him back into her womb, we see his hand burst out as all the doors start closing.
That's right.
Because you gotta have that sequel tease.
That's right.
But the movie did not do very well at the box office.
It was run out of steam then.
How do we bring people back again? Oh, we'll say the next one is the last one, and we'll make Freddy's Dead. What do we got to do in the movie to make that happen?
I know our plot for Freddy Goes to Hollywood.
Oh.
Freddy needs to kill the children of all the writers that wrote all the Freddy movies.
You came up with that shit on the last minute, didn't you? Why does Jacob vomit? What did he vomit up? How did it kill me? I don't know.
I don't know, man. I'm just a zoomer. My dad wrote that script in 1989. I'm just browsing through my TikTok.
TikTok, this bitch.
All the children, all the hack screenwriters that slapped together all the Freddy movies are being offed one at a time. They could really then shoot at Hollywood High School.
Yeah.
Which is in Springwood, Ohio.
All those Ohio palm trees.
All those Ohio palm trees.
Yeah.
Can they just leave the Midwest out of these horror franchises? Come on. Anyways, Freddy Goes to Hollywood. With music by Frankie Goes to Hollywood.
Oh, of course, yeah.
We'll get them back together. Can you do the score?
That song, Frankie Goes to Hollywood, the Relax song, that got popular from the Brian De Palma movie Body Double, and the lead in Body Double is not Bill Maher from Nightmare 3.
Okay, that's a pretty strong connection. Let's go with it.
It's something.
Let's get him back. Is he dead or?
Yeah, he's still around.
Okay. His character didn't die.
No.
And Robert Shaye's still alive.
Robert Shaye's still around, yeah.
Heather Langenkamp, she's still acting. She's in Midnight Club.
I think she mainly works because paralleling New Nightmare, her husband in real life is an effects artist. So I think she mainly works like with him doing effects stuff.
Okay.
And now when she acts, it's like, I'm assuming
she doesn't
Mike
act
Flanagan put her in Midnight Club because she's Nancy. She has a really brief cameo in Star Trek Into Darkness because I think her husband did the effects for that movie.
Yeah. Well, we'll do New Nightmare right. Although New Nightmare is pretty great.
Until it isn't.
Until it isn't. We'll talk about that right now. New Nightmare.
Are we just going to skip over Freddy's Dead?
Oh, God.
Yeah, well, the map says we're fucked.
So Freddy's Dead.
I do have some nice things to say about Freddy's Dead, but not many.
I watched it twice.
Oh my God.
I watched it in the theater.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like recently.
No. I remember watching in the theater, and what I remember about it was they told you when you got your ticket ripped that you put on your 3D glasses when the gal in the movie puts hers on, and you take them off when the gal in the movie takes hers off.
Yes.
And I was like, okay. And then I was like, that was really bad. And so when it came out on home video, I watched it again, and I said to myself, that was really bad.
You know, beat my high score.
Yeah, it does follow that template of all these kids have their thing that they're scared of, and Freddy's gonna use that against them. I think the one effective scene is the Carlos, the kid with the hearing aid.
Let me tell you something, Spencer. Stop talking back when it became hazardous to my health. You know what I mean?
There's some interesting stuff there with like the sound design, because he pulls his hearing aid out and it just sound just cuts. It's like dead silent. It's like, oh, that's kind of neat. It's very gimmicky. But then Freddy gives him like a monster hearing aid. It's like a little bug thing that burrows into his brain, and it enhances sounds.
And it also seems like, well, the premise is...
The premise is stupid.
The premise is stupid. Springwood?
Yes,
Springwood, Ohio. There's a title card.
Lumberjack zombies.
All the kids in Springwood have either been killed or killed themselves.
Yes. This is supposed to, it says like 10 years in the future, or whatever that means.
Over the course of 10 years, and the town now has no kids in it. It's all like adults who've gone insane.
Yeah.
Which
is kind of an interesting idea.
That, you know what I was going to say? That little snippet of time That's your Freddy TV series. Freddy: The Lost Years. When Freddy kills off, he doesn't care about the original kids anymore. He's just every kid in the town of Springwood.
Yeah.
And you maybe could have a magical ghost or someone that puts that barrier.
Yeah, because there's a barrier.
That's your pilot, right?
Yeah.
Some kind of like positive energy or force says, Freddy, you're so evil, but nobody can stop you ever. You can't leave this town of Springwood. We're going to put this barrier around. Fine, I'll kill them all. And then you know, obviously it wouldn't have a very positive ending, but our main character would be John Doe.
Yeah.
I don't know if he had a real name. They call him John Doe because
he's just John Doe through the whole movie.
He showed up.
No, they don't know. He's just the last kid.
The last kid, and so like yeah, you got 10 years of Freddy offing kids in this town, and it just continues to.
Oh, that's what this is.
Makes all the parents go insane.
Everyone
I wondered what this
no
thing underwater was that I couldn't get through.
Carnival.
Yeah.
Town fair.
There's some stuff you can also actually get to, but it's not that part.
Film.
Yeah, well, that's the little guy and it's like bumper cars, and he's just
Okay,
by
4 is
himself.
worse
It's so,
than
like,
2 Town.
Sad and weird. Like that's
It
the
is
only,
not.
Like, 5 seconds of the
Yeah,
movie
and
that works for
Roseanne
me.
It is factually not.
No, I
That's
agree with
a
Talon
whole
on
other
this one.
thing.
And Tom Arnold.
There is no place on 4 where you can fall in such a way that it's just over in it.
Slayer.
It's a good idea, like if you did it
That one
in
was
a
for
really
Pat.
kind of like weird, depressing way, where it's like someone comes to the town and you know like.
All right, I got
jobs
my
that
lumberjack.
teenagers would do,
Temple
like,
trekking.
no one's
Done.
doing them.
Now I can go
like,
back to quest.
bagging the groceries or
Everyone's
whatever,
favorite
in the fast
activity.
food lane or whatever.
Yeah.
And
It's not snowing anymore. Now it's just raining.
zombie state,
Yeah.
but not in a cartoonish way, which is
Boring.
Freddy's Dead. And you have like.
I wish I had some
psycho
hot
therapists and
chocolate.
reporters and doctors, and everyone's trying to figure out.
That'd be
like,
so
what
good
happened,
right
why
now.
all these kids killed themselves, you know, and you could.
Maybe I should
take
go
that
buy some.
concept and twist it. This was what made me think of it because I was saying he really took his time with the hearing aid kit.
Yeah.
He like this elaborate death that took so long.
No, please.
It was like he was relishing being able to kill again.
Yeah.
And do it in his special Freddy way. And
It doesn't come across that way in the movie, though. If that was the whole thing, is like
it did to me.
Oh, okay.
It did to me.
I never really got that vibe.
It's like he's like yeah.
I
Wile E.
thought I heard
Coyote
noises.
and like being
What?
silly and like, oh, here's a pin.
He lives again.
And then he catches
How's-
it.
how's your furniture?
He's got a handful of pins.
And he's just
alright.
really just like he's relishing
Waste of time
in
because they
killing
didn't
this
do,
kid.
like, anything that they said on the letter.
That's sadly
Sounds alright.
unsurprising.
I mean, I won't say I told you so, but I will imply it.
No, I know that there's a chance that it's the case.
So you're saying there's a chance.
But the counter of it is, if it turned out that someone did have a stick up their ass and decided to do the full like inspection, it would have been worse. Like not doing it, if that makes sense.
I mean, I guess. I'm just saying that I'm sure it's all standardized.
No, it's not standardized. In that sense, like they didn't even take the serial numbers off of any of the appliances. They didn't even verify the appliances even fucking worked.
Excellent.
All they did
Well, I
was
mean,
they didn't even change my fucking air filter.
They shouldn't
that's
take the
usually-
serial number off appliances because
That's usually
how
the
they
second
be able to track it.
operation. What are you saying? Write it down.
No, I'm right.
What do you mean? Write it down.
I know what he meant, and I said what I said.
Okay.
Huh?
If he was speaking, just ignore him.
Don't ignore me.
I'm already ignoring Q. I was born to ignore Q.
I don't know what he's been saying, but just ignore him.
If Q was one person to ignore, I would be his ignorer.
This bitch knocked me off.
But in the end, I think they're just using the inspection as an excuse to probably submit paperwork against some of their tenants to get them evicted, would be my guess. Since that's
We
actually
have a no robot policy?
No, more like people not paying.
I'll pay. They'll all pay.
I'll pay.
I don't want to do this quest.
Damn.
You have to. Okay, I'll do this quest.
And I ended up working almost all fucking weekend, so there was also that.
We were aware.
But hey, the fucking robot works.
Congrats on your robot.
Yeah.
Can you make it not work? I want a robot that
that's
doesn't
easy.
work.
That's easy.
Oh, okay.
I just give it an internet connection and tell it to post socialist rants on 4chan. And then have them counter itself with white supremacist rants on 4chan.
Wait, that sounds like a form of robot that would be technically working, though.
Yeah, if you decided to do that intentionally.
Alright, dog, I'll let you out.
Oh boy, that level was hard.
I'm hard.
Dave, the last spell is out. Like, out of early access. Or beta or whatever.
What did they change?
There's a new map. And, balance changes. I have no idea, like, what happens after you, like, beat all the levels. But yeah, this last level is fucking goof, mate.
I've let the dog out. Also, Dave, why would you want to put Russians out of a job like that?
Well, because you see, I'm a part of the great American industrial war complex.
Hmm.
Didn't you know?
I mean, you make robots, so, I mean, it's only a matter of time, really.
Well, let's be a little bit more precise with your wording. I make robots do work.
Sure.
What about the robot's feelings?
I did not give them feelings.
Dave just has feelings for the robot.
Accurate.
Anger's a feeling.
Yes?
Do you want me to rotate buildings? I don't think so.
I don't remember there being a way.
Nope.
You may not rotate the buildings.
Rotate the building in your
You
mind.
cannot rotate.
Rotate the building in your mind.
Zodiac holds no power here.
They can't stop you from rotating building in your mind.
And that would be Freddy just like very slowly picking off kids.
Yeah.
But that's another question I have is Freddy, it's for you. and I know the answer already.
Okay.
Is Freddy was a child murderer.
Huh. I did not know the Excalibur 2 and FF9 apparently respawns after 2.5 years.
Kids jump rope in,
I'm
etc.
sure, yeah. There's a ton of
I
unsigned
get why
integers
he
in all
didn't kill
those
the
games.
parents, but why does he wait?
Wait, what?
Till the kids.
If you make the game clock in FF9 go up, well, it obviously stops at 99 hours, but after 2.5 years, when the clock is forced to roll over, the Excalibur 2 can respawn.
Why?
Or rather, does. Why? What?
Watchdog teleport.
It's just like, who spends time?
Well, I have no idea.
Oh, I'm sure no one spent the time in real life. Somebody probably was
Yeah, no,
compiling
no,
it.
I'm saying like, yeah, like that, like the not. Who spends time researching these things?
Speedrunners, probably.
Something speedrunner or someone speedrunning adjacent probably just decided to see what happened when the clock rolled over and how long that would take.
Losers.
You're a loser.
I am amused it takes 2.5 years apparently.
Did I say that out loud?
It's fine, Pat. We don't like speedrunners here either. Evan, you're not speedrunning in your game, are you?
No, I'm speed drinking.
Yeah, I do that every weekend.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it.
Oh god, he really did make a video for Ladies' Day. Please, please, Spider-Man, you need to.
Is it just
you need to stop.
Do you think it's just the same video? Alright, let's
I mean, it says worst event yet. And he calls it the Simp Holiday.
Oh, the Simp Holiday? Nice.
Parents have grown up into teenagers. Why doesn't he get them when they're little?
Well, one, you don't want to kill a bunch of little kids in a movie, but
that's it.
There is some deleted stuff from the original movie. One, it was more. I don't know if this was just in the script or if they shot it and it got cut, but there was more just because it's kind of like implied that maybe he was a child molester, but they don't dwell on it. They do
in the first one?
Yeah. They did, well, just in Freddy in general, they always say like he was a filthy child murderer, and there's this sort of like, and he's so like, especially with the female characters in the movie, he's so sort of seductive and he's always doing weird shit with his tongue. So there's a sexual quality to him. But originally it was more explicit that he was molesting children. And that got cut because there was like a big famous story in the news going on at the time that the movie was being made about some school where there was like a rash of teachers that were molesting kids.
There was this huge news story. A school for children where the children had accused teachers of molesting them on a very systematic way. We had to soft pedal the sexuality a little bit, but that was probably even better because it becomes subtext.
But another thing that was cut from the original
I'll be
movie
back
was
later.
that
See ya, bye.
the kids, all the Elm Street kids, had younger siblings. And those younger siblings are the ones that Freddy molested and killed.
Glenn, Rod, Tina. They all had a brother or sister once.
So that's the explanation. All the Elm Street kids, well, no, they would have been the younger siblings, I guess. They would have been like babies. And their older siblings who were like, 7, 8 years old. Those are the ones that got molested and killed by Freddy.
You weren't always an only child.
We're on Freddy's Dead, the final nightmare. We just got through Roseanne Barr.
Well, the setup, the whole premise, because it's like we were talking about, each movie kind of introduces a little bit new kind of Freddy lore. Oh, his mom was a nun, we learned that. And this one, we learned that, I guess we made fun of it a little while ago, but Freddy just had like a wife and a kid. All these late horror sequels where they introduce like a kid or a family member. They did that with the Friday the 13th movies too. But yeah, when you see him and it's Robert Englund out of makeup, and he looks like a 1950s dad.
Yeah, I was trying to pinpoint the time frame.
Yeah, I guess it would maybe be 60s or something.
Yeah,
But But in all these movies, I've never pictured. I just picture him as like this creepy, kind of older.
All right, there's at least one
man.
decent joke here.
Probably lived alone, and maybe he actually lived in a shack. What we were talking about, he gets burnt up in the shack. But
he was a psychopath. He choked his wife out.
The Goofy video we're watching.
Like murder basement.
That I am watching.
So he was like a psychopath, like a Jeffrey Dahmer type.
I guess I just never really. That's not what I associate Freddy with.
It's like the BTK killer, you know? It's just
Whatever.
Dennis Rader. He had a normal family life, wife, kids, and then this entire different compartmentalized psychopath part that murdered children. And he got all her pictures up in the basement.
Yeah.
The mom found the basement room, so he choked her out in the garden. I'm okay with that, really. It's just a different kind of character.
I guess, but that's the twist of the movie is the John Doe character thinks that he's Freddy's kid. And then the twist is, no, I was using you to get to my daughter.
Yes, who will help him escape Springwood.
Which, for some reason, he's trapped in Springwood. I don't know why.
That's in the Freddy TV series on Netflix.
Oh, the explanation,
yeah. Come out in 2025. Freddy's backstory.
We got to do something to retroactively make Freddy's Dead look better.
Yes.
Because, yeah, there's literally, like, a force field that keeps him in Springwood, and I don't know why.
Glinda the Good Witch. It's a crossover.
Oh, okay.
You're not going anywhere. Yeah, something like I don't know, magic.
Yeah, they treat Springwood like it's some sort of cursed town, which that's just where Freddy was.
But this isn't Springwood.
Every town has an Elm Street.
He's like, every town has an Elm Street. Where it's like, Elm Street is just like any town USA. That's the point of that title. It's like, this is horror that's happening in suburbia. Like, that's all that means. Like, there's no connection to, like, an actual Elm Street.
Right, yes.
I don't even think they say Elm Street in the original movie, ever.
It's the logic of the Freddy's house. It's the Freddy's house.
Yeah.
It's not really Freddy's house.
Right.
This is all, it's all shit that was just made up.
Yeah.
At the last minute to crank out a movie, to eke out a profit, to make the next one.
Yes.
It's not high art.
But that's
It's not Tolkien's novels where he sits there and plans it out and thinks about it. It's trash.
But that's the fun of the earlier movies is young filmmakers doing their best to try and make something out of this and be visual and creative. And that's what Freddy's Dead is missing. It's so drab and ugly looking visually.
Yeah, it's sort of flat. It's flat like early 90s growth.
He's ranting about how the dance doesn't loop.
Tried. The best visual is when that TV fills up with blood. There's a couple of neat things in it, but
there's a couple in-camera tricks that are kind of neat where they do like we were talking about in the Nightmare Logic where you can walk through a door and you're suddenly in the boiler room. There's parts where they do everything in camera where like the one girl that was molested by her father as a kid. She's in like the bathroom at the
they do like a
group home. Yeah, and she like bends over and wipes up, brushes water on her face, and then when she sits up, her house is behind her.
Yeah.
And then she turns around and she turns back and the bathroom is gone. And that's all done in camera. It's like, that's pretty clever. And that's it. But then the end of the movie is just Freddy pulled out into the real world because that's part of the mythos. And they just kind of beat him up in a basement.
Because it worked so well before.
And the reason they discover that they can pull him out into the real world is because Yaphet Kotto runs into him. For some reason, Freddy's tormenting Yaphet Kotto. I don't know why.
Adult.
The only adult that he ever torments. And for no reason, Yaphet Kotto just like grabs his sweater and rips it off. And that's how he discovers, oh, we can pull him out.
I think I've got a way to get him.
And this is like 10 minutes before the movie ends. They're like, let's do this. Yeah.
So bad.
And Freddy is so rubbery looking. They don't light him creepy.
No, he's lit evenly, and his sweater is perfectly clean.
Yeah.
It's not dirty. It's.
I don't even think they put in the earlier movies. He has like dentures in, or his teeth look like rotted and gross. This one they just half-assed everything.
Then open up,
and you shall be
forever.
And then the 3D element is the gimmick, and she puts a pipe bomb in his chest and blows him up, and the ghosts of evil escape. But first they float around the camera so you get your 3D money's worth.
Yep. I was shocked because I rewatched it for this. I didn't rewatch most of them because I've seen them all so many times, but I rewatched it, and I was shocked at after Freddy dies, the movie's just done. They are like, let's get out of here. Oh, yeah. Like, immediately.
Freddy's dead.
He blows up, and then the credits start rolling like 10 seconds later.
Yeah, they go, Freddy's dead.
That's the Iggy Pop song starts playing, and there's a fun montage of all the better movies.
Yes, yes. They had to save it somehow, but it wasn't enough. Let's get out of this and move to New Nightmare.
Okay. Which is like 2/3 of a really good movie.
The precursor to Scream. This is 94?
Yeah, it's like 2 years before Scream.
It's like Wes Craven discovering meta.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Freddy, that's right. I like that movie. It was scary.
Well, the first one was, but the rest sucked.
But like, this is like super meta.
Where they're pulling out of the movie, and now we're watching the actors
Yeah,
from the movie.
right.
They're watching the movie, the original movie in this movie.
Yeah. I mean, it's a wonderful idea.
And it's such a, I mean, especially after Freddy's dead, where it's like, well, what do you do?
Yeah.
They're like, we realized with that movie, nobody liked it. We're gonna make another one.
Let's
We're
go
gonna bring
farm
Wes
so
Craven
we can
back.
do Fashion Report.
What do you do?
There's some jabs at Freddy's dead in this, and the you know, like when she goes on the talk show.
Oh yeah, where it's like Robert Englund comes out in character, and that's like what Freddy had devolved into. This shticky.
No, was it just me Dave is waiting for?
They're cheering for him.
I'll be there in a minute.
Embarrassing. Heather Langenkamp plays herself.
In a much better performance than in the original movie.
Yeah, well, she was a kid. She has it on her forehead the whole film. It's like, can you stop shooting for a day?
Yeah.
But she does not have a zit on her forehead. She's playing herself, and she's married to a guy who is an effects artist. And it starts out how the original film starts off, Freddy assembling his glove. And she has a nightmare that the glove, his animatronic new glove, comes to life.
It's a little Easter egg there too, behind them, when they're working on, they're like trying to fix the glove, and there's like a split in half Freddy head, and that's from the end of 5, when Alice is like separating from Freddy.
Oh, sure.
That head is right behind him there.
Oh, neat.
So I'm assuming one of the effects artists from 5 worked on this one, and they just had it laying around.
Sure.
And put it in the background of the shot.
But yeah, that's her nightmare, and then she
There we
wakes to
go.
like an earthquake, and
Well, she gets awakened by the pottery break sound effect, which is should have its own credit on this movie. It's in it like 100 times.
So I don't even have to use that die. Noish.
But yeah, the earthquake is it's very it's a very jarring, weird, tense opening. It doesn't really like guide you in or softly, you know. It's just sort of like this weird opening, and you're like, what's going on? And then it's a movie set, and then it's not, and then she wakes up.
Chaotic.
Yeah, and it's just like very like anxiety-inducing.
Yeah.
And you get thrown into her world, and she's raising a kid now, and she's playing herself, but her husband is not her real life husband.
No, it's an actor.
Wes Craven is playing himself in it. Robert Shea, the producer, he wants to get her back. They're going to make a new Freddy movie.
Who better to resurrect Freddy than his creator?
Well, I thought Wes stopped doing horror movies.
She's worried about the mental health of her son. He's not sleeping well. There's all this stuff going on, but the supernatural element of it is that the genius Wes Craven is writing a script, and the script is like coming to life as he writes it. Is kind of what's implied.
His dreams are guiding the script, and then what's happening in the script is happening in real life.
It's all very good until they hit you with the idea.
In this nightmare in progress, then does this thing have any weaknesses?
It can be captured sometimes.
Captured?
By storytellers of all things.
It's not really Freddy. Freddy is fictional. And I'm okay with that. And I kind of remembered the movie in my head. Freddy is essentially a demon. And I'm like, I like that. Because at the end, I don't like the effect.
No.
But
God,
at the end, Freddy
We're
reveals
still
himself
waiting
to be
on
a demon
Ivan, though, right?
in the Freddy form, and the demon doesn't quite
No,
get
he's
it
on.
right. The face is wrong, and
Heck.
just the claw's gone. But
Yeah, let me finish this
Wes
graph.
Craven was like, as we made the movies, the movies existing kept the
lost.
demon in
Help.
check.
Help.
Whatever happens when the story dies, the evil is set free.
Freddy is this ancient thing.
And for 10 years, he's been held captive pretty much as Freddy in the Nightmare on Elm Street series. Now that the films have ended, the genie's out of the bottle. That's what the nightmares are telling me, and that's what I'm writing.
The power of my screenplay is keep a demon. You know, it became too like stupid.
Yeah, over-explaining, which is what the first movie doesn't do. The original Nightmare on Elm Street.
No.
We don't know how Freddy Krueger is appearing in dreams. He just is now.
Yes.
And that's what makes it creepy.
Right. You don't.
There are rules to it. We understand certain things about him.
He can't get you when you're awake.
Yeah.
That's it. But this nonsense with the movies being made.
I want to win Jumbo Cacpot.
No. It's great. It was great.
Yeah.
She had the stalker, the Freddy voice calling her house, the fake out with the limo driver. There's just a lot of good stuff in it.
And all the stuff with various characters like
Q, do you want
questioning
in?
her about, because she's in horror movies and she has this kid. Would you let your kid watch horror movies? This
Don't
kind
know
of
what?
like idea of
PvP.
art imitating life.
No,
or
I
life
wanna-
imitating art.
Is she
How does
in
violence
things,
affect
but I wanna
you?
finish
Yeah.
it.
Is she screwing her son up?
Yeah.
And that cynical
All right,
doctor.
good to go.
It's just,
Oh, that performance is great. That
Yes,
guy, he's good.
yeah.
The man from your films? Freddy Krueger? With the claws?
She just died a year ago.
No, really?
Yeah. She lived to like 85 or something.
Was she ever on Star Trek?
I don't think so.
She looks like she would have been on Star Trek.
She was not on Star Trek, but
Was Lynn Shay ever on Star Trek?
no.
I guess Robert Shay didn't produce it, so no.
Lynn Shay was not on Star Trek. She was in everything else, but not on Star Trek. But Robert Englund's in it as himself, and he's sort of like, they're all kind of affected by this thing that's going on, and there's some really great ideas, and it mostly works. It's like a B+.
Until the third act, where it completely falls apart.
Yeah, when Freddy, I was saying earlier, like it kind of builds to this great moment when Freddy emerges in the kid's bedroom or something.
Yeah, he comes out of the bed, similar to the
Yeah.
first movie, but he's so like more menacing and darker and mysterious
He's got
now.
like green eyes.
Yeah,
and
I don't really like the makeup all that much. I think it looks a little rubbery.
It does, yeah.
But the idea that he's kind of a meaner, darker version. He's not really Freddy. He has like leather hands, which is a little silly.
He says, I think he says one Freddy-esque line.
Ever play Skin the Cat?
I think I would have liked it if he didn't say anything.
Well, that's the scene in the hospital when he's paralleling the original movie where he's dragging her.
Learn how to skin a cat.
He's like, yeah, because the whole idea is, oh, this isn't like cartoony Freddy anymore, but then he still has goofy lines.
Pick a pet for the Rugrat, bitch.
They're trying to, like, I guess, have their cake and eat it too. I don't know.
He should have just like when he's killing the babysitter and like drag her up there and
don't say anything.
Just either look at him and just go, make some kind of like horrible like evil growl or something, and then
or just laugh.
Just laugh, yeah. Something scary, something demonic. I love that idea that a demon has taken on the form of a famous movie killer.
Yes,
it's
to torment the people that made the movie.
Torment the people that made the movie. It's such a great concept.
The third act, yeah, because it's like, I don't know. It parallels the opening, because the opening is a dream sequence where they're making a movie, and it takes place in this, like, the set for the movie is like this weird hellscape. There's fire coming through windows and stuff. And the conclusion of the movie takes place in, I guess, the actual place that was a set of. And it feels so disconnected from the rest of the story, though. Like, if it was, I don't know, even if they were in the house from the original movie, that would be enough. Or a set of the house from the original movie.
I was saying to you,
something we have more of a connection to than this, like, because that set's kind of like, it's not cheap, but it looks kind of small.
Yeah, it looks stupid.
Yeah.
It's got like the 7 deadly sins and just carved into stone. It's very like old world, ancient.
And then they cut to miniatures that are like these big Colosseum-looking things, and it doesn't match the little set we're watching.
No, it's meant to like invoke like biblical times.
Because this is an ancient demon, but it doesn't work visually. It doesn't work.
No, it looks like a cheap set.
And the effects are bad.
Like they could have taken like halfway through the movie, you know, the Freddy stuff kind of calms down and she starts like filming the movie.
Yeah,
and then
that's your excuse to have the set.
Super meta. And then they rebuild the house. Doesn't that happen in one of the Scream movies? Like
Scream 3, yeah.
They have the house inside of a soundstage.
Yeah.
But to do something like that where, they recreate the original house, and she's all freaked out about it, and then it kind of parallels the ending of the first one, which is what they did with this when John Saxon comes over.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he's a cop. And he's saying the same lines.
Yeah, he's calling her Nancy.
Yeah, there's lots of Easter eggs in this. Like when she's trying to get to her kid in the room, screw your pass.
Yeah.
Where's your pass? Screw your pass. Do you have a pass? Screw your pass. It's all right.
Like references to the first one. Her going up the stairs, she's stepping through the goo stairs, marshmallow stairs that she did in the first one.
Yeah.
But it would have been so much greater if they tied it back even more to the first one. Don't do the ancient demon stuff. Have Freddy still be a demon.
Sure.
But have her pull him out like on the set.
Yeah.
She like falls asleep in her like chair, and they're like, "Wait, Heather, it's time to film the scene." She's asleep.
She's been through a lot.
She's
her husband died in a car crash, and then she went to look at his body and just walked into a room where they're sawing open a corpse.
It shoots really hard for her. And then
Did you notice that when she goes to look at her husband's body?
Oh yeah.
I rewatched this movie too, and I was like, I never really noticed that before.
Loosey-goosey autopsy department.
There's like 5 corpses laying around, and one has their chest completely ripped open, and they just let her walk in.
But what would have been great, she's sleeping in her chair, her like actor chair, and then they're like trying to roll the cameras and they're trying to get her on the set, and she won't wake up, and then she pulls that demon Freddy out of the nightmare world, and Robert Englund's there on set. And he
like
just
reading
goes,
a magazine.
What the fuck? And then the demon just goes and cuts Robert Englund's head off. And then all the crew is running, and it's like chaos, and the set collapses, and he's got a battle. But we talked about the ending when they reveal that Freddy is an ancient demon, and it's this terrible like morph
Yeah.
And then his head explodes.
That
and,
awful early '90s morph effect that every movie had.
Like an awesome scene where the not Freddy his head just like practical. Like horns pop out, you know, and his skin starts falling off, and he gets bigger, and like his legs break, and the pants split open, and there's like hooves come out.
The Yellow Ball of Previous Award.
And it's like this horrible transformation, and the crew's just
It's
like.
probably one
watching
of the achievement awards.
Someone says, "Should we be rolling?" Wes. And Wes is like, "Keep rolling." Robert Shea comes in and he's like, "Keep rolling. We're gonna save a lot of money on effects." As this demon's emerging from the Freddy body, and then they all battle and there's so many great things gonna happen. But the one weakness, if you want to defeat an ancient demon, the one weakness is fire. What else does a demon hate but fire? Turn that fire off in that oven.
It's such a shame too, because I do really like the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's really good until it isn't. And it's definitely, a nice change of pace for what this series has kind of devolved into.
Definitely Freddy's Dead. 5 was sort of like, that was the Hellraiser bloodline. You know, later Halloween movies, Freddy 5. It's like before Scream re-energized the horror world.
The formula is tired.
New Nightmare almost did it. If it didn't leave everyone with a bad taste in their mouth at the end. It almost did it.
Yeah.
It wasn't until he made Scream.
Damn shits.
Did you call me?
Yeah, so Robert Shea,
yes,
the man, the myth, the legend, the producer of all the Nightmare on Elm Street films. And we're going to talk about Easter eggs because
a true success story, Robert Shea. New Line Cinema started literally in the trunk of his car. It started as a distribution company where he would drive prints of like Reefer Madness and Pink Flamingos to studios to project.
Pink Flamingos?
Yeah, he was the original distributor for Pink Flamingos. Which is why a lot of later John Waters movies were produced by New Line Cinema. You mentioned New Nightmare, or you mentioned Freddy's Dead. You having like a weird John Waters vibe in parts. Rachel Talalay directed it. She produced all the Nightmare movies, but she worked with John Waters as well on like Polyester, Hairspray.
Makes sense.
We've had like a hit squad just going around and murdering. This is great.
The part when he's on the airplane at the beginning.
Fred Heights. Oh, that's a bunch of
pussy. That was supposed to be Divine.
That was supposed to be Divine, but Divine passed away before they made it.
I was gonna say, was Divine still alive by then?
That is a bunch of reds.
Oh, well, Robert Shea.
Are we about to pinch them?
Yeah, we are.
New Nightmare really established that they love Saints.
There's a bunch of red in our base.
Easter
Yes, that's what we were saying.
Called.
And Robert Shea is one of the very few people that has a connection to every movie.
4 knockouts?
He has a cameo in every movie.
We're getting double pinched.
He's in 5, and maybe not 1.
I'm sure there's a million Easter eggs. The one we noticed when Freddy's Robert Englund's in Dragon, he's holding up all the vials of blood and there's just tingling down it. So we've established, this is where we're going to get to our thing. We've established
that we mentioned like 5 hours ago when we started the video.
Yes. We've established that Robert Shea likes to wink. If you're putting yourself as a cameo in your own films, rewatching the film, discovered something that, and I don't know if it's been discovered by anybody else on the internet. I asked you, the Freddy expert, you didn't know anything about it.
I had never noticed
I said,
this.
Jay, I called you up on the phone. I picked up my phone.
Your old rotary phone?
I dialed your number on my rotary phone. And I said, Jay, do you know about this? I've noticed something. And you said no. And I don't know if it's on the internet, but we're going to call it the Great Freddy Headshot Theory. Is that in every film there is a hidden actor headshot or publicity thing
publicity photo. Yeah.
That's breaking the fourth
north or
wall.
south?
That's hidden in the movie.
Closer to further
in Nightmare on
equal
Elm Street.
distance to our base. Well, there's more of us here.
Heather Langenkamp's in.
Yeah, the other
bedroom.
one's already
I think
down,
Johnny
so-
Depp is there.
He is, yeah.
And she on her closet door, and it's Johnny Depp's headshot.
It's Johnny Depp's, yeah.
And then Nightmare 2. There's a shot.
This is a weird one.
This is a weird one. There's a shot. Is it the girl going up the stairs? Or is it the guy?
I think it's Jesse, the guy.
Yeah, and on the back of the door leading down to the basement.
He's going up the stairs out of the basement.
Yeah. There's the headshot of what we think is the actress.
Yeah.
It's like torn on the corner.
There's like a tiny corner of it's ripped off, but why would it even be there?
On the back of the door.
Yeah.
And there it is. Nightmare on Elm Street 3, when Brooke Bundy, Kristen's mom's talking, in the background is her own headshot, black and white headshot framed on the end table.
Yes.
It's like I always think of The Room with the spoon picture. It's like that. It's just in the shot, and you're like, well, okay. But 4 is where it takes a slight turn from like an industry-used photo to Kristen has been drugged by her mom so that she'll fall asleep. And she runs up to her bedroom, and the room's spinning, and they have this bird's eye shot of the camera turning. And on the floor is like a teen magazine that's open, and it's Johnny Depp.
Yes.
In the teen magazine.
Co-star of the original film.
5 is questionable.
5 is questionable. It looks more like a production still. Like they have set photographers. There's a couple different photos that look like they're production stills from other movies.
There's a martial arts photo, but then if you go, there's a different scene when she's kind of like near her bed, and next to her bed is a photo of a man. It's a black and white, and he's an older man with darker hair, and he's kind of like sitting there like this.
Yes.
And I don't know what that is. I thought it might be the dad.
It's not. It doesn't look like a headshot, but it is a weird
It's
black
a
and white
wider
photo.
shot, yeah, and it looks like something. But she has a lot of weird black and white photos stuck to her wall all over that room.
Yeah.
And I don't know why.
6 doesn't have any headshots because 6 doesn't get anything right.
There could be one in there somewhere.
I rewatched it and I was looking for him now, and I didn't see
Unless
anything.
they got super creative, because I was looking at all the anti-drug posters.
Oh yeah, I was looking at those, but those are like a produced poster.
The Dare logo, sure, but certain posters might have been made
held
for
them
the
off
movie.
momentarily.
Like this is where it becomes a little gray area, and only Robert Shea himself could answer this question. I tried to get in touch with him, but I was unsuccessful. So it's possible there's something in Freddy's Dead coming.
Okay.
But we're not 100% certain.
I don't know!
There's nothing as blatant as part 2 where there's just for no reason a headshot just taped to the wall.
Part 1 and Johnny Depp on her closet, and then
that one even makes more sense because that could be like she has a photo of her crush, her friend on the wall, even though it looks like a headshot.
Yeah.
But part 2, there's no reason that her headshot would be on that wall in her neighbor's basement.
It would. Who takes a picture to the back of your basement door?
Yeah.
Nobody. But and 3 too. 3 as well.
Yeah.
The framed portrait. Sometimes they do that in movies where they're like, oh, this character's house needs some pictures. What do we have?
Yeah, pictures of them.
That's clear. You have a picture of yourself framed on your nightstand? No, most people don't. It's a little weird.
Yeah.
But and then lastly, New Nightmare, a meta, self-aware movie. Obviously, Wes Craven and Heather Langenkamp were out by his beautiful long infinity pool, and they come in from outside.
Dude, that's not fair.
In the reality of
They stole my kill, and then they literally both teams stunned me. That's not fair. That was my kill, first of all.
of that movie, Wes Craven.
Can't do much
would
attacking
have
blue
Heather
when they're both
Langenkamp's
ganking
headshot
us
in his
outside our
house?
base.
Yes.
What's his wife think of that?
Exactly. It's like, yeah, I get all the Freddy
It's so freaking
stuff,
dumb.
memorabilia he
Yeah.
has, but specific actors headshot.
We were in the lead,
framed
but now it's
on your
time
bookshelf. It's a
to
little
time for Red to
strange.
shift focus on the blue.
It crosses a certain line.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, why do you still have a headshot? You shot that movie 10 years ago, 15 years ago. You have some kind of obsession with that Goyle?
Is that his wife? That's Wes Craven's wife?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. He's a little jealous. Well, Westbrook himself is probably like that. So, yeah, that's the great headshot theory. The great Freddy headshot theory.
My only explanation is that, especially the early movies, the kind of cheap, low-budget movies, like, we need photos. Just grab, we're in the production office. Just grab their headshot and stick it on the wall.
Could be that.
But there's no reason in part 2
Yes.
for there to even be anything on that wall.
That doesn't explain part 2. Yeah. And so, is Robert Shea just find it amusing to do this? I don't know.
Why are they still chasing me? This is insanity.
Older now. He's probably retired from the movie making industry.
He got pretty sick of it. That's kind of, after Lord of the Rings,
He's in
making
his
all that
80s.
money, and then it was sold to Warner Brothers. He's like, I'm done with this.
He's 85.
Yeah.
Dude, this is the dumb. This is literally so stupid.
There's probably lots of people out there who worked on Freddy films, still active in the industry, you know. But that's the great.
If you guys are losing against Blue still, I literally led 4 of them all the way to the far west side of the map by myself for a minute and a half.
Was that who was over there?
Yes. From center, I killed a ninja, and then 5 of them just kept following me. Just kept following me. And it looks like it worked. I mean, it looks like we are winning now. I mean, 5 people's a lot of people out of, like, there's what, 32 total?
24.
Even better, yeah.
I thought there was 72 total across all 3 teams.
Yes.
Yes, 24 per team.
Talking about 5 blues.
Okay. Alright.
All the little nodes are about
You
to
know,
come
we got a good chunk of the
we need to go kill
last
that
big
little node.
one, so yes.
I'll go do it.
Head for the distant one. That's right up here. Alright, this Tomelith will not deal a bunch of damage to me. Is this idiot warrior really in our base again?
Easy. GG easy. That felt awful, but it was easy.
I suppose.
Lapo rightos.
Oh yeah.
What?
Lapo rightos.
Yeah, dailies.
Too few cooks. Cooking Way. Time to hang out with Cooking Way.
Trademark.
I haven't done
by
any of
us.
those yet.
So
No, okay. Potato. The heck?
I know a Cooking Way. Cooking Way. I want Pudding Way though. Fine, we'll do Cooking Way. If he wanted culinary expertise, why would he go to Charlotte? We need to rescue Cooking Way.
But we had that whole quest about, the whole quest about fixing their cuisine.
Well, I know, but still, they don't exactly have a long, rich culinary history, is what I'm saying.
It's okay. He's using them to learn about the rest of the
But
world's
check out this
culinary history.
railroad overpass behind me. It's full of free food. Pigeons, the oldest domesticated bird, used for
Money
food
makes the moon
and
go round. I don't
various
think it
other
does,
vital
actually.
functions since ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, and probably long before that. Pigeons are tasty birds. The ones roosting up in those girders up there are probably descended from birds that were brought here to the Americas expressly as a food source. If that surprises you, that's probably because you are like me, a longtime resident of a highly developed urbanized country where pigeons have developed a reputation as being dirty. Rats with wings, people call them, but this idea that pigeons are particularly gross or unpleasant is really very recent, and I think it's fair to say inaccurate. Pigeons are as pure and gentle as doves. How do I know that? Because doves are pigeons. Pigeon. Pigeon is literally just the French word for dove. There is no scientific distinction between them. They're all columbiforms, an order of stout little bird species with plump bodies, little necks, little feet, little everything really, other than their meaty breasts. In English, we colloquially use dove to describe smaller and sometimes lighter colored species of Columbidae, and we use pigeon to describe the bigger species, but there's really no consistency to it. It would have been just as accurate a translation to say, "Lo, the heavens were opened unto him, and he saw the Spirit of God descended like a pigeon." Pigeons are holy.
All through human history, they were beloved. They were worshipped as fertility goddesses, as the image of the Holy Ghost of Jesus Christ.
That is Andrew Bleckman, author of Pigeons,
I'm
the
also
fascinating
glad
saga
that
of the world's most revered and
the world is still
reviled
here.
bird. And while there are more than 300 species of pigeon, Bleckman in his book here is chiefly concerned
nice to
with
still have
the
a world.
domestic pigeon that we see up in that overpass. Pigeons or descendants of pigeons that have been bred by humans over thousands of years for various qualities.
There's a annual pigeon pageant. It's kind of like the Westminster Dog Show, except for nobody attends it except for the pigeon people. It's not televised, but you've never seen pigeons look anything like this.
But just as the incredible variety of domestic dogs we know all have the same basic wild ancestor, wolves, all these domestic pigeons are descended from this guy, the rock pigeon, or rock dove. Their native range is in dark red there. The pink is everywhere that humans have introduced them in large numbers.
It's a symbiotic relationship. Ever since we had agriculture, they would basically eat the leftover seeds, that drop.
I'm a changed leopard now. They've discovered there are foods beyond carrots. Why didn't Heidelin tell them there were foods beyond carrots?
Oh, look, she made the cute little rabbit things. And had to try really hard not to giggle while she was in goddess mode.
I'll only tell them about carrots as a joke. It'll be an epic prank.
It will just be adorable if they eat nothing but carrots.
Walk free, because you are free to eat carrots, but nothing else.
Be one with the carrot.
Become the carrot. Wait, who's teleporting to the... What the heck?
Is that a boy potato? No. Okay, I was gonna say that's a girl potato name. That's not allowed. Adado. I mean, that's right, but that's a very confusing name.
I have apparently seen that card before.
It's a cute picture.
Is the Loperate main quest a way to make a living?
Did you look for blue quests?
Yeah, you probably have blue side quests that you have to do.
That's what it was. The only blue quest in.
Yeah, once you finish that, you go to Charlian, I think, right?
Yeah, the blue quest to actually start the Beast Tribe isn't here, but you need to do the blue quest here to unlock it. The quests were not blue before this, so.
That's what I figured.
Oh, really, when did I read this card?
Oh. Why is every
Most
RP
importantly,
character
loves alcohol.
Why is every RP character born in Dalmasca? Why would anyone want to be born in Dalmasca?
I can't say I've noticed a lot born in
It's
Dalmasca,
a lot.
but
It's a lot. I think it's the excuse to say like, oh, I don't like the Imperials.
also, are we even sure they had Lalafels in Dalmasca? I'm not sure we do.
I mean, I guess.
I mean, it's ruins, so.
Lalafels own the whole world.
I don't think that's true.
Lalafels still do own the whole world.
Hold on, we've advanced.
No. Wrong. Wrong.
This sounds like a Lalafell propaganda.
Might be. Look, I'm in Hoper's Hold. I am allowed to hope. Conquering Way. Well, I guess you don't even need a Conquering Way. You have, you have, what's his name? Currency Way?
Coining Way?
Coining Way?
The most Lalafellian of leopards?
Is that a boy potato?
In the hold?
I can't tell if it might be a gay boy in real life playing a girl potato. Deep lore. Who can say?
Projecting much?
That's what their card said. I mean, that's what their profile said. Coining Way, that's his name.
I said that already. Am I muted?
Mentally muted.
The heck? This guy complains when I don't listen to him.
I was listening to dialogue. I'm making restaurant grade supplies. I have to ensure I don't introduce botulism way into the bunnies.
Wait, the bunny quest takes a custom delivery?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I was confused there then for a second. Because you were crafting something, so I was like, okay.
It's a
Yeah, I mean, they have their
own.
own. Yeah, they have their own custom like crafts that you do for some of the quests, but.
It's like Moogles or Namazu.
Or Ixal.
Dave doesn't know what an Ixal is.
I think that's the only one he's actually done.
I thought he did. I thought he didn't do it, even though we told him to.
He did a bit of it.
No, I did it back when they first came out.
Hello? This guy is stealing Pudding Way's job. He made pudding. It's freaking.
But Pudding Way's job isn't to make pudding; it's to eat pudding.
Well, I think he's supposed to perfect pudding.
I think he just cares about eating pudding.
Can somebody give the albino edgy Loperate a set of clothes that aren't ragged? Maybe that's the problem. What if it's Fashion Way? And his whole point at the end is going to be like, your bright yellow outfits are a crime against fashion. The Dreaming Ways. I just got it. Because they're dreaming their ways.
Another potato.
I got it. Get it now.
Oh, I found your
It's
gay boy playing a girl.
Alright, I have achieved finding way. Oh, wait, there's a potato. Radish ish ish. Named by sylphs. Okay, I guess that's. I was gonna say that name's not appropriate for the Molotov. Non-canon. Oh, riding way. Is it time to get a beast ride thing? Wait, do we get this isn't the mount, is it?
Yeah, that's the mount.
Nice. This thing owns.
Yes, I'm glad it's that. I like that when the
I
pink
thought it was the
elephant came out
elephant,
with the,
yeah.
No, the pink elephant came out with the other stuff, so it's like, okay, that has
Oh
to
my
be
gosh!
the mount.
When you fly! This is great.
Oh, you get a mount quest, you lucky bastard.
Yeah, look at it. It turns into like a
Where are you?
propeller plane. I'm near the
You're not-
8th rate.
No. I am in the hold.
Come to the 8th rate.
It's a dance for shaking way.
It's not my fault.
Alright, turning around, going to the Aetherite. April Young. Privacy restrictions. The heck? Oh, okay, it's got a really cool air mode. That's nifty.
Yeah, and I get to play a song.
It's also very small.
Oh, yes, I'm very small in case you haven't noticed. Where's the third set? Where? Where are you?
I have taken notice.
Where is the third set of dejected Loprits? I need to cheer them up. Are they high? That could be high. I can't see an arrow because there's another quest on the map. Yep, okay. Somebody's in combat.
Mayani.
I don't want to get off my mount.
360 out of 990.
Carrot
Yeah,
chilling.
did you no scope?
What, Dave?
I said, but did you no scope?
Yes. I'm no scoping way. Wah 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 wah.
Ah, wah, 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 wah. Found a MILF.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. Yuri. The MILF. I will never stop using Rapid Synth for these quests.
The MILF has privacy restrictions.
Yeah, she's some sort of weird fetish account.
Hugs are very welcome. MILF, heart,
What's
friendly
the shortcut
heart,
in Quintai
cow
Reserve?
and bull, heart.
What's the shortcut where?
Quintai Reserve?
Jump on Quintar's head. Use that to get higher.
Yeah, it's early in the track.
There's a few places you can do it, but a lot of the jumps are just one tile too low.
Oh, I see.
But actually, some of the intermediate quintars can just jump up there too. Can't remember which one, but
just the green one can just make jumps, and I guess the last one. But are you really gonna go racing with your golden quintar?
No.
I didn't think so.
Alright, do I play 20 minutes of RuneScape?
Maybe.
I guess I could start a gathering relic. No one can stop me.
It's true, you cannot be stopped.
Oh wait, I know what can stop me. The lack of gathering script. Well, that's something I can do, I guess.
Yeah.
It's white script, right?
Yes.
Oh, well, they can't stop me. They can stop me
You
by not
actually have
having
enough
any
to
of
buy
it
one?
up.
No. Yeah, well. Radish.
Are there new gathering books or something?
The super relics, or not super relics, the relics are out.
Yeah, gathering and crafting relics.
Do I want to eat some leftover curry? I'll be right back.
CFG stops streaming.
Back, baby.
Welcome to Rack.
You walk. Blue zircon. I am apparently not the only one interested in some scripts. Very curious.
I can't imagine why.
Oh, come on. Where the procs? Oh, there they are. Found them. Okay. Wait, this ain't the right place. Wow, wow, wow. Suit tape.
It's a cough.
Suit tape.
Okay.
dropped on the ground. And we find them in cities because they typically they live on cliffs. They don't, you don't see pigeons in trees. They don't do trees. And our cities are nothing but basically concrete cliffs everywhere. And so that's why they're attracted to our cities.
Indeed, part of the reason domestic and wild rock pigeons look so similar is that they are similar. We didn't really do that much to domesticate them. The rock pigeon is naturally a perfect livestock animal. They breed prolifically, they naturally hang out together in huge, dense flocks, and they are extremely gentle and social. These are the classic traits of a species that practice what biologists call predator satiation. The main way they avoid being eaten is to occur and congregate in such huge numbers that the raccoons couldn't possibly eat all of them. Or the humans, I suppose.
All through medieval Europe and before, actually going back to the ancient Persians and Mesopotamia, you'd have dovecotes or dovecots, which are cylindrical buildings with little holes in them inside, and they would roost inside, and then it was a source of year-round protein. Usually the royalty would do it, but you could just kind of pluck a bird when you were ready.
Dovecotes were also part of the other primary use that humans have historically had for pigeons, and that is as messengers. Pigeons have remarkable homing abilities that scientists still don't fully understand. It might have to do with their awareness of the sun, or maybe with smell. They can smell their way around, or it might actually be their awareness of the Earth's gravitational fields. But regardless, you can take a pigeon and take it hundreds of miles away from the roost where it was born. Let it go, and it will find its way straight home where it was born. So imagine that you're an ancient army going out on campaign. When you leave the seat of your power, you take some pigeons with you from your dovecote, and you march away with them. And then, when it's time to send news of your victory home, or to plead desperately for reinforcements, you write a little scroll, you tie it to the pigeon's leg, and you just let it fly home.
The ones that are bred for racing, they can travel 600 miles to their loft, their home loft, like a laser-guided missile. From 600 miles away without stopping for food, water, or rest from a place they've never even been before at 60 miles an hour.
This explains why pigeon breast meat looks like this. Bright red, full of myoglobin and slow twitch muscle fibers, optimized for long-term sustained effort, just like beef. Culinarily, pigeon is a red meat and tastes good when cooked rare, same as duck breast. Oh, like the pan? It's from the sponsor of this video, Misen. Let me thank them real quick. Somebody asked me recently what basic pan I would recommend to a young person starting out, and I said Misen's 10-inch stainless steel skillet. If that story wasn't true, I wouldn't have volunteered it just now. As far as I know, no other stainless pan on the market for this little money is so robustly constructed. This thing is heavy and solid. The oven-proof handle feels really comfortable and secure in your hand. It's the ideal 5-ply sandwich of metals with aluminum alloy inside for rapid heating and stainless on the outside for easy cleaning and maintenance. And the edges are steep, which means you get a wider surface area than cheaper pans that literally cut corners. Follow my link in the description, use promo code RAGUSIA for 20% off your first order from Misen on this pan or anything. Again, my link and code in the description, save 20% on your first order. Thank you, Misen. And maybe that pink pigeon breast grosses you out,
Is it in 5 minutes?
I guarantee you it is making some French person real excited right now. Is it safe to eat like that? Well, I've only been able to find one study, and it's 20 years old, but these researchers at UC Davis found salmonella and campylobacter levels on commercial pigeon farms to be extremely low compared to chicken and turkey farms. But now you may be thinking, wait a minute, that sentence doesn't say anything about pigeon. It's talking about squab?
I guess in the culinary world, they refer to it as squab, which is a Scandinavian word for basically fat and juicy. Most pigeons that are eaten are, they're baby pigeons. They're basically the milk-fed veal of the sky.
Yeah, so this is the kind of sad part. A squab is a pigeon that has grown really big and fat, but it has not yet become fully fledged, meaning it has not yet flown out of the nest. As soon as the bird starts flying, it loses weight rapidly and the meat gets tougher. And perhaps most significantly, it becomes way harder to catch. To harvest a squab, all you do is pick it up. Or if it's in the wild up in a high nest or something, you can reach up with a long pole and just knock it out of the nest. There are accounts of Native Americans using exactly that technique to hunt the pigeon species that is indigenous to this continent, which is the passenger pigeon. These are not passenger pigeons. These are descended from domesticated rock pigeons brought here 400 years ago by European colonists. This is the last known passenger pigeon, Martha. She died in 1914 in the Cincinnati Zoo. Passenger pigeons were called that because they passed by. They migrated in vast flocks from their breeding zone in red there to the forests in orange, where they would feast on the fruits and nuts of trees. The story of how people drove the passenger pigeon to extinction is virtually identical to the story of how we almost drove the American bison to extinction. I have a whole video about that in the description. Basically, habitat destruction, vast commercial hunting that was enabled by the growth of railroads, and farmers shooting them down in huge numbers to keep them from feasting and pooping on the crops. And here we come back where we started, the very recent turn of events in which pigeons came to be regarded in some places as dirty.
And that really comes from post-World War II. There was just a giant increase in prosperity in the Western world, particularly the United States, actually, since given that we had won the war and we were damaged like the rest of Europe was by the war. And so post-World War II, the economy grew dramatically. Food became very cheap. There was all of a sudden you could buy bread in the grocery store, it cost pennies. And as food got really cheap,
Yo, I found Oreo Blizzard.
A lot of it would end up on the ground. There was a lot of waste.
I'm bake.
Whether it was in the trash or if it would just, try to
Was
end
it
up
from
on
McDonald's
the
or
ground.
Dairy
Pizza
Queen?
crust and donuts do today.
Unspecified.
So the same thing. And so the more food that was available, the more pigeons you would have. And also
I guess
something
it's,
that
if
seemed
it's a
kind
Blizzard,
of cute and would animate urban
Right?
life.
Yeah, I guess it has to be.
Less
Real
people,
quick.
there's more of them.
Pigeons roosting on buildings in huge numbers means huge piles of poop underneath them. Pigeons don't poop especially more than other birds, and their poop isn't especially hazardous. There are simply more pigeons among us, and they congregate in big groups, and everybody poops. As Andrew Bleckman puts it, pigeons are simply as clean or as dirty as our cities are. Probably best not to eat the ones in the park, though Ernest Hemingway purportedly did just that when he was poor, living with his young family in Paris, and writing what would become his memoir, A Movable Feast.
He said he would push his little Mr. Bumble, I think he called him, his little kid in a baby carriage, through the Bois de Boulogne and in the city, and he'd grab a pigeon, wring its neck, and stick it in the baby carriage under the blanket next to his kid. Go home and cook it. At least that's what he said he did, but apparently he did it a lot.
You do you, right? This video is sponsored by Crowd Cow. Somewhere on the internet recently, I was talking about how various species of meat animal were introduced to the Americas by European colonists. Cattle, chickens, pigs, sheep, none of them are native to here. They were all introduced from Europe. And this prompted some reply guy to be like, wait a minute, did Native Americans have any animals to eat at all until Europeans so generously brought them over? And the answer is, yeah, bro, they did, until people killed them all. Unimaginably vast herds of bison once grazed across the North American interior. Scholars put the population at about 30 million around the time that Lewis and Clark showed up, and reported herds so huge that they, quote, darkened the whole plains. Now, Lewis and Clark, of course, called them buffalo, which scientists now regard as a misnomer for no particularly good reason. The terms were used interchangeably for centuries, but over the years, science has settled on using buffalo to describe this one genus and bison to describe another genus within the same subfamily. At the species level, you've got the European bison and the American bison. Two subspecies of the American bison are the wood bison in northwestern Canada, and this guy, a plains bison. Actually, I think this is a lady bison, small horns, narrow head. Whoa, 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 she's a lady. Here in the US, plains bison are living symbols of the great American West. bison were the source of subsistence for people of the Great Plains for millennia. Like other ruminants, bison take a virtually inexhaustible energy source that humans cannot digest, grass, and they convert that into proteins and fats that we can live on. In the eastern US, like here in Georgia, the bison decline happened relatively gradually over the course of a couple centuries. Human European population was virtually all concentrated in the east, and Europeans and native people alike hunted bison for meat. It's easy to see why. Each of these animals will yield around a quarter ton of meat. What's it like? Well, bison are bovines just like domestic cattle, so the meat basically tastes like beef. Though we should keep in mind that today's bison gene pool has some domestic cattle swimming around in it. American bison and cattle interbreed very easily, and the resulting hybrids are known amusingly as beefalo. Surely this happened incidentally from animals just getting freaky in the fields, but bison ranchers have also done some deliberate crossbreeding to get more beef-like characteristics from the meat. All of this is to say I'm not sure what bison meat used to taste like. But this is still different from beef in some noticeable ways. Most obviously, it is very lean. Hardly any intramuscular fat. Even in this strip steak, almost looks like tuna, right? As with any super lean red meat, you probably want to cook it on the rare side, or you want to push past the very tough well done phase and braise it until it is soft. This right here is bison stew meat. A real Vidalia onion straight from the field, brown my bison bits a bit, squeeze a tomato paste, you know there's going to be some white wine, any meat juice left in the package, season, let it simmer for a couple hours, you put in some carrots, potatoes, cook until just tender, and baby, you got a stew going. Totally delicious, but not my favorite way to have bison. I'll show you my favorite before we're done here. For now, let me show you where I got this beautiful, sustainably farmed meat. Crowd Cow, the sponsor of this video. Crowd Cow is a marketplace for high-quality meats that helps you connect with farmers raising gorgeous stuff the right way. That foam dissolves in water, everything else is recyclable.
Everyone's late.
Yeah, why is everyone late?
Oh.
I'm on time.
Thank you for
Me
being
too.
on time.
Thank you for being on time.
Yeah, we're doing Ultimate. We're showing Ultimate tonight, right?
I love gaming.
Welcome back to the
Go back to
Yeah,
jail.
I was gonna say welcome back to gaming.
I've been let out of jail.
No, we have to send you back.
If you don't make the tree tonight, you're gonna get sent back to jail.
No. Not purgatory again.
Yeah, that's probably why you got sent to jail. Is maybe
You didn't make the tree enough.
Yeah. I think it's highly likely.
I'm the tree's strongest warrior, though.
Is there like a leaderboard?
Yeah, I'm at the top.
Oh, shit.
Wow!
Leave your party. What's happening?
I'm smacking log. Dave can let us out.
James is offline. Anyone know?
Yeah, I know.
You know?
Oh, you
Yeah,
know.
but I can't say.
Oh.
Yeah.
You gotta call his agent. He hit it big in show business.
Oh shit. Good for him.
I'm not the tree's biggest fan. Explain this.
That's a good point.
You know that meme where they're like, or
Right,
that
I've
copy
escaped.
pasta? That copy pasta, they're like, if blah blah blah
What?
has
No.
like
If the tree only has one fan, it's Tristan, so
yeah,
on and
yeah,
so
yeah,
forth.
that one,
Oh.
yeah, yes.
Wow,
I
it
forgot how
took
it
a
started.
took a route to get there.
Yeah, I forgot how it started, but I knew how it ended.
Oh, if tree had one fan, I would be that fan.
Yeah, but that's how it ends.
I thought that's how it started.
If the tree has 5,000 fans, I am one of them.
yeah.
If the tree has 300 fans, I'm one of them.
Yeah, hold
if
on,
the tree
I
has
found
one
it.
fan, something like that.
If the tree has 1,000,000 fans, then I'm one of them. If the tree has one fan, then I'm that one. If the tree has no fans, that means I'm dead.
yeah, that's how it is.
We were close. We had the idea.
Yeah. I should probably grab some. I'm at 19 pots. I'm feeling a snake one
Oh,
tonight,
I should go
so.
get pots. Yeah.
Someone called James.
James!
James!
James, wake up.
BRB.
Put your phone on the alarm.
Gee, I wonder what Dave's gonna go do.
Hey, Pretty, remember yesterday when you were asking how many Paradox Pokemon you can have on your team?
You can have all
All
of
of
them, apparently.
Yeah, Cybertron had 4.
Yeah. I was watching.
Yeah, the tournament.
The answer is too freaking many.
Garbage.
That is what it is.
It's better than Sword and Shield by like easily.
What? How?
Because it's way more interesting.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, every Pokemon meta always has like the top 30 Pokemon that they just rotate.
It's not even 30.
It's like 30.
Not on the matches I saw. It was like 15, maybe.
The 2 guys who faced yesterday literally had 12 Pokemon between them.
Yeah, that's 12 out of the 15.
It's like 30.
Also, yesterday was like round 1.
Yeah.
Can't explain it.
Well, I mean, it's a bunch of losers.
That's not true at all.
He has been texted.
It's a bunch of losers. Who is the
Look,
herd?
the best team won. That's all that matters.
Two-toned echoes, time bang, time. Well, I'm gonna get more white script while we wait for him. Cause I
He's
the
addicted.
script.
Script from what?
Relic. Relic. Udedic.
Imagine playing this game.
I'm imagining.
Yeah, you should be playing RuneScape instead, clearly.
I mean, I should be, but you know.
Definitely didn't gather for like
I
2
made a
hours today.
promise.
How's the deep dungeon?
It's alright. Meh.
It's a deep dungeon.
Yeah, my group wiped on floor 90 boss last night.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Mad cause
I mean,
bad.
we were like blind.
Mad cause bad.
I didn't know you were blind.
Yeah.
Is it one of those like, should you contact Mr. Beast to give you back your sight or whatever?
Yeah, it should. He didn't pay for Gabe's chair. It's crazy. I thought he was pro disability, but he truly isn't.
No, he's pro whatever makes him
labor.
more popular.
Content.
Pro content. That's a good way to describe it. He's pro content. That's his like political belief system.
I have to go talk to Monago. Bleh.
This is the Monago's power.
Why? To do my deliveries.
Monago's power is to make you listen to the Stormblood theme.
Do we know when Xenoblade 3 DLC is all going to be done? I just want to play it.
Who knows at this point?
God.
Aren't they like months and months behind now in the current DLC
Probably.
like release track?
Are they?
I
Do
would
you
put
think-
my money on fall for the story expansion.
Well, I
content.
wonder if they put the whole team on the Tears of the Kingdom or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Wait, it says it says the end of this year. DLC Wave 4, new original story scenario, 12/31/2023.
What?
Puke.
That's what it says, yeah.
I guess I'll just
no
wait until.
way.
I want
That's
to.
what
I
it
guess I'll wait
says.
till then. I haven't played it yet because I just figured I'd wait until
I
it
literally
comes out.
Googled it.
Well, I'm sure the
You have
DLC
like
is
2
gonna be
DLC.
pretty trash.
Torna didn't take that long. Didn't Torna come out like?
A year later.
Torna was like 6 months.
Yeah, and that
I thought.
Yeah. Wave 3 just came out mid-February.
You know what to
This
say to
new-
that?
the new
Tornadies
story?
nuts.
Story says end of year.
Oh god, I don't know what the deal. I've seen people have kind of been kind of on the DLC so far. Besides like the kind of like roguelike mode they added, I saw people like
Yeah, that looks interesting.
so. But, like the new characters and stuff, people seem to be hit or miss on.
Like challenge battle mode, Archsage's Gauntlet. Collect
This is the Gauntlet's power.
This is the Monato's power. Why must the Bionius and the Mechionius keep on fighting.
They're both bigots.
I have to find out why.
Yeah, it's because one is white and one is black. Just saying.
Social commentary.
When
Yeah, the Xenoblade 1 was more like, Shulk's like, I will kill all of the mecha, and then some of the mecha are like, we're not bad. He's like, I won't kill another mecha. When the game ends.
He's like, wait a second.
Hold the phone.
And then the twink says, I'm literally Joshua from Twooey.
True.
Then the game ends.
Love that guy.
You forgot that he told you to like, subscribe, hit the bell.
It's also true.
Elvis would be an annoying content creator.
And then Xenoblade 2 was like, I'm not going to look right on emulator settings. And that's about as far as I got.
Elvis would make a video called Tricks You Can Do with the Monado.
10 tricks.
And then not explain how to do them. Just
just show it and then be like, anyway.
Just look within to know how to do this. You make like, you know, like when you have like a weird issue with your computer, so you Google it, and it's like some 10-year-old video.
Oh yeah. He would make the forum post saying like, I had this issue, and then not say how he fixed it. Fixed it.
No follow up.
Fixed it.
Everyone, for years, people were replying, how?
Works on my machine.
Yeah.
Oh, literally. So does Xenoblade 3 end up like it connects to 1 and 2, right? In some way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The DLC has pictures of everybody's Monado.
Well, that's dumb. I mean that part seems dumb.
Wait,
No.
sorry, what'd you say?
If it like is it literally like Shulk and other guys show up in the DLC?
No spoilers. But yeah, I think so.
We assume. We don't know for sure what happens.
Yeah,
but
the teaser image shows everyone's Monado, and we see future Rex and Shulk. Or Shulk looks the same, and Rex looks old.
Oh yeah. I heard. I heard there was a picture where like the canon ending for guy from 2 is like he got with every babe. Or something like that. I don't know. I never played 2.
This guy's lying.
I've never played the game. I can't give it any context to that. That's just what I heard.
I will neither confirm nor deny that in case people actually want to play. But,
I'm not talking about anybody from 3.
Well, yeah, you're talking about Rex from 2.
Yeah, everyone who's gonna play 2 has played it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play. I'm not gonna play 2. I might play 2 one day, but I could not care less about the story in any of those games because Xenoblade 1's story was so bad.
But the thing you're talking about, like that image that like confirms it.
Is there something else in there? Oh, it's in 3. I thought it was in the DLC.
No, that happens in 3.
The DLC takes place in the past.
Right at the end.
Yeah, it's just like a picture in the ending credits or whatever, right?
I would say I can't name a single game, and Xenoblade 3 might be the exception. I don't know. I'm not a self-proclaimed fan of the series, but any game where like the previous game's cast shows up in any sort of supporting role has always been bad. I'm trying to think of a counterexample.
Chrono Cross.
No, that's not a counterexample.
We need to get the catapult.
I guess the second Golden Sun could be it.
Yeah, that's what exactly what I was about to mention.
Well, that's it. But I'm thinking like.
But that's mostly just one game.
Symphonia 2,
Yeah, it's mostly. No, I think Tales of Symphonia 2 is an example of the opposite. It's like the Tales of Symphonia 1 cast was wasted in that game, first of all, and the game was bad. And then there was another example I was thinking of.
Down with the fathers. What did they ever do for us?
Nothing for Lloyd.
Tales of Xillia. Tales of Xillia 2 the same way is like, why like just make it a new game. I don't know. Like the gameplay in Xillia 2 was good, but the story was bad.
Berseria.
This guy.
Okay,
was better than
Berseria,
Zestiria.
first of all, didn't have the whole cast because it was 8 billion years in the past.
Yeah, but there were still people who showed up.
Okay, I didn't say it can't be set in the same world. I'm saying like the previous cast has to show up, or at least like the main character has to show up.
The main character is
No.
what's his face not a main character?
Okay, Soray is a human, and he is not in Berseria at all.
No, but the guy, his
What guy?
Wasn't there a guy in your party in Berseria that was in Zestiria?
He's a bad guy in the other game, I think.
Okay, that's the same thing.
No, that's not. It's not
He was
at
good,
all.
he was good, he was good.
He's good. I don't know.
What's his
It's not
name?
at
The
all
wind
what
guy.
I was
I
thinking.
know who you're talking about, the wind guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Windy.
John Boomerang.
Tales of John. Yeah, he was cool.
But
Tekken
anyway-
Tag Tournament.
What?
Tekken
Tag. Okay, I think fighting games aren't allowed to count either. It's a whole different kettle of fish.
Now you're just making up arbitrary rules.
I don't
Final
think
Fantasy
I am.
X-2.
No, see, that's another
Ooh,
example that
good.
proves my point.
Great.
Name anyone who says, yeah, the best part of Final Fantasy X-2 is how it handled the world building and the plot. You won't find a single soul.
It's a fun game though.
Well, the gameplay can be fine, but the story's not. It's not a good use of the setting. It never is. They use
Zero
all the
Time
good.
Dilemma.
Yeah,
VR.
okay. Oh.
Got him.
Yeah.
Sunlock.
Got him.
Technically true, but it does it in a unique. Well, I think it's the exception that proves the rule because it throws it into a completely different setting, and the characters are not in their they're not in the same life state that they were in the first games.
Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain.
Snake Eater.
Wait, that's
What
that's
about
also
Morbius?
not true at all.
What?
What about
Okay, name all the parts of Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain that directly includes the main character of Metal Gear Solid. Well, one of Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 4, or
What?
Metal Gear Solid 3 and Peace Walker.
Peace Walker, you have a pause.
No, the main character.
Pause. She wants Peace Day.
She's not the main character.
That's why she's the main character of
Oh
Peace
my
Walker. It's
gosh,
named
I'm
after her. Peace Day.
Dying, I'm
God, you
dying.
idiot. Simon's cringe.
Where's James? Get here, James. I don't want to listen to Q
I just
anymore.
called him. He's on his way.
I don't want to listen to Q anymore.
Let's see.
I'm looking.
Wait. What about Pokemon Gold Silver?
True.
They are not part of the story, sad to say.
What the?
What the? He's literally the final boss. Spoilers.
Spoilers.
That's right. He was. You were the final boss of the next game.
But he didn't have my team.
Okay, well he had a better team.
What the heck? No, he didn't.
I got him.
Pikachu.
Got him.
He had a better team.
Fucking got him.
He had Snorlax. He had
All the starters. They're good.
Wait, Talon, how do I get these? How do I get these minor components and water shards? Where do they come from?
What, you go mining, obviously.
Well, yeah, where are? Oh, there they are. There they are. Found them. Found them.
Yeah, and Lidrillaron.
They're both in Lidrillaron?
Yeah, the water shards are hidden on the node. And then you want to mine the...
Gathering relic? Kristen, tell him how cringe that is.
Gathering.
Kristen, tell him how cringe that is.
That's extremely cringe.
I love cringe.
That's okay.
What's more cringe, grinding the gather relic or playing
dome?
RuneScape?
Diadem.
Don't do either.
Diadem's the most cringe.
I'm at 300k minor points. I'm getting there. It's almost done.
I'm really feeling it.
Yeah.
The best part is you're gonna get the mount, and only like 10 people are gonna know what it means because everyone else who plays this game plays like 2 hours a year because they have like 10 children.
Yeah, I have 800
And then
children.
they're not gonna know what that means.
Yo, when I was using the Shadowbringers hunt mount, it's like the what the fuck is that thing called? Triceratops?
Yeah.
They were just always messaging me. They're like, "Where's that from? Where's that from? Where's that from?"
Well, where's it from?
Well, I always tell them, do some hunts in Shadowbringers. They're like, oh,
Just do some.
Yeah, just do some. I don't.
Few.
I don't have to tell
Couple.
them how to. I just tell them you gotta do some.
Few dozen.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get the pterodactyl. Probably use it for like 3 days, and then it goes into the Mount Roulette.
I noticed you said the P there.
Pterodon. Yeah.
I think.
Silent.
Yeah, I think the P. You know when you pee, I think it's supposed to. It's silent, right?
So
no.
when you're saying you're going to the washroom,
No, when
and
you
go
pee, it's loud.
You like to the side of the bowl so it doesn't hit the water.
Oh,
and go.
okay, that's fair.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm gonna go.
Like a snout.
Yeah, but when the trail starts to slow down, you know, you can't help it. Sometimes it's gotta hit the water.
Well, that's when you start singing Snake Eater really loudly so nobody hears.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Snake Eater.
I still dream of Snake Eater.
And then you have a box if someone wakes up and you just go in the box.
You chew
It carries a piss
in the
Sorry,
bags.
not a piss. An
Excuse me?
box. With,
I carry
You need to come inside the box.
We're coming in the box and pissing in it?
Yeah.
Apparently. I would not do it in the same box.
Oh, okay.
So Talon, is it the same where half collectability is 1 and full is 3 for these?
Yeah, yeah.
Same
So
as
you'll want to
crafting,
max
then.
them all out to save your time.
I'll take whatever I can get.
Wow.
Speaking
Because
of...
I don't have that many
If you're a
cordials.
lunatic.
I don't have that many cordials. I'm not into cordials.
Okay.
I mean, you can just sit there and wait by the node. It's fine. That's what I did.
I'm on a time limit.
You are not on a time limit. The nodes are not timed at all.
Need to get this whole relic before James gets here.
That's not happening.
I need to get the whole thing.
What's the first step? What's the first step?
Okay, I
You
gotta
the-
get 180 of
rock?
collectible and 180 of a hidden node.
Oh my god. That's exactly like the previous one.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think that was the
next
first...
step is 210.
I don't think that was the first step in the previous one.
Yeah, but it was one of the steps.
It was one of the steps. I won't disagree.
Everything seems in order here, sir. I just happen to be playing a different game to everyone else who plays this game. You can't explain it.
Okay. What game?
Minesweeper? Also, I thought it was muted, lol. Unlucky.
Exposed.
Exposed. Talking to my one viewer who is also my friend.
Hey, friend. I don't know if
I wish I had a friend.
Is he your friend because he's your one viewer?
No, he's my friend because he's a partnered streamer.
Oh,
nice.
Speaking of friends, why'd you ask me about that Pope picture? 'Cause I don't actually even know what's happening in that picture.
This guy keeps sending me 100 buzzwords a day, okay? And I have to reply like, you got the shiz, because I don't know what's going on. Let me give you a... Let me read you a
What was
little
that
bit.
laugh?
I don't know. Just laughing?
Sounded like an evil gnome.
I'm an evil gnome. That's true.
Explain these buzzwords to me, okay?
Okay.
The world hates me, and it just keeps giving me the other cards that's like just as rare, the stupid mirror piece card one, and I'm trying not to throw away the 15 ancient orbs I have trying to get a mage Lamau, and the void relic key I found, because I know if I use them I'll get trashed, but I kind of want a foily?
Was that all one sentence?
No, yeah,
That was-
yeah. He's farming cards,
Yeah.
and he wants. I couldn't tell exactly. He wants like a mirror, I guess. He just wants like currency from the cards, but the reliquary keys give you like shiny versions of items or whatever. I think. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So I think he wants a shiny version of an item as well.
Okay. Well, I thought when he brought up I don't want to waste the 15 ancient orbs I have trying to get a mage. I took that as he was doing what Prinny was doing, which was rerolling cards for Mage Blood. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I said, you gotta. I said you gotta gamble. You gotta roll for the mage blood. But then he tried to explain to me that wasn't actually what he wanted.
Just
But then
want
he
a
said.
stepping stone.
But then he said, I've been doing Crimson Temples trying to get a mage blood card as the reply to that. Like, as in, like, no, I don't want a mage blood. I'm just trying to get the cards for a mage blood. What?
Oh,
I have no idea what the fuck he's gonna get. This
he
is
might
some
just
fucking,
need
like-
money. Money.
Well, I'm thinking if he gets a mage blood, he's gonna give it to me.
Well, he might just sell the card. I don't know. I can't tell what you...
The last spell.
Because Moon's playing it?
Well, it's a good game.
If
Why are you
Moon
asking me if
jumped
I
off a
wanna play it?
bridge...
I probably will play it one day, because I saw
Would
you
you?
and Dave play it. You guys played it, right? Like, last year
I'm
or
playing it
something?
right now.
Shut up.
I'm using tilt controls.
Yeah, I'll play it eventually. Is it actually like a done game now?
Yeah, 1.0 released.
Yeah, I didn't play it before because it was not a done game. I have standards.
Dude, I'm gonna get all the hidden items before I get any substantial Prism Stone items.
Oh, I gotta send you a Debinky tweet. I saw it earlier.
I'm sorry? Forgot to send me this Debinky?
Yeah, I saw it, and then I didn't know if it was funny, and then later I thought about it, and I was like, yeah, that was actually a little funny.
Did you see the one of them playing basketball?
Yeah, that was like the second last
Stupid.
one that he linked me.
Who is this guy again?
Debinky,
The Debinkies.
The twins.
I don't know who this is.
You're like, Debinky?
They're like himbos, and they're viral on
No,
TikTok.
they're not. They're normal.
This guy's defensive of the Debinkies.
They kinda remind me of like the weird twins in Sunny. I don't know why.
Yeah, the McPoyles. Yeah, I'll take
Yeah,
that.
like a little bit. It's not
No, I'll take
quite
that.
there, but like,
They have that energy a little bit. Yeah.
yeah, they have.
They're less creepy than that.
Yeah.
If I had to pick like who I'd want to be in a room with, yeah, I guess I'd pick the Debinkies.
Over the McCoyles?
I get. Well, I feel like the McCoyles might say something like funny. They would just go
Yeah,
down.
but then their sister would come in and they'd start making out with her.
Yeah, that's true.
I could just like look the other way, you know. I just pretend like, oh, I have a hangnail. Looking down at my hand.
I finished season 2 of Party Down,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the McPoyles plays
Mhm.
like the rock star or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, when he fucking took off his, I didn't even know it was him at first, but when he took off the makeup, I'm like, no fucking way, it's him.
I need to sign up for what is it? Showtime, HBO Max to get the newest season.
Well, you
Oh
just
yeah,
pirate it.
that's why
I might.
That's why I did.
I feel like Trini isn't watching the league.
It's downloaded. I want something good.
Got him.
I don't know if it's good. I didn't watch episode 1 yet.
Alright, he'll watch the league when you read Umaneko.
True.
I already read it.
No.
Not
I'll put-
you'll watch the league when Pat reads it.
Yeah.
He's not listening.
Hold Pat hostage.
He's never gonna. Dude, we already had a pact, and you
I'm
broke
never
it.
gonna what?
I didn't break it. I just didn't,
You didn't
do
fulfill
it. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. Dude, you can't create another pact upon the same.
Why not? Literally, there's just it's just another. It's an and or it's an or condition.
The collateral is it's in the bank. You can't take it out of the bank because the banks have been brought down.
What? Who brought the banks
That's
down?
true.
Yeah. Did you read the news?
No.
Yeah, I did. I didn't read the news. I someone paraphrased the news for me.
All right. What did it say?
Oh, I don't know. I can't read.
Curious.
You guys want to see something sus?
Okay.
Sus.
I'll post it in the Raid channel. We made an Among Us out of some noodles from the Korean restaurant yesterday. And we left it there for the guy to find. So we hope he understood.
Made his day.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Freaking Amogus.
Paranoid.
He had a Balenciaga like jacket on, so he probably knows what an Among Us is.
Yeah, probably. Wait,
kept
was
looking
that a
at
Korean
us.
restaurant wearing Balenciaga?
Yeah, I don't know. It was like it was very clearly like probably the owner's kid or something. It was like some like middle-aged like Korean guy.
That's funny.
He kept looking over at me though. I felt like he was waiting for me to do something white and cringy. That's the feeling I got. I'd be like eating and I'd look up and he's looking. And I'm like looks back down at my food.
Maybe you're gonna make a TikTok and maybe he was just like gonna film you making the TikTok so he can make his own TikTok. And he was just there ready to pounce on the opportunity it had arise.
That's why we left them the Among Us.
You think
We
he
don't
took
do
a
that.
picture? Maybe I bet he took a picture.
We don't
Well,
do that, Piggy.
the sussiest part apparently was like there was no kimchi. Like we had to ask for kimchi. MB was like big fussed out by that.
Yeah. And we were
Nope.
saying that there's no kimchi.
No kimchi at the Korean
Cringe chi.
restaurant.
I mean, what was it called? So I never go there.
Hancock? I think it could go both ways. The food was actually quite good though.
But no
you know.
kimchi though.
Hankook cheese.
We had to
galbi.
ask. Yeah, that's what I
The
had.
restaurant is literally called Korean.
Hankook means Korean.
Hankook means Korean.
So it says Hankook cheese dak galbi. Was that translated? Korean cheese what? Some sort of meat.
Galbi is looks like the short rib.
Oh.
But it says dak galbi. D-A-K.
Okay.
Hey.
I'm all ready, guys.
Hi.
Sorry, I got fucked by daylight savings time.
Oh, yep.
Me too.
Yeah.
I woke up.
Well, not
It's
me.
a
I've
gift
been,
that's gonna keep
been
on
outside
giving
and
for
looking at my watch all day.
next 2 weeks.
Anyone ready for it to go away forever?
Would be nice.
One day.
We should just all use the same time zones.
That's
what
what
does
I'm
it matter?
Disabling DST is some sort of liberal plot to teach CRT in school, so we have to keep it.
True.
I'm expecting that to be.
Teach CRT in school.
No, if we abolished DST, it would require them to teach CRT in schools. So
Why are
we
we
have
teaching
to
them
keep it.
Why are
I
we
know
teaching-
Freddy's gonna say.
You say that.
Yeah.
DST
Okay,
dick
you
sucking
say it.
technique. What the
Fucking
hell?
about monitors, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say, why are we teaching the old TVs, old monitors?
What?
CRT.
It's a CRT.
Oh, monitors. I got you.
Whoa.
I thought you said
Wow.
martyrs. I'm like, what's happening?
Sorry, I was eating.
Okay.
Can't wait for the machinist weapon to drop because I opened the console on my machinist, which would be in line with like our last 3 clips.
Yep.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
What we had? We had the monk, warrior, and then the bard.
Bard. Yeah.
Who took the
So
monk
today's
weapon?
good. I think you did.
I did?
I-
I did not.
Who took that? Who plays monk?
Me.
Okay.
I believe I passed.
Yeah,
it.
right.
He does not. He clearly just lied to you, and you blindly believed him.
Well, why would I not?
I don't know, man.
This guy wants us to line up for Sophia.
I gotta get the Lalafell baby chair everyone's getting really mad about on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up with that lore?
People just love getting mad.
People feel offended when it hits their inner child. They're like,
Alright, everybody, right, we're going.
Let's do it up.
I've never bought into this like Lalafell children. They're just small, but I don't know. Apparently that's like the lore. I don't know, man.
we need a Xeno visual. Does he have one?
He probably does.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison. Sear flesh from bone.
I did something very wrong.
Leave naught but ash in your wake. Let seep sorrow into your heart.
I tell you, I think this fight for the first time the other day.
Behold the fruits of
How'd you like it?
sacrifice.
Too easy.
Yeah.
Knockback.
Were you main tank or off tank?
I was main tank.
You will know my rage.
It was so easy that we got 2 phase 2.
1,
Did you say it was Shrimple?
If
3,
I was Chris, yes.
4.
Where am I going?
Praying before a god.
Where am I going, actually, guys?
1,
Do not,
2,
do not let me cook.
3. Uh-oh. 4. No, we're good. Never mind.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
And a free bird. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
You feel it, Jen? Inside.
Two.
Snake eater.
I shall see my wish fulfilled.
Snake out.
Puts my snake out.
No, stop. Yeah.
Put that thing back where it came from.
DPS no swap.
Afraid to be consumed.
Bad news, everyone. Great news, actually. I got petrified looking at the snake.
Nice.
Bad news, everyone. I'm still petrified, though.
That's fine.
Great news, everyone.
Great news, everyone.
Who's everyone? Everyone. Tim.
Well, someone's gonna have to do a little extra damage for me.
So I'm
Who's it
wearing
gonna do?
the new relic weapon.
Spread less.
Spread.
Perish in flames and threats. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
14.
Oh god. Alright.
It's a little tighter. We
It's
just
fine.
never...
Oh!
Oh, someone got... Did we collect? No, we were pretty far away.
Flame my servant's wrath.
Out and spread. Out and
Out of my sight.
Yeah. Nope. I know.
I'll take this downtime to look at the balance for the machinist rotation.
we should just practice.
Yeah.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Knock back.
Back towards A.
Be crushed underfoot.
Purple.
Purple. Blue.
Then knock back that blue. Purple, then knock back blue. Run up to the blue, center of blue. Select it.
Got him,
No way!
Yeah, I wasn't.
Slow resin.
I saw the wrong side.
We're dead.
Yeah.
That's down.
No.
Were we not far enough out of that? What the
No,
hell?
we got we got ticked. Q.
Oh.
We were like half a tick late. I saw the wrong side is
Shall
safe.
see my wish fulfilled.
Don't worry, I'll clear it right now.
Let's go. There you go. You just gotta do like 11%
By yourself.
by yourself and do Snake 2
By yourself.
by yourself.
No big deal.
You know, the more we explained it, the more plausible it seemed. Yeah, I looked up the machinist rotation, guys.
I don't know. Something about mashing all your buttons while wildfire goes.
Yeah. You want to hit drill. That's the one.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of
You
this
want to
prison.
augment drill, right?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well my computer keeps stuttering, so we may need to
Sear flesh from bone.
restart my computer after this, because I don't know what's going on.
Oh, let's hope we don't clear here.
Leave naught but ash in your wake. Out of my sight. Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Snake out. TPS no swap.
You are prey to be consumed.
Thanks, no swap.
DPS no swap, right?
Correct.
I think we're getting really good at this.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Four.
shall see my wish fulfilled.
Back.
Sorry, I went too early.
You will know my rage.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Who praying before a god?
Oh, I'm bland.
1, 2, 3.
Big Lalafell gaming.
Small Lalafell gaming.
Yeah, let me get you a chair.
Oh, thanks.
Stack glass.
Perish in flame's embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
Multi-printed.
From fulgent flame my servants rise. Let seep sorrow into your heart. Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Yeah, extremely
Take out.
good at Snake too.
DPS, no swap.
No swaps. DPS are 3. DPS are aiming first. Do not look. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I got the
Do you need to restart, Q?
It's stop. Would it be? I probably should just do it now. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Can't hurt.
That's gonna make me take 20 seconds to log out. All right,
Just restart your computer. The game will shut down. It's fine.
Okay, baby.
I'm trying to think about other games.
They don't exist.
Yeah, there's no such thing as another game.
What about Zelda?
Zelda's just like a 14 spin-off where everyone plays as a paladin.
Not wrong.
And a machinist, I guess.
Croissant. Croissant. I go to my Lala lifter to get a croissant.
Croissant. The ultimate step stool.
I sat in it with one of the house. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit in it.
Sad.
So it's a very tall stool. Or Lalafell chair. I'm not sure.
Okay, they gave me a gun. Bam bam. Shotgun. I can't use it yet. I can do this though.
I don't see your flamethrower.
Interesting.
Yeah, I did see the like the path for it, but I don't see it. What's that under?
Battle effects.
Yeah, but where is the battle effect?
Oh, you know, it's around.
Oh, you know.
It's where the 50-cent wings are.
Yeah, have you seen the images from today?
No.
I snapped
I
them.
can look now.
Scroll up a little bit. You'll see.
Okay, let me see. No, that's the right channel. See. Why is half the food always like on an angle? I have to like tilt my head to like.
What?
Because it's a phone app.
Oh, there's cum on that salad.
Whoa.
Yeah. Definitely is.
The quality seems to have dropped drastically between the first 3 photos and the last one. Or is it just me? Like the food
the
quality.
last one, it's backwards. That's the first one he snapped, the last picture.
Oh, okay. Did you order little frozen pizza?
Yeah, dude, look at it.
It looks disgusting. Is that just like a chunk of butter that just didn't melt on the bread?
A stick of butter.
Yeah, Kingsmore snaps his food to me sometimes.
It's cute.
So I take a picture and I share it, and sometimes the food just doesn't all those things.
Alright, let's roll. We're gonna go beyond Snake 2. This is a Snake 3 party.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Snake 3 is the snake we form along the way.
This is the go even.
Make the tree party.
Yeah, it'll be just like DBZ, where Snake 3 is actually just like a useless transformation. Just jobs every fight.
That's not useless.
What? Super Saiyan 3 doesn't win a single fight.
Yeah, but what if it did?
Rest
Oh,
eternal
what?
in the dark depths of this prison.
Oh, sorry. Classic Snake 2 wave.
Then what would be Snake
Sear
1.5?
flesh from bone.
Centaur.
What if Snake had limbs?
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Spread.
Let sheep sorrow into your heart. Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Sneak out.
Snake Eater.
DPS,
You
no
are
swap.
afraid to be consumed.
Oh! Yep.
Rip.
I've been turned into a rock. Can I go home? No, I can't go home!
You
Kill
have
me!
Rock at home.
Turns into a raw.
Yeah, Rock Man.
That's
Oh,
it. It's like the Anamorphous, you know the books where they turn into animals, turns into a raw.
Yeah. Hey, Angelo.
Animorphs.
Get it?
Good reference. It's like a mother heckin' JoJo reference.
Rest
Yeah, that's
eternal in the
also
dark
what you
depths
said
of
in
this
the-
prison.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, I'll finish Bookworm so I can go back to JoJo.
Never.
True.
Is Bookworm a JoJo reference?
Sear flesh from bone.
She would also turn herself into paper if she could.
That's it.
Turning yourself into paper is also a JoJo reference.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
And a spread.
Oh.
What isn't a JoJo reference at this point?
Let sheep sorrow into your heart.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Making a JoJo reference is a JoJo reference.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
You hear about that guy, that like basketball
Speak
player who
out.
said One Piece is a good stutter anime?
He named like literally like trifecta of like manga or anime. Yeah.
5,000 part.
TPS no swap.
Pray to be consumed.
Thanks, no swap.
Yeah, so he's like Naruto, One Piece,
Hunter x Hunter.
Hunter x Hunter, yeah. Funny on the card. No swapping.
Swiper, no swapping.
Christian.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
North south? North south? Outside. Stack.
Two.
I'm listening to a lot of Seals, Kiss from a Rose. Don't
Oh,
ask
yeah.
me why.
Cause D does a great job singing it in
Always Sunny.
Always Sunny.
Maybe that's why subconsciously.
Shall see my wish fulfilled.
Okay. I finished that by the way.
Did you?
Yeah.
You will know my rage.
Very good.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Who praying before a god?
1, 2, 3, 4.
What's nice when we went to the restaurant, they played Butter twice.
There you go.
And then they played a Taylor Swift song. Get a bit of whiplash.
They're going for all kinds of stand culture.
Megan Trainor was in there. You know, there's not many people I say could die and I wouldn't be sad. Megan Trainor most definitely is on that list. I'm sure she's a wonderful lady. She needs to not make music.
So, it's your spread.
Sure. When someone spotted it. Right?
Sorry, Kay. That was my fault.
From fulgent flame my servants rise.
Rip. See you later, guys.
Out of my sight.
Very well, my son.
That was my bad. I got lost.
Okay.
Oh, I called it. Get the quadrants.
I know. I got lost for what side I was on.
This definitely wasn't someone's fault, so that doesn't help either.
Well, when it's spread, you just it's two little spreaded.
The spready.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
I still think that the Boros twins, when one of them spoke, they just made basketball sounds.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison.
No.
Alright, this is gonna be the clear because I fucked up the entire opening.
Sear flesh from bone. Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Was out in stock.
Out of my sight.
Sorry, I autopilot that too.
It's fine. I was watching.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
We're going out.
Make out. DPS no swap.
You are prey
Thanks,
to be
swap.
consumed. Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Four.
4 score.
Centaur now?
Friday's St. Patrick's Day.
That's it?
No, this coming
Shall
Friday.
see my wish fulfilled.
Yeah. Anyone gonna have a green
Knockback?
beer?
You will know my rage.
I just found out I'm allergic to green. So.
Oh wow.
1,
I wish I was like that.
2, 3, 4.
Who praying before a god?
1, 2, 3.
As soon as I thought we were on Centaur too at first.
It's all blended together.
Red last, red last.
Perish in flames embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
How did I even have a shout?
Partner?
Zoomy mama.
Flame my servant's rights.
I'll go 5 but not.
Let's seep sorrow into your heart.
So you can cast. Stack this.
He's having a stroke.
It's possible.
You smell toast.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Snake time.
Snake out.
That's a heart attack.
Alright, man.
1,
DPS, no swap.
Okay, no swap. Healers are shoot.
Support shoot first.
Cardinal. Do not bleed.
North south?
North to south. Healers are free.
Oh, shit. Am I gonna get that in time, please? Ah.
Looks alright.
Julie Mama.
Hot.
I shall see my wish fulfilled.
Knockback.
You will know my rage.
Okay.
Partner or
Parties.
parties.
Be crushed underfoot.
Yellow.
Okay, yellow. And then
blue.
Black line. Knock back at yellow. Then blue, black line.
No.
You just stay. Alright, and he's basically dead. He is dead.
Yeah. Godhood is within my grasp.
Godhead is within his grasp.
Reach it, brother.
Even should my vessel crumble.
Any questions for the second half?
I shall take hold of my
For last
reward.
towers, if you do not get hit, then you get a tower, right? I'm just gonna have to every time, otherwise I'm not gonna remember.
Yep.
How do you forget every week?
I just want to make sure I know. It's better to know than to.
I guess.
If you do not get hit by the earth spike, like in Centaur, then yes, you chase the tower. And do be wary of who your partner is going to be.
Yep.
I think 4 people have fixed spots every time, and then the other 4 have to flex, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
How I long for our
The
reunion.
most recent raid boss we got in Destiny 2 is apparently the final god of pain. And like, he looks like shit. Like, this guy's just some dude, and he looks like 500 times cooler, and we killed the final god of pain, and he's just like some dude.
Humanoid model?
Kinda yes, kinda no. He was actually a little chunky.
Does what's his face still voice any characters? The guy from Game of Thrones? That wizard came from the moon guy? That's all I know about Destiny lore.
What?
I am not. Are you talking about Nolan North?
I don't know his name as voice act. He was Tyrion Lannister
Oh.
from Game of Thrones. What's his name?
I just forgot.
Yeah, I don't know.
Peter Dinklage. Peter Dinklage.
Peter Dinklage, thank you.
Peter!
If he did, it,
Peter!
I'm not familiar.
Alright, Q, not Q. Dave takes it on. Oh, food up, food up. My food is about
I like this song.
Does anyone else feel like they're being watched?
I do. Listen, Trudeau's outside my window.
Oh god.
How dare you?
Doing the National Gamer Inspection.
Open up the FBI.
Open up, it's Justin Trudeau in disguise.
Fake mustache on.
He is the master of disguise.
Yeah, that's why he did blackface.
Yeah.
I watched,
That's why it took him so long to realize it was him in the black man.
I watched,
Tanks Flex.
Tanks Flex?
It's a good movie.
Because I got an article where...
Brad.
Spratty? Uh-oh.
Whoa!
It's okay. It's okay.
Right side.
Right side?
No,
It's not okay.
You ran into the wall.
All right.
Did I? Did I?
I
Yes.
think you did, yeah. 'Cause
Yeah.
You just died to nothing.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no
Anyways.
mechanics were going up.
Okay, well, I'm stupid.
Anyways, I watched the movie because Ben Stiller wouldn't apologize for Robert Downey Jr. Doing blackface in that movie, so I decided to watch it.
Oh, Traffic Thunder.
Yeah,
The dude
yeah.
playing the dude dressed as the other dude.
Yeah.
You guys are a bunch of suckers. They're gonna be looking for soldiers. They're not looking for clowns.
Also, there are so many quotes from that movie that I didn't know came from that movie.
Yep.
Yeah, it was weird. I feel like that's one that not everyone watched. Everyone knows.
Everyone said, like, quotes it, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I like how the black guy gay.
Oh.
You're fine.
Yeah, just clutch it up.
Suck it up.
That's toxic tankulinity for me.
What?
Can't just tell tanks to suck it up. Tanks
Tanks
flex.
flex again.
Just simply don't die.
When I did this, I didn't die.
Yeah, one job.
Yeah, that's because you weren't healing you.
Red.
Oh, that's not true.
Well, I mean, technically.
Right side. What the
Wait,
hell?
oh.
Oh, you're
What's
lucky.
happening?
I don't know.
No one knows.
Oh, two?
Ice, throw two ice, throw two ice.
Thanks, Flex.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Throw one fire.
You?
Sorry. Fuck. Sorry, I got lost again.
Q's drunk.
I'm
Mod
drunk.
check?
I don't have Swift,
mods?
man.
I think you could use Swift for damage.
Yeah, I did.
It's
What
Sunday
will
night.
you learn?
Use that. There you go.
Alright, let's just try.
Rejoice and partake of my gift.
Rejoice and partake of his gift. No.
Just say no.
Just say no.
Q. Why would you attack?
Good practice.
Yeah, you're welcome. I don't know. I have no brain apparently.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
okay.
Wait,
no mistakes
how did you
anymore.
die that time?
So
You-
Q.
I used to
ran to
attack,
that.
so I died, so everyone else died.
Yeah, he didn't use his invincibility. He turned it off like immediately.
I wanted to get my rotation back in line.
He goes away.
I know, but I have to be able to pull up Radiant Finale.
But he becomes a target.
I know, but my Radiant Finale is supposed to, like, I need to move into my next song.
Wow. We all received his gift.
Yeah.
So.
If I ever die, I just assume my rotation will never recover.
Yeah, it's a
Same.
lost cause.
Sometimes if I don't die, I assume my rotation will never recover.
True.
Sometimes it just goes away and it never returns, you know?
Alright, let's do this.
Alright, melee flex, melee
Melee.
flex.
My will is absolute.
Stab
The stack.
first.
Just stack me.
The plastic.
Left side. Two fire and ice. For one.
The one.
Nice. Melee flex.
Guys, remember when I didn't know about triangles?
Yeah.
Yes. Have you learned about triangles since?
Nope.
Okay.
I have no idea. Did I take both of them? So that doesn't make sense.
That one actually doesn't make any sense for just you to be dead.
Maybe I was too far away from K.
Could
Your gear broke.
Rejoice and partake of my gift.
What's your debuff?
Keep getting short, what's the joke?
A useless alpha.
I will go south.
Right side, okay? Shorts north, long south.
Right side?
Other side.
That's right. Big time it is.
That's sneaky. Spread.
One. Two.
Oh.
3.
Whatever. That's why you wait.
I mean, or I guess maybe I wasn't topped off. I don't know.
You probably weren't topped off, but I mean, why were you so far?
Yeah, I don't think we were topped off there.
Because I mean, they didn't die.
I don't know. I went in for heals. I don't know. Because I have to go in to cast mini.
What the fuck?
Yeah. My invuln can't even go off fast enough between that
We're
and
fine.
auto. Blech.
We went up.
My will is absolute.
Anyone watch the Streamer Awards?
Nope.
I don't even know what that is.
Never even heard of it.
Probably awards for streamers. right?
Awards for streamers.
I had to guess.
Receive only death and be honored.
That was a ironic question.
The real question is, does anybody watch the Streamer Awards?
Streamers, probably.
Yeah, streamers watch their own award shows, yeah.
Since
Yeah.
probably a couple of those. What?
Fix flex.
Feels so natural.
My will is absolute.
Spread first. Right side. Fire and ice. Row 1. Ice. Row 1 ice. Thanks, left. Row 2 fire. Why are you so low?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't either.
I really walked into heal too. That's up.
Someone inspect Q's gear. What's broken?
No, I mean he has the right amount of HP.
Oh.
Nah, I did check. I did check. I had the same thought, honestly.
Alright, what's the debuff? A useless. A useless. Right side guard.
I see. Oh, cute.
Right there.
There's the tree.
One. Two. Three.
AoE. And Buster. And then natural line. Remember it's backwards or not backwards. And flex and flex. Double reverse. My will is backwards. Row one.
One.
Stack. For one stack. Row two spread. Fire and ice, it's backwards. Row one.
One.
Ice. Row one ice.
Tanks flex.
Row two fire.
Oh, okay.
Left side, left side.
Back.
Guess I wasn't far enough to the side. No attacking. Attacking now.
I'm in Bowman.
Okay.
Okay.
Rejoice and partake of my gift!
Watch your debuffs or lack of.
I'm missing person. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
okay, you were cute. That one's weird. Yep.
Yep.
One on
It's
one.
weird.
1-on-1, 2-on-2.
And nothing or
Nothing
only
by A's.
Yeah.
Solo on 2?
Yeah, solo,
Solo, no
Greek
number.
letter. Yeah.
Letter only on 2.
Maybe my problem is that I second wind and I haven't been. I don't know.
Yeah, I usually have a lot of.
Receive all this death and be honored!
Left side. Row 2. Fire. Row 1 ice.
Busters may not be my son, but I will split them.
Rejoice and partake of my gift!
Funny every time.
That's why we been wiping. You didn't say that.
Yeah, true.
How are we supposed to succeed?
Bunch of debuffs.
Alpha useless.
Left side.
Alpha useless.
You're making a free.
I will go side.
Left side.
Three has been made. There we go.
Attack. Spread 2. Spread.
One.
2.
3. 4.
And clusters. And then natural one.
What's so natural about this?
Oh.
That's a great question.
Melee spikes?
Single inverse. Wait, inverse first. This is inverse.
Row 1.
Row 1.
Stack.
The stack.
Well, I know about the stacking.
Row 2. Spread.
Well, I fucked right.
This is normal.
Melee spikes. Normal fire and ice.
Row 1.
Ice. Row 1 ice. Fire. Right side. Dude, you're definitely too far or something. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Hey, wait. Maybe you're missing changes here?
Yeah, maybe.
Rejoice and partake of my gift!
I don't have.
Missing someone.
Then you're in for it.
Oh fuck! I'm stupid. God damn it.
It's over.
Sorry.
What is that? there's no one
Yeah,
to
no E-Freef.
use it.
I guess you can practice taking your thing if you want.
Oh, fuck.
And now we die.
Damn it.
Sorry, guys. Must be snuffed out.
No debuff at A.
Yep.
You get to make the mighty Ifrit.
I was looking at my mage's ballad instead of my no my no.
But you said I don't have anything.
Well, right. I saw purple and I was like, wait, that's not right. What do I have? I don't have anything.
Gotcha.
The purple buff.
Yeah. I was like, wait a minute.
The rare 1 in a million purple buff, debuff. Is that like a shiny Pokemon?
Purple.
Oh, I potted.
Congrats.
No, I potted instead of using my fucking reassemble. I did them backwards.
Same difference. Basically the same buff.
Oh, my pot's not gonna last my my burst window.
Well, that means it's the clear, boys.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. Woo, guaranteed.
Extremely hilarious.
James was right? We cleared when he messed up his opener too. Like this, the 100% confirmed.
It's actually that shrimple.
We need to sacrifice somebody's opener every time we want to clear. Thanks, Flux.
My will is absolute.
Yeah, his will is absolute.
Spread first.
Do a dispready. Do pop friend IRL.
Row 1. Fire. Row 1 fire.
Oh, I know about fire.
Row 2 ice.
There. Looks better, I think. Yeah, that was better.
Probably shouldn't be so far up.
Yep.
What if I went all the way over here?
Goodbye.
I want to be healed help.
We get healed.
Rejoice and partake of my gift.
I don't want. He can't give you his gift if you say no legally.
Oh.
I think he can. That's his power.
Yeah. I keep getting short. What's the joke?
There's new chairs, I think.
A
I should
useless
make
alpha.
I'll go south.
Okay.
I should make like a Reddit post about how getting the short debuff on Lalafell is problematic.
You could.
I'm in the wrong spot. No!
Run!
No.
Can we combine these?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Blast us off.
I got there late just so someone realized that they did it wrong.
All right, everybody, keep your eyes on the prize.
Dude.
That's a baseball. That's a JoJo reference, I think.
So we can all get a prize, and by all I mean whoever wins the mount, weapon, and chest. So 3 people out of 8 get a prize.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have just rolled on everything last time, but I didn't expect to win everything.
No,
last
it's fine.
time.
That's fine.
It wasn't a complaint, it's just a possibility.
No, I know, it's just... When it happened, I was like, oh.
I mean, everybody's got to get something sometimes, so.
That was my reparations for being was it infantilized?
Infantilized. Dude, I had a really hard time saying that word the other day. Yeah, do not do that.
Have decided.
That's a little different.
Thanks.
Any range is gonna get infantilized.
It's so hard to say. Anything.
Freddy.
I was in speech therapy as a kid because I used to have a hard time with my like T's and H sounds and stuff.
I'm just bad at English, straight up.
Yeah,
That's
me
fine.
too.
Real one.
Real one.
Fire.
English is most definitely one of the most languages of all time.
True.
Yeah,
Facts.
It's definitely one of the languages of all time.
No, my health is low.
You should have a macro every time your health gets low.
Bongos every time my health dropped below 100.
Alert healers. My health is low.
Alert! I am missing HP.
I'm gonna buy a life alert necklace. To play a macro in game every time my health is low.
My health is low and I can't get it up.
That's another problem.
Okay, well, I was trying to
That's what the Lola lift is
I
for.
was referenced HP bar. Don't have such dirty minds.
B useless.
Beta. Useless.
Beads?
It's been me useless every time I've been one of the shorts.
Be yourself. Thanks for the comments.
What else?
Keeps telling me not to be myself.
Yeah, actually, don't be yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going.
Someone
I'll go
was in my
south.
spot. Okay.
Right side?
Dave, you were long.
Yeah, Long's go north, I thought.
No.
Oh.
You made it. You made it. It's fine. I was like, I'm pretty sure me and Dave were there together, and I'm pretty sure I was in the right spot.
One. Two.
Come on, 3.
Three.
Yes, yes.
4.
What's up? My name's Jay. I'm 19, and I never learned how to fucking read.
Is that a reference?
It's an archaic, like, Vine reference.
Okay.
Anyone who's familiar with that website.
I do it for the vine. And then the kid like slam dunked the chicken.
All that cringe shit people were doing for the Vine, like clanking, licking the ice cream.
Yeah.
Licking the ice cream?
Yeah.
Did they was Vine the one where they grabbed the ice cream as well at the McDonald's drive-thru?
Probably.
Oh, out of the cone. I think I've
Yeah.
seen that one.
Was that a Vine thing or was that an?
I don't know. Ooh, melees, melees.
Oh, we're fucked.
Double
And-
inverse. At least it's double.
Great news, everyone.
Stack? For one stack.
I've made a robot that just screams 24/7. But why?
Row 2 spread. Fire and ice. Row 2 ice.
Melee flex.
A triangle.
Wait, I thought it was melee flex.
You're not
Yo.
melee.
You're not
No,
melee.
god damn it!
You're it, Dave. You're a tank.
Shut up!
I mean, technically takes a melee.
Yeah, but
That's what I was thinking at the time for some stupid reason. I don't know why.
Felt very
Wires crossed my goddamn head.
you were the well actually guy in your own head. well, actually.
Whose idea was it to raid on daylight savings?
I didn't even remember to do that until I
I kind of forgot to.
I didn't remember until the Pokemon TCG stream told me it last night.
It was VGC.
VGC.
Oh, what? Were you watching TCG last night?
No, VG. It was VGC.
Oh, yeah. Fuck, I fucked up my rotation, so we're good, everybody. We're good now.
Thank you for your service. Salute you. How many songs are on cooldown?
Just one.
Oh, okay.
What the heck? That's barely even. You screwed it up. Alright, tanks,
Yep,
tanks flex.
What is it? Has Fados be naturaling on my alignment till I spread.
Spready.
Same. What?
Where am I going?
I don't know.
Bad news, everyone. Okay, good news, everyone.
Fire ice, fire ice.
Tanks
Roll one.
flex.
Roll one ice. Roll one ice. Two fire.
I wish they'd bring Future out. My favorite like animated show ever.
This guy doesn't like Family Guy.
It seems today that all you see.
Kira!
Remember that time? Family Guy existed?
Yeah.
What about The Simpsons? Who watches The Simpsons like every day? Like, who is their biggest fan?
Maybe I will not be number 2.
What?
Once. I've been 2 every time.
Cat useless.
He is useless.
Right side guys.
Walks into the wall. I will go south.
Side.
Left text.
Wait a minute. Left text? You can't have a left text.
Why not?
I am a society. Left text.
I am a society. Okay.
Yeah, left text.
Left text.
Oh my
Red,
gosh.
red, red.
I almost did too much healing during that phase. I just
1,
did not have enough mana.
2, Rip Talon. 3, 4.
The day we can get Brittany's healing post to 0 is the day we can say we've truly made it as a group.
Oh! Wait, what?
Oh no.
Oh no!
Something sus happened here.
Yeah.
It's a bit sussy, yeah.
We're gonna need some.
Working on it.
Guys, I was in electrical. Everyone gets that reference. From the hit game.
Wow.
Yeah. I seen that game today. It was like in a noodle bowl or something.
The hit noodle game.
National Alignment 2.
Melee.
I'll understand.
Melee flex.
Yeah, some button is stuck on my keyboard
Double
because it
inverse.
keeps like untargeting him every second.
Nice.
Bad news, everyone.
Go 2.
Back first.
Roll 1 spread.
Oh yeah.
Fire ice. Backwards. Fire ice backwards.
Roll 1.
Roll 1.
Melee flex.
Fire, wait.
Go 2 fire.
Go 2 fire.
Gotcha, right in the side, just out of...
Right side, guys. Right side. Right side of arena.
Oh god damn, I saw your charge. Spooked me.
AoE. King clusters.
And how?
What else could I do? He high on my concept till I Phoenix. That's a good one, right?
He says that?
Yeah.
Maybe use a little work.
Rejoice and partake of my gift!
I'm practicing my pickup lines for when I go to 14
I watch your
Ontario.
debuffs.
Or lack of. You guys, this is wrong.
I'm 2.
2 is the solo, yes?
No!
No, what is the solo?
It's red. It's a red debuff.
Red goes to
So
red.
it is red.
1-on-1,
That is
2-on-2, no buffs at A.
Fuck.
The way everyone committed to it. I didn't see a single person fucking move. You all were just looking at each other. I love that.
Yeah, this is like,
I mean, no one.
saying this is wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're not paying attention.
Talon had to move. Nothing else could have worked.
Just made me laugh looking over and just seeing everyone stand off, guns out. Whoever moves first, gay.
Yeah. Shit. 1-on-1, 2-on-2, no debuffs at A. Solo letter at 2. Ooh, what was that heal? What the fuck?
Was it the Gavey heal?
Yeah, I don't know. Dave healed like 60k in one thing. Yeah.
Watch as your healing cards draw.
Yeah, actually. That's
In real time.
That's direct.
Tanks flex.
Let's see.
Come on,
Start. Right side spread.
Almost went to the stack.
Please don't.
Don't tell Brittany.
Throw 1. Ice. Throw 1 ice. Tank flex.
Fire. Somebody call 911.
But not for me.
Not for me, yeah. Pretty. Bad news.
I was topped off and that hit me down to literal like 300 HP.
Maybe a skill issue.
It's off.
Could be.
Rejoice and partake of my gift.
Oh my guys, we're really good at high concept 1.
Not wrong.
Yeah, I think it's high concept too.
Don't worry about 2-on-2, 3-on-3.
I keep getting the short.
Alpha useless.
I will go south.
Left side, guys.
Side. Alpha useless. Shorts north, long south.
Yeah. Jorts north.
Shorts north. Left side.
I don't have a macro for the snake, sorry.
Keep it.
I feel like my game is just absolutely chugging. Even just pressing one button feels like a challenge for my game right now. I don't know, man. My game's a big sus, what can I say?
1, 2, 3, 4.
God bless.
Gonna melt some fire resistance in my gear for next raid.
The good old day.
I might still have one in my bag somewhere.
I have a bunch of wood materials though. We actually used them on those.
Back in the day.
And PPS has been happening.
Tanks flex.
I'm inverted.
Gonna melt border to my gear.
Invert first.
Row 2 stack. Row 2 stack. Row 1 spread. Fire and ice.
Tanks flex, it's normal order.
Normal, fire ice.
Row 1.
Row 1.
Ice. Row 2 fire. Right side, guys.
Right text. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I have more billion bucks.
Not Poland, sorry, that's Poland.
It's true.
Yeah,
I'm potting. I'm cut pin shot.
Remember, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, lone letter.
Rejoice! I'll take up my gift!
And no deblocks at A.
Awesome. I think we did it. Insane.
We're to, right side?
Right side.
Prinny.
Oh.
Power.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my god, I was healing. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my. Yikes. I was healing.
I was like, why am I still seeing a fish at the bottom of my screen?
Oh, you need to close the YouTube video.
We all need to watch a fanboy fishing video to de-stress.
Yeah.
Receive our gift and be honored!
I was thinking about healing if it and
This guy said he was thinking about healing.
yeah, think about all the healing I had to do to get my great part.
Let's go. That's what we aim for.
Macro alignment.
Thanks.
My will is absolute!
Spread.
Left
Left
side.
side.
Row 1.
Row 1.
Ice. Row 1 ice. King flex.
A little delayed mini there.
Have we made it past High Concept 2 yet?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
I think even if we're done raiding by 420, we should raid on 420.
To make the tree.
Make the tree and do High Concept.
I'm doing a little food weaving here. Don't mind me.
Don't want to wait until he's not targetable?
No, I weaved it in a GCD. It's all part of the plan.
Beta useless.
Right side,
Right
guys.
side.
Who was wrong there, Pretty? You.
You were wrong.
Beta useless.
You know what? It worked though.
It worked,
Shorts
I
north,
flexed.
long south.
No.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Left side.
Little fucking tomfoolery.
The tree. Sorry, Kay.
But I just had to deal with a lot of my bullshit there.
Yeah, I sure did.
Yeah, actually can't
This guy's
explain it.
This guy's making sure I'm fully awake.
Making sure Pretty has a better healing price. Or worse healing price.
Fred?
Yeah, I'm increasing that healing price tenfold.
1, 2, 3,
Be careful, James hasn't exploded again.
Yeah, I know.
4.
Zooey mama.
Right.
Heal.
Tanks
again.
Yep.
I'm inverted.
Invert first.
Row 1.
Spread. Row 1 spread. Row 2 stack. Row 2 stack. Purple out, purple out,
Q,
purple
go,
out.
Q, go.
Sorry. Yep.
I just can't explain
Fire
it.
Fire ice.
Tanks flex, normal.
Row 1.
Fire. Row 1 fire. Normal. Row 2 ice. Right side, guys.
Alright, this is it. I'm feeling it.
This is high concept tree. No debuff.
1-on-1, 2-on-2, A's.
Come into my shop queue. Welcome.
Right side.
Right side. I'll go south.
You go south? Okay. I wouldn't pre-position.
Oh yeah, not yet. Yep.
I would not pre-position.
Yep.
You want south? Okay.
Dave, come in.
Wait.
Dave.
Why are you going south? by
Q,
the way?
you're east-west.
I'm stupid. Yep. Fuck.
Not gonna hurt.
You can't explain it. We'll make one Phoenix. I didn't question it the first time.
Alright, I'll be a sec. I'll be right back. 1 sec.
I should have asked you what you wanted. Damn it.
We'll be back in a sec.
Does anyone need to rewatch the video? Now's the time. Because, I mean, it's Sunday and there's no other replay day.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm back. Was that the only one left?
I don't know.
I think
Some people
James.
just said be right back.
Someone else said be right
Okay.
But I don't know if we want to just run out the 30 minutes or not.
I'm down.
I have to go let Adonis out and stuff though, like before 11:30, so
Yeah.
I'll have to step away for 10 minutes or so.
If we can get past high concept 2, guaranteed clear. But Right now, that's a big if.
Don't forget to remember.
You miss a week, or you miss like, yeah, I guess it's been over a week since we did it. So
yeah.
After 7 days, I guess it leaves the brain. Well, why haven't scientists fixed this yet? Scientists fix this.
Let's see if I've garnered any hate on my most recent YouTube video. Let's check the analytics. Anyone telling me I should die?
I hope not.
Probably not.
No,
okay.
Surprisingly not. I haven't had anyone tell me to die yet, so.
That means you have good takes, right?
I think.
The hottest takes. Alright, here we go. Make sure your food's up. This time's the clear. We're gonna make the phoenixes. We're gonna tank the meteors. And we're gonna clear the bosses.
True.
Receive only death and be honored.
Takes.
My will is absolute.
First. Spread left side.
Left text.
Fire and ice.
Go 2.
Ice. Go 2. Will 1 fire.
Rejoice and partake of my gift.
Concept 1. What's your debuff?
Became a short one.
3, 2 on 2.
A useless.
A useless. Left side guard.
Left side.
Short north, long south.
Oh god. We need. Okay.
Left side.
Left side guys. Step off. Spread.
One. 2. 3. 4.
Weird set of movements I had to do, but it worked out.
Yeah.
Maybe get him.
Thinking about how those tank busters aren't my son.
Strange order. Tanks?
No,
or
melee.
Melee's fled. Melees are fled.
Single. This is normal.
I like a strange.
Go 2.
Spread. Go 2 spread. Roll 1 stack. 5 and out.
It's melee flex, right?
Yep.
Melee flex. Fire ice backwards. Roll 2.
For 2. Ice.
Fire ice. Yep.
Oh god, I'm in the middle. Yeah, okay. Woo!
Roll 1 fire.
Yeah, just doing a little Josh.
Right side. AoE. Buster.
Rejoice and partake of my gift!
What's your debuff or lack of?
Come to my shop.
Left side.
Guys.
I will go 5.
Ifrits are east and west. Ixion's north and south.
I'll go south K.
Dave, go far.
Occupied with Q.
Targetable.
Prep your burst. Ready. The pot after the cutscene.
Remember your spread spots. Remember your cooldowns. Remember when to pop whatever AoEs you need to.
Oh, the music.
Surrender to oblivion!
Spreads.
Embrace annihilation!
Launch debuffs and debuff of whoever you have to look at. Second set.
Thank you guys.
Spreads.
Spread.
Oh, there's 3 here.
Oh!
Shit. Oh no!
No, it's Olga.
Oh,
not?
I'm sorry. No, that's my fault.
We might be okay if we're huge
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah, just get mid up to get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn you.
Your feeble flame must be
Don't you have it?
It's gonna be close.
No. Unbelieving. Everyone crit.
Oh my god.
You got it.
Oh no no no!
Yes! Yes!
Talk about the left.
We sure do love doing that, don't
Dude, we've never done that before, dude. He did the animation.
Okay, guys.
Black Mage Rod.
Black Mage dibs.
Should I play Black Mage?
I always play Black Mage. Everyone can.
He actually does. Yeah.
I do.
Does.
I'll pass on the weapon. Copper.
I might as well pass on the weapon cover.
Last song. Last song.
Oh, I already have White Stone Black. I'll pass on the song.
Man.
Oh, classic.
Yeah, sorry, that was my fault.
Oh, no.
That was completely
Nah, just classic need luck.
I won the chest and the.
Alright,
the
Talon.
mount.
Did you win anything, Talon?
Got the weapon.
I told you. I told you.
Okay.
Week
good
8 is
job.
my week. It's
Good
all
job,
gonna come up,
everyone.
Ivan.
Remember, it's either we clear Tuesday or we don't, and then we're off Sunday and the following Tuesday because 2 people can't make it. But
Yeah,
then we
assholes.
will we will meet back up on what was the actual date again? It's the 14th, and then you're gone from the 17th to the 23rd, so the 26th.
How many
14th.
more do we actually need? 3?
3?
3 at this
yeah.
point?
Yes.
Yeah, 3 more.
Nice.
Gym might be open by the time we get our 3 final class.
3 more weeks. Yeah, it might open. Yeah.
Just the time for us to be done.
Yeah, right. Actually,
Guess we could farm it if we wanted.
if people want glaive.
I mean,
yeah.
I wouldn't mind, honestly.
Yeah.
I think the weapons and armor all look really cool this time, so...
Yeah.
I think the weapons are good
Yeah.
this time. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the chest pieces aren't a big deal, but the weapons look sweet. Well, cool. In over literal last millisecond possible server tick.
Yeah. No, that was definitely my fault. Could have just killed it without stressing at the end.
All good, all good. I don't what how did we not take a tower hit though? Did you just
It was,
double?
No. It was,
Oh, you
I
swapped.
got hit.
Oh,
I got
okay,
hit.
I
I got
gotcha.
hit.
Yeah.
But I ran to a tower.
Gotcha,
For some reason
gotcha.
I was thinking I was not getting hit.
Okay, yeah, I guess if it happens that way, only one person dies.
Powerful.
All right, GG's. Good job,
GG's.
everyone.
Glad we got there.
Yeah. Good night.
Thanks.
Great raid, everyone.
Great raid.
Woo!
Bye.
Yes.
I wish I had a brain.
I do wish you had a brain.
Thank you for your
I
support.
think the only mistake I actually made in that whole session was the one that I recovered from. See, when my philosophy is when it doesn't look right, just assume it's you at first until you prove otherwise. that logic saved me in that case, because I was like, oh, there's too many people here. Oh, I'm not supposed to be here.
I did make the one big mistake.
That's okay.
Ah,
I mean,
Because
everyone-
stupid,
Me too.
the freaking markers and colors and.
I mean, almost everybody made a mistake this time around. It's like
Yeah.
K did, Prinny did.
I didn't.
Some people made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, I'm not
Nope,
gonna name any
wasn't me.
names about
Wasn't
who
me.
made a lot of mistakes.
Never made a mistake in my life.
Gaze upon my purple.
Wow, must be nice. Oh, you already had the chess piece?
Yes.
Oh.
This
You
guy
were-
asked
we were
Talon a
never
question
in competition.
and then didn't listen to the
No, no,
answer.
no. He said he won the weapon.
Yes.
I didn't realize he already won the chess piece.
I
thought we were competing for who gets to win all 3 in the last week.
No, not all 3.
It was not a competition, apparently.
You're still competing for the mount.
No, it's not a competition. I'm gonna win all 3 in week 8. This is my power to win loot when all other
My
options
power.
are
Let's
exhausted.
go to fucking.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna go spin my GP and then play RuneScape probably. Or I guess I could leave 14. Well, no, I use the controller for both. That's not gonna work.
Oh, we got a 43 total? Nice.
I never even noticed there's a total down there.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
I think this is the run where I screwed up. I screwed something up. I think I don't. Tonight was a mess.
Yeah, I mean,
only 9 communios.
Only 9 kamimis. I know I screwed up part 1 because I did something weird in a first window. Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot to hit my goring blade. It just lets you. It just lets you not hit it, and you don't realize for 20 seconds, and then you're like, oh god, do I hit it outside of buffs, or do I wait 40 more seconds to hit it? I do not know the answer to this question. The answer to the question. Wow, this is sick. I just got 6 prism stone from 1 node. Choose a cordial, why not? Well, I'm glad we cleared it. I was thinking before. I mean, I did know that if we got to the final phase, we were gonna clear it. I just wasn't confident that we were gonna do that.
It was close.
Well, yeah.
No, it would make sense, but there's always that room for error, such as bombing the pillars or whatever.
Well, you know. These people are in a fake nose. What the heck?
I mean, there's a little bit of RNG, so.
I was trying to mine. I saw them there and I was like, okay, that's the next node. But it was the same node I was mining. Yes.
Alright. I know the nodes are decently far apart.
You're a node.
You're a node.
Thanks for node dissing.
What do I want to do after all that?
Do your second gathering relic.
No.
Why?
No.
Why not?
No.
Why?
Maybe tomorrow or some other time this week, but not after. I need a break now.
Well, that literally is a break. What kind of break?
Break where we turn off 14 now.
Yo, you know who's playing Slayer? Sarkanzo had just booted up Halo the Master Chief Collection. He heard me saying Slayer and said I took that literally. Boop. Boop. Small. They tricked me again.
How did they trick you? Oh, the people at the nodes.
That node ain't real. It ain't real. I hate that you have to keep going to Chris. Well, this is self-inflicted. I keep having to go to Chris because I only have like 20 inventory slots.
I mean, I had about a bag's worth of inventory spots, but yeah, no, I had to make a few trips each time.
Yeah, it's much better with the crafting thing. You just have the materials and stand right in front of it.
Yeah, you can just sit in town.
Alright, I'm up to 56 out of 180. That's not bad. But you know what we're not at 56 of? 56 Roons! Whatever I just said even means.
And even though this shipment was delayed a day, the dry ice has kept these rock solid. That's a bison flank steak. Thaw in the fridge overnight or in trickling cool water, these steaks were ready in 20 minutes. Don't be scared of frozen meat. You want to get stuff from boutique producers, it's gonna be frozen and that's just fine. Whether it's bison, grass-fed beef, pastured chicken...
I am eligible to drink the tears of Guthix. His delicious, delicious tears. That's me. Drinking those Guthix tears. Alright, but there was a quest I was going to do. Oh, Tribal Totem. Because that's short, and I had already started it.
Sustainable seafood, anything special you could want is here, and you can read all about the farms you're buying from. Go to crowdcow.com/Ragusia and you will get $15 off your first order. That link is in the description, and if you use it, you can become a Crowd Cow member for free, which means 5% off everything. Check it out. Thank you, Crowd Cow. And here's a bison strip steak cooked medium rare. Delicious, though still not my favorite way to have bison. Lauren's never had bison. Let's see what she thinks.
No, it really tastes like steak and pork had a baby.
And we ate the baby.
Yeah, I think the leanness of this is reminiscent of loin cuts from modern domestic pigs. Also, like good pork, there is a sweetness to this, a freshness that is different from beef, but lovely. You taste that and you can see why people would hunt these animals to the brink, though alas, this sad story is about a lot more than just food. Native American hunters started hunting a lot more when they found they could harvest heavy winter furs. These are known as buffalo robes, and they could exchange those robes with European traders for various European goods. Native people were also able to hunt bison far more efficiently as they acquired European firearms. And the colonists themselves regarded bison as an agricultural pest. They trampled and ate crops, and they competed for water and pasture with introduced livestock. Few Euro-Americans wept when hunting and habitat destruction either killed or drove away every known wild bison east of the Mississippi by the 1830s. But again, that was a relatively gradual process. The bison that lived west of the Mississippi were annihilated in the space of just about a decade, starting in the early 1870s. The reasons for this are multiple, but a big theme is railroads. Post-US Civil War, it was time for westward expansion via railroad, and bison herds literally got in the way, as did native peoples fighting for the very existence of their nations. The solution to both problems, according to famous Civil War General William Tecumseh Sherman, was to kill every bison in the West. I think it would be wise to invite all the sportsmen of England and America there this fall for a grand buffalo hunt and make one grand sweep of them all. Until the buffalo, and consequently Indians, are out from between the roads, we will have collisions and trouble. It was explicit US military strategy to wipe out the ancestral food supply of tribes on the Great Plains. That is the assertion made by historian David Smits in the 1990s, and his theory had its detractors. More recently, the Canadian economist M. Scott Taylor argued that military policy was indeed part of what happened, but the railroads also furthered the slaughter in other ways. The workers laying all those endless tracks needed food, so rail tycoons hired hunters like the famous Buffalo Bill Cody to ride out and procure bison meat for the men. And once they were built, the railroads brought in sport hunters in their droves. Enchanted by the Wild West mythology that bison represented, some of these sport hunters shot out of their train car windows and waved goodbye to the carcasses as they just went past, it is said. And here's what Taylor thinks was the biggest factor. Railroads also enabled bison products to be shipped back east, a business that exploded in the 1870s when tanners invented a new chemical process for making bison leather. Native people, of course, had figured this out long ago by using their brains. Well, actually, the bison's brains. They would use the lecithin emulsifier naturally found in brain to oil and dry the hides into soft, pliable leather. The traditional process was too laborious for industrial production, but once European and American tanners figured out their own process, global demand for bison leather skyrocketed. It was tougher than cow leather, so the Brits wanted it for the soles of shoes for their soldiers, expanding their empire. And with the Industrial Revolution whirring along, bison leather was the perfect belting material for the wheels in the mills. Hunters harvested the hides and left the meat to fester. By the 1880s, the American bison was virtually gone. A few ranchers held on to some very tiny herds almost as novelty items. Conservationists like Teddy Roosevelt wanted to preserve the bison for all of that Wild West mythology that it signified. The US and Canadian national park systems were created in large measure as bison preserves. From that low point of just a few hundred animals in the 1880s, we are now back up to maybe 30,000 wild American bison. That's the biggest estimate that I've seen. Far more American bison, maybe 500,000, are alive and kicking today on ranches where they are raised as livestock for meat. Delicious, relatively low-cal, low-cholesterol red meat. There's a compelling argument that the resurgence of bison meat is good for conservation. Think about it. What is the most numerous large land animal on the planet? It's us, humans. Are we so numerous because we are just such ferocious apex predators? Nah, it's because we're really, really smart. Now, think about what the second most numerous large animal may be, land animal. It's domestic cattle. Are they so numerous because they're evil geniuses too? Nah, here's a cow I saw the other day futilely dry humping another cow while simultaneously pooping. Geniuses they ain't.
Gate entrance at Taverley. Oops. Anyone else just murder a guard because they accidentally clicked him? Guess you have to die.
Cattle are numerous because we consume them and or their milk. You could argue that the way to keep bison numerous is to do the same with them. This is precisely the argument made by the man who has owned more head of bison than anyone else alive. You probably know his name, he's famous. I'll give you a second to think about it. It's Ted Turner, the mouth of the South, pioneer of cable television, founder of CNN and other channels, and noted outdoorsman. Ted Turner, probably more than anyone else, has personally brought bison meat back, and with it the bison itself. That was his stated intent. Now the debate is whether that's a good trade. People like bison because they are wild. Is it the same animal if it lives like cattle, grazing on an enclosed ranch, maybe spending its last months fattening up in a feedlot just like cattle? Is that the bison we want to preserve? I don't know, I could argue it either way. What I know for sure is that I really do like eating it. And here, let me show you my favorite way to have it. This bison strip loin looks like tuna, so let's cook it like tuna. Trim a couple of tidy little pieces, sear them really hot and fast just to get some nice flavor and kill any surface pathogens. Take them out while they're still totally raw on the inside and slice thin, just like tuna tataki. If you used the Lakota word for bison, it would be tatanka tataki, so I think this was meant to be. Run that through a little soy sauce, it's almost as soft as raw tuna. It is incredibly delicious and as good a reason as any to keep bison around. I don't know about you, but my favorite land animal to eat is sheep. Or at least, I thought it was. Being that I live in the United States, most lamb I've ever had was probably either domestically raised, like these sheep I saw in Pennsylvania, or what I ate was imported from Australasia. Half of American lamb comes from Australia or New Zealand. But the other day, I went to the store to get some shanks, and the butcher said, "Sorry, we just stopped carrying the New Zealand lamb. Our new stuff is from Chile. Do you still want it?" Do I still want it? What are you saying? You saying I can't handle the Chilean stuff? Put them shanks on the scale. Meet me. But then I went home and spent several days cooking these shanks to develop a recipe you may have seen in my previous upload, and I was like, oh yeah, now I see what the butcher meant. The Chilean lamb tastes totally different. It didn't taste bad, mind you, but that meat had some flavor notes in it that were totally unfamiliar to me. Strong ones, too. New Zealand lamb is famously mild, and I've had some domestically raised lamb from here in the United States that tasted disappointingly indistinguishable from beef. That is to say, no sheepy taste at all. And so I'm really not sure I can say that lamb is my favorite meat, because that sheepy flavor is not just one thing. Scientists have identified many different organic compounds that characterize sheep meat, and they vary enormously depending on the breed and the sex of the animal, what the animal ate, how old it was at slaughter. The meat of an adult sheep is known as mutton. And mutton is virtually unheard of here in the United States. I mean, there's some recent immigrants who have brought a taste for mutton with them to this country, and so in big cities, particularly in the East, you might find a little bit of mutton frozen in like a halal grocery, for example. Mutton is much stronger in taste than lamb, and as near as I can tell, there is only one place in the US where white people still eat mutton as a matter of tradition, and we will visit there before we finish today. Before we talk about how age affects sheep meat flavor, though, let's talk about breeding. Dogs were the first animals domesticated by humans, but that was in a hunter-gatherer context. At the dawn of agriculture, about 10,000 years ago, sheep and goats were among the first animals domesticated. Goats, like this guy, are closely related to sheep. They taste pretty similar, and indeed the word mutton often refers to goat meat in South Asian and Caribbean cuisine. Sheep and goats are incredibly hardy creatures, tough little guys, capable of thriving in a vast array of climates. This is probably one reason why there is much more genetic and flavor diversity among modern domestic sheep than there is among cattle or pigs or chickens. The original wild ancestor of the sheep was probably this guy. He's called a mouflon. From around the Caspian Sea area, but with a little bit of breeding, sheep can live just about anywhere, and so they do. Look at all these different sheep breeds. Sheep with horns, sheep with no horns, white sheep, black sheep, brown sheep, sheep with long flowing wool, sheep with short curly wool, sheep with no wool at all, hair sheep suited for hot climates. So many different kinds of sheep, and most of these are just the British breeds, documented in a lovely book called Much Ado About Mutton by Bob Kennard, with a foreword by H.R.H. Prince of Wales. Oh, His Royal Highness. Prince Charles is a noted fan of mutton. It's his favorite dish, he says. Oh, and by favorite Brits, of course, I mean favorite. Anyway, Charles sponsored a whole campaign some years ago called the Mutton Renaissance, trying to get Brits to eat more mutton and help out UK farmers who often have trouble selling their older animals. For example, breeding females
I'm
called
back.
ewes that have reached the end of their breeding days.
Thanks.
Brits still eat a lot of lamb, younger sheep, far more lamb than us Americans eat, but Brits eat hardly any mutton anymore, despite the fact that they used to eat a ton of it. British sheep were originally bred and kept chiefly for wool, also a little bit for their milk, and to some extent for the fertilizing power of their manure. You'd let your sheep graze on a field one year, they'd poop all over it, and then the next year you'd plant grains on that same field and you would get a great crop. That and wool is why the Brits kept sheep. Sheep eating has a deeper history in those parts of the world where there's a cultural and religious aversion to eating pigs. Christians in Britain ate pigs just fine, so they sheared sheep, and indeed, breeds developed for wool are reputed to taste pretty awful. Some of them just like far too much fat, hardly any lean at all. Some people say that they can taste the lanolin. It's this waxy substance that's naturally found on wool. It's used in cosmetics and such. And yeah, I suppose I wouldn't want to have that flavor in my meat. But as Bob Kennard documents in his book here, Britain's Industrial Revolution created a huge new demand for food in the cities. People working in factories needed to be fed, and they were often weaving textiles out of newly imported cotton rather than wool, because consumers generally prefer cotton when they have a choice, and so the obvious choice was to eat the sheep. The meat of adult sheep is cheaper because there is more of it compared to a little lamb, thus references to mutton permeate Victorian-era culture. Nursery rhymes, literature, righteous facial hair. And then shepherds in Britain and the colonies started to develop new breeds of sheep, specifically for meat. Breeds that tasted way better and had a lot more lean relative to the fat. Most of the strong flavors in sheep come from the fat. We'll get back to that. But the problem remained that mutton, adult sheep meat, is extremely tough and has to be cooked low and slow. Indeed, when I cooked these lamb shanks that I suspect might have been from slightly older animals, maybe hoggets, they took like half a day in a low oven. So I said, screw it, I'm gonna go and do my workout with the sponsor of this video, Future. Future is a new fitness app that pairs you with a real... But anyway, we were talking about the past, the days in Britain when mutton was king. Good mutton is great, but it's very strong and very tough. You can get steak-like cuts from a mature sheep, but almost nobody cooks them like steaks, grilled to medium rare. Mutton is just too tough for fast cooking. You have to mince it or slow cook it for hours. A lamb, on the other hand, is tender, so it's been a delicacy since like biblical times, right? It's a very inefficient thing to produce, which is why it's still expensive to this day, because lambs are small, and also you have not yet gotten several crops of wool out of it before you slaughter it, so it's very resource intensive, which is why it's historically regarded as this special treat, this special thing for holiday feasts, for example. But...
Let's see, witch's house done. Oh yeah, Eagle's Peak. I wanted to do that one.
I'll show you the Eagle's Peak.
Okay.
Zip.
It's weird. It's a weird looking eagle.
Those spell icons are too big. I'm gonna need them to be small and tiny.
You say that, but in the wilderness, in the PvP zone, they have to be small and tiny. You're not allowed to... The game doesn't let you make them bigger.
That is honestly nonsense.
Yes.
This game is nonsense.
Yeah, kind of. Alright. Can I put either of these keys on the keyring? No.
I wonder how long I should let that ice cream defrost.
Not long, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, not too long. Just long enough so that it's soft. I can actually get it out.
It's soft now.
I question them.
It's soft now.
Feel soft now?
I'll soft now.
I'm soft now.
Gross.
Yeah, that's weird.
But Pat, you haven't seen how fat I am, you wouldn't know.
What?
I don't know.
I was switching and playing that I am heavy and therefore soft. Or soft because fat like.
What's happening?
Okay. He's Snorlax, he's chonky.
Thank you, Dave.
Beak with... Where's the Hoper's Hold?
Hopium.
Oh.
Hoper's Hold is the...
Q?
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called, I just... That's...
Have you not used the teleport up to it at all?
No. Actually, I didn't know there was a teleport up to it. Where's the teleport?
Like, it's by the stairs up and out.
Up and out 'em.
They tell you they've added one when you unlock the tribe.
I don't read good.
So dead.
Yes, you are, Pat.
Don't die, Pat. I believe in you.
This boss is
Death to Pat.
It's impossible!
What the fuck now? Oh my god, I gotta kill them both. Oh! Fuck this.
With the rise of industrialization and globalization, all kinds of previously special treats have become everyday fare for us, right? And so it is the case with lamb. When most people in the wealthy West eat sheep nowadays, it's lamb. And lots of research verifies that lamb has less of those strong flavor compounds we associate with sheepy taste. What are those compounds? Chiefly, they are branched-chain fatty acids. This is one of the early studies on the topic, a 1975 paper by New Zealand government scientists who were basically trying to figure out how to sell meat to Asia. They mention a Chinese word, so, that describes an undesirably sweaty aroma of sheep. And so they used distillation and gas chromatography
Silicon
and such
Valley
to try
bank
to
collapse could
isolate
mean
these
game
so
over for a lot of
compounds
gaming
that
and comics
Chinese
journalists.
hate.
Oh
It's turned
no!
out to be 4-methyloctonic and 4-methylnonic acids. Volatile, medium-chain fatty acids. It is
Apparently
thought by
some
scientists
Silicon
that
Valley bank
these
is
Yeah, some crypto bank.
falling apart.
Crypto bank?
Yeah.
It's a crypto bank even.
Air quotes bank.
Even more. Oh no!
I think Silicon Valley Bank is not just a crypto bank.
It's a lot of startups. So a lot of startups are fucked.
I mean,
it's been around for like what? Is it 20 or 40 years, something like that?
Special smelling fatty acids are created via metabolic pathways in the animal associated with rumination.
I think it was in the
Sheep
2000s.
eat grass, but not directly. The indigestible cellulose in grass must first be fermented by bacteria living in the sheep's multi-chambered stomach, its rumen. And all kinds of interesting flavor compounds result from the interaction of the grass and the bacteria and the sheep, such as branched-chain fatty acids. Grass-fed beef often has BCAAs
Silicon
as
Valley
well,
Bank
and
was
sometimes
founded
you
in
can taste them in the meat.
1983.
When I lived in Georgia, I got grass-fed beef from this place called Rocking Chair Ranch that I heartily recommend. This beef
about
had what I perceived as a
Silvergate.
pronounced lamb flavor in the fattier cuts. That could have also come from this orange peel they used in supplemental feed. The cattle eat orange oil there. Regardless, that
Silvergate
beef
was
tasted delicious.
1988.
Rocking Chair Ranch. But mainstream beef is generally at least finished on grain. That is, it eats grain almost exclusively or exclusively in the months leading up to its slaughter.
I don't know what
It
bank
uses
you're
to
thinking
fatten
about.
the beef, but it also seems to have this effect of diluting those strong-smelling fatty acids that
I'm
are
thinking
in
of something.
meat
I know
if they were
it's
there at
Silicon
all
Valley,
in
but
the first place, and it
wasn't
sort of
thinking of it.
standardizes the meat, makes it less smelly. And sheep are sometimes grain finished as well, sometimes to the point where they barely even taste like sheep. That's a criticism I have of some American lamb, though certainly there is some amazing American lamb too. What exactly?
Oh no, I've been forgetting to do my Unite dailies. No.
Oh no, not the United.
Oh no! Use
Not gonna be able to
Unite
get
dailies. Oh
Dashin.
no!
No, don't do no. Oh man, no.
Wow, thanks for all your sympathy. I never thought that you would think about it that way.
Yeah, I'm very upset. I'm crying. Literally butterfly tears.
What? Okay.
What's wrong? You know you have my sympathy.
Hmm.
I don't know how
Exactly do these characteristically sheepy fatty acids smell like?
Press
Well, I
X.
can tell you because I happen to have some in a bottle, courtesy of a bloke named Harry Sherwood. Harry is a perfumer in the UK who is also pursuing a PhD in philosophy of perception at University of London. And he sent me a bottle of 4-ethyl octonic acid. This stuff is known for its particularly low odor threshold. Humans can detect it at less than 2 parts per billion.
I've got it neat here, so I'm gonna just. I don't even have to open this. And I get it.
So when you say yours is neat, does that mean mine is diluted?
Yours is diluted to 1%, which is
Okay.
more than enough given that it occurs at parts per million in meat. you
Okay.
eat. So this is a good dose. Mine is then 100 times stronger than that.
Whoa!
Yeah.
It's sheep.
It's sheep. It's wool. It's all those things. But do you get a kind of unwashed hair aspect as well?
Yes I do.
It's one of the strongest fatty acid components of meat, and according to the research, from what I've been able to gather, as a lamb ages, the concentration of this increases in the meat.
And sheep can have varying proportions of these different smell compounds depending on how they were raised, their sex, how old they were when they were slaughtered, what breed they were, all that kind of stuff, the forage they ate. Plus, there's other things in sheep meat that make it taste sheepy, not just the medium-chain fatty acids we've been talking about. This paper mentions the use of linoleic acid as a feed supplement in the lamb industry. That's a polyunsaturated fat prone to oxidation. Here's a resulting oxidation product found in lamb meat that consumers identified as a sweet, oily aroma. Of course, another name for lipid oxidation is rancidity. Lipid oxidation creates lots of flavors that we like in some contexts and we find very unappealing in others. It sort of depends on the concentration and potentially what other smells are around it, as is the case with another compound that is found in lamb meat sometimes, and that is called scatol. Scatol is thusly named because it is one of the smells of poop, scat. 3-methylindole is created by the digestion of the amino acid tryptophan. And the research indicates it is particularly present in sheep that have gotten either naturally high protein forage or protein supplemented feed. Now the weird thing is that people have been found to actually like the smell of scatol and related indoles as long as they're in very low concentration or if they're in combination with other certain smells, as in the case of lots of flowers. These smells are in jasmine, for example.
They've done brain studies now, where they give people jasmine, a jasmine accord, with and without this foul-smelling component, and people prefer it, and their brains light up more in their pleasure centers if it has the foul component in it.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting because you'd think, oh, humans just prefer the sweet, dainty one, but of course no. We want the real stuff, and what this molecule signals to our brain is this is a real thing. Real things have bad bits in them. Real fruits have overripe components in them. Real meats have a slight 4-ethyloxynucleic acid lamb component in them.
And sheep meat has some noticeable scatol in it as well, depending on how the sheep was raised, what it ate, all that kind of stuff. And all of these kind of weird smells tend to get stronger in the animal as it ages, hence why mutton is stronger than lamb. Hence why, like, Americans don't really eat mutton anymore, or really ever. It's just too strong, and we tend to like food that doesn't taste like anything, at least white Americans. Consumption of any sheep meat is just tiny in the United States, even lamb these days, which is another reason why it's so expensive. It's rare. This is all due in part to historical factors. We can talk more another day about the range wars in the old American West, wars between cowboys and shepherds fighting over the same grazing lands. The cowboys won. American wool always had to compete with the massive American cotton industry, and what wool production we had fell off a cliff in the mid-20th century with the introduction of synthetic fibers. People generally don't choose wool when they have alternatives. But there is one place in the US where sheep meat reigns supreme. Mutton, no less, adult sheep, and that is Western Kentucky. This is Moonlight Barbecue in Owensboro, Kentucky. For some reason, mutton evolved as the go-to meat for barbecue around Owensboro. Nobody here knows why. They speculate it's a practice descended from Welsh settlers in this area. They definitely love their sheep in Wales. Barbecue in the American context, of course, refers to tough, fatty meat that has been smoked for many hours until very soft. And indeed, that is a delicious treatment of mutton. The smoke really balances all the other strong flavors. So maybe sheep is my favorite meat. I suppose it depends on the sheep. This video is sponsored by Crowd Cow. It might not look like it, but this, in my opinion, is some of the finest food on earth. So what even is dry-aged beef? Well, before vacuum packing revolutionized the meat industry in the 1960s, dry-aged beef was previously known as beef. Just normal beef, or maybe well-hung beef. Yes, that compound adjective has a few very old meanings in English, but one of them describes old meat, desirably old meat. That's what they call me. See, when you slaughter an animal in a pre-industrial context, you either have to cut it up and eat it right away, or you're gonna have to let it sit around for a while before you eat it, for a couple of reasons. First, there's rigor mortis. When any animal dies, when you die, your muscles go limp at first, but then a couple hours later, your muscles go hard and your body locks up stiff. It's one of these very creepy things about death that they very rarely get right in the movies. Rigor has to do with the release of calcium into the intracellular fluid, and once it sets in, it takes about 3 days to go away, during which time the meat will be very hard to cut, and it could be hard to eat depending on how you cook it. It's maybe not such a big deal with small, tender animals like birds or rabbits, but with sheep or goats or cattle, it's a really big deal. So that's one reason to let an animal sit around for a while after slaughter before you eat it. Another reason is maybe you and your family are not physically able to eat it all at first. I mean, a cow is a big thing, and if you can't eat it all at once, you're gonna have to preserve it in some way to keep it from rotting. Preserving meat takes time. In some climates, your only option might be cutting the meat up into little bits and packing it in salt. But if you live in a place where you can put the meat somewhere cool and dark and breezy and humid, but not too humid, well, meat can last a very long time if you just kind of hang it up in the air and leave it for weeks, for months even. I would bet you money that the way that human beings first figured this out is that they hung up the carcass after slaughter to let the blood drain out. And then something happened. They had to go to war against the neighboring tribe of hunter-gatherers, and they came back several days later to that tree where they had hung the carcass to let it bleed out, and they were expecting it to be rotten and gross and disgusting, and it wasn't. Why wasn't it foul? Well, field trip to Dovetail, easily the finest upscale restaurant in Macon, Georgia, where I live. Chef Brad Stevens' food here would be just as popular in a much bigger, hipper city and cost 3 times as much. Cooking under Stevens here is my buddy Davis Wells, a fine young chef in his own right and a huge dry aging nerd. He ages a lot of meat himself, and he's up on all the science.
If you desiccate the exterior of a large piece of meat, most
kill
bacteria need water to survive.
I killed one and got rezzed instantly. Oh my fucking god. I reached that. No.
Survive, and so once you pull the water out and get the exterior basically below, say, 0.7 water activity, most bacteria just can't survive anymore, and then some molds take over, and because they're penicilliums, they're literally antibiotic.
Pretty cool, though it is trickier than it sounds. For example, the combination of windiness and humidity has to be just right. If the air is too wet, you're going to encourage some pretty awful surface bacterial growth.
Too low and you dry it too fast on the outside, and you can get what's called case hardening, which is a similar thing that happens in salami where the exterior dries too fast and so the interior moisture can't escape anymore, and that's bad and can lead to spoilage.
But you gotta figure that millennia ago, people who just happened to have the right atmospheric conditions where they lived simply noticed that they could hang their meat and it wouldn't go bad. And what's more, they found that if they hung their meat for a really long time, not only was it just not bad, it was arguably better than fresh meat, and let's test that. Here are two very nice ribeye steaks. The thicker one was dry-aged 45 days, the thinner one was not. Oil, salt, and pepper, and I'm cooking them in separate pans. I'm shooting for a medium rare on both, take them out, rest, carve, and here are my tasters, my lovely wife Lauren and handyman Dwayne. He's helping us out with some stuff around the house right now, and he gets steak.
Very good, extremely tender.
Delicious.
More like a filet mignon kind of tender.
That's the dry-aged steak they're talking about. They instinctively reached for that. Now here's the normal one.
That was less tender.
Less tender.
Good, but I like that one better.
Indeed, I thought they were both great, but the dry-aged steak was, to me, far superior. Much more tender, with a strong, nutty, roasted flavor that I just loved. The normal steak had a brighter, fresher flavor for sure, which was nice. But, well, the proof is in the leftovers. Dry-aged steak is on the right. So why the difference? Well, I'll tell you right after I tell you where I got those steaks. I got them from the sponsor of this video of throwing it away. Newfangled foam made out of corn. You literally just dissolve it in water instead of throwing it away. Now you can get 15% off your first order by using my link in the description, crowdcow.com/Ragusia. Plus, you'll save an extra 5% on everything if you become a Crowd Cow member. Use my link in the description and your prime strip loin that Chef Wells is breaking down at Dovetail.
Immediately, you can kind of smell on your fingers a certain nuttiness, almost cheesiness, and that comes from penicillium molds that are actually very similar to molds in the cheese-making process.
If you're wondering, yes, people with penicillin allergies can have bad reactions to all kinds of preserved or aged meat. But side note to a side note, most people who think they have a penicillin allergy actually do not. Talk to your doctor about it. Anyway, a lot of what makes that meat taste so different is simply water loss.
With 45 days, you'd expect to lose 20 to 25% weight. And so with that, you get concentrated marbling down here. And so this looks, I mean, not quite like Wagyu, but certainly better than your average prime New York strip that you'll find at Costco or Sam's Club.
This is one reason why dry-aged beef is so rare and expensive these days. Meat is sold by weight, and this weighs less than it used to. The processor has evaporated off money. And what's more, the desiccated exterior, the bark, that's really tough. It has to be trimmed off, so that's even more loss, though you can use it for some things.
Some people grind it into burgers. It adds a lot of dry-aged pow oomph to a ground beef product.
Note to self. Now, why is moisture loss good? I mean, aren't we always struggling to keep our steaks as juicy as possible?
Well, moisture loss is going to concentrate flavor, but a dry-aged steak will have less moisture loss on a grill because it's already lost that moisture.
And speaking of cooking, check out what happens when Davis throws this under their broiler. He advocates simple cooking of dry-aged beef. You've paid a lot for that flavor. Why would you want to cover it up with smoke or a sauce?
So one of the benefits of dry-aged beef is it will crust faster because there's less moisture to boil off. So you'll start to get a nice sear surprisingly quickly. Another thing is that the residual glycogen left in muscles are broken down by enzymes into glutamate, which is one of the fundamental components of monosodium glutamate, or MSG. So you get not only sugars that are more concentrated, but you develop literal glutamic acids that will boost flavor more.
Hence that more roasted taste that I noticed in my dry-aged steak. Now, Chef Wells here is not just spouting chef mythology. The basics of dry aging have been investigated by food scientists for years. What's more, studies have found that aged beef tastes juicier even when it technically contains less juice. This may be because the fat-to-water ratio is greater and rendered fat coats the mouth better than water does. It may also be due to reduced water holding capacity. Aged beef is more tender, and therefore it breaks down more readily as you are chewing on it, thereby releasing more juice into your mouth. All the juice in the world in a fresher steak is not going to help you if it's locked inside tissue that you're swallowing whole. And why exactly is aged beef more tender?
Enzymes are breaking down the collagen casings that are around each of these muscle fibers here, which is really what we think of when we think of a tough piece of meat. And so it's functionally pre-digesting them.
Those enzymes are naturally present in all muscle tissue. They're in your muscles right now, breaking your muscles down. The difference is you're still alive and you're eating protein, which is then replenishing your muscles through a process known as protein turnover. The animal dies, that process naturally stops. Enzymes keep breaking down the tissue and it is not replenished, hence tenderization. This happens in the meat over the course of the first couple of weeks, whether you are dry aging or wet aging, just letting the meat sit in plastic in its own juices. This is how most steak cuts, in my part of the world at least, are aged, if they are aged at all. It's a whole lot cheaper for the processors. They don't need a special room to hang the meat. They just package it up and put it in the fridge. Maybe send it on a refrigerator truck out to the stores and it ages on the truck. It's real easy. There's no evaporation. All of the water is trapped right in here. There is some moisture loss. It's what's known as purge. That's the juice that just kind of comes spilling out of the package when you open it up. But the processors don't care about that moisture loss because they've already sold you that moisture. This was sold by weight and the moisture was in there. You've already paid for what you are just sending down the sink potentially, though I think you should save it for a sauce. That's what I usually do. Davis, like a lot of chefs, is not a fan of wet aging.
Generally, the threshold for wet aging is 4 weeks up to 6 weeks. After that, you get really strong kind of metallic nickel, iron, and sourness coming in.
It gets to tasting like blood, basically. Plus, you don't get the additional flavor effects of the beneficial molds and yeast and bacteria. The whole point of wrapping this up in plastic is to keep that stuff out, and also to deprive what microorganisms are already in there of the oxygen that they need to flourish. Dry aging in the right conditions
bad news.
discourages bad
Moose came in and stomped in my ice cream.
Encourages good ones.
Various molds and bacteria.
I hope he left his tracks so you can hunt him down.
He did leave a lot of tracks. Nice giant bird.
Yeah, doing giant eagle quest.
So lactobacillus, penicillium camemberti, penicillium roqueforti. Again, those are things you might know from cheese making that are also naturally present in meat that not only add flavor and kind of cheesy nuttiness to it,
but they can help with texture too. Scientists used to think that wet aging and dry aging resulted in the same exact level of enzymatic tenderization. But as this very recent paper shows us, there's a mold called Thamnidium on dry aged beef,
which can actually reincorporate new enzymes, so kind of prolong the enzymatic tenderization aspect of it.
So if anybody tells you that wet aged beef is just as tender, you tell them about Thamnidium. Anyway, let's wrap this up with some common questions. Can you dry age meat yourself at home? Well, kind of famously, Alton Brown popularized a method on his show Good Eats where you just leave a steak uncovered in the fridge for a couple of days. Brown himself has subsequently acknowledged this only achieves moisture loss, very little enzymatic tenderization, and none of that cheesy microbial flavor development that you get with real dry aging. It doesn't do very much.
You a witch?
I haven't played with it yet, but if I was
I'm
going
an
to
eagle.
dry age
Caw-caw.
beef myself at home, I would get one of these fancy new bags. They're just permeable enough to let out the right amount of water. Some independent research has shown this gets you results comparable to traditional dry aging, but with much less trimming loss. The desiccated bark layer is not as thick. And lastly, the big question, how long should beef be dry aged? Opinions diverge quite a lot, probably in part because the results are going to differ a lot depending on the specific conditions of your drying chamber. The same length of time might do different things in different places.
If it's a strong microflora climate in the aging chamber, 45, 50 days is great. Past 90 days, it can get a little texturally dry, almost to, say, like a Serrano ham texture. Not so much flavor, but you do get the kind of sourness from lactobacillus coming in and a pretty significant funk at that point.
But some people like the funk, and that funk is generally going to be most apparent on the outside crust of the meat, that bark. So another thing that people will do with the trimmings is throw them in a pan with some water and render all the fat out. The water just keeps anything from burning, and it makes sure that all the fat is getting cooked. You then boil the water out, and there you have pure rendered trimming fat. Here's a little steak that I cut from the end piece of that loin at Dovetail. It's the part that was just below the bark, so it's functionally more like a 90-day steak than a 45. It's very dry. And now I will baste it in my rendered trimming fat. The funky, cheesy notes are generally most apparent in the fat because fat absorbs aromas created by the molds and because the fats themselves break down into more aromatic fatty acids as they age. Slice that up, and indeed, texturally, this has become something other than steak. It's really charcuterie. And the flavor? Well, let's see what handyman Dwayne thinks.
That's incredible. There's a little bit of a flavor in there. I don't know what, I mean, it's not bad.
It's the age.
Yeah.
It's kind of like cheap.
Yeah, I'll just do Tears of Gothics now. I'll just Goth.
Cheese. Which I'm not used to. It's very good.
Definitely not for everyone, but it's definitely for me. Now, if dry aging beef is so great, why don't people do it to the meat of other animals? Well, they do. That's a conversation for another day. So you may have noticed that food, at least naturally occurring food, is rarely blue. Some people would argue that it's never blue.
I wonder why there's no blue food.
I love you and I miss you, George, but I think these are blue. Yeah, those look blue to me, though if you disagree, that's not because you're wrong. Blue is a somewhat arbitrary social construct. I mean, electromagnetic radiation with a wavelength around 450 nanometers, that is a real thing. That's an objective reality. But deciding to call that blue, that's a thing that humans just made up. And different people have made up very different ways of describing various different chunks of the visible light spectrum. A famous example of this is blue-green colexification. Lots of different people in lots of different languages all over the world have historically used the same word to refer to both blue and green. Blue and green are adjacent on the spectrum, after all, but the distinction between blue and green matters a lot to plants, and this helps explain why blue is so rare in food. Plants are usually green, the color of chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is the stuff that helps plants convert light energy into chemical energy. Delicious, delicious chemical energy, carbs and such. Plants usually absorb almost all of the blue and red light they get, but for reasons that are still a subject of active scientific investigation, plants usually absorb less of the green light they get. Therefore, some green light just bounces off the plant and goes into our eye, therefore the thing looks green to us. It's reflecting green light at us. And in nature, there's really only one kind of stuff that makes plants appear blue. And even then, this stuff more often makes them appear purplish or reddish. All of these tasty plant parts get their distinctive color from anthocyanins. Antho from the Greek word for flowers, and cyanin from the Greek word for dark blue or purple, which is also where we get the word cyan, which in English describes a very different area of the spectrum, the border between blue and green, because while color is an objective reality, the names for colors are just things that people make up. Anyway, anthocyanin. If you ever wonder why a plant is blue or purple, the answer is pretty much always anthocyanin. What is anthocyanin?
So anthocyanins are a class of compounds found in pretty much most fruits, vegetables, plants.
So that is Pamela Denish. She is a very soon-to-be PhD at UC Davis, and she studies blue food. Legit, that's what she does. And it could make her a very wealthy woman someday pretty soon. We'll get back to that. Staying with anthocyanins.
In plants, they serve multiple roles. They serve as an antibacterial, as well as kind of like a sunscreen for the plant. They absorb
Rick, come on. "103 Tiers of Gothics." I got tricked. My range was the lowest level. That sucks.
Excess light that could be harmful to the chloroplasts. The chloroplasts can only photosynthesize so much light at a time, and so basically they'll burn with all the excess light if there's no filter, and so anthocyanins kind of filter that light.
But just as there
This
are
guy didn't
different
properly check what was
sunshades
actually
that
the lowest
filter
level.
different
I
kinds
didn't
of
even
light,
think of range.
there are different anthocyanins, and
Skills have
depending
gotten so
on
high.
which wavelengths they reflect or absorb, they can appear bluish, like this shirt, or reddish, like the logo on it.
So there's over, I think, 700 different anthocyanins, and they're all very similar. They all have this signature central, what's called a chromophore, which is just 3 cyclical groups, and then attached to that are various sugars and acyl groups. And that core is actually how it absorbs light through super high-level quantum mechanics. Basically, it allows the electrons to kind of just move around a bunch in this core, and when it absorbs light, those electrons move in a way that reflect color.
The particular red to blue that anthocyanins will reflect is also influenced by environmental factors, such as one of my favorites, acidity.
At low pH, which is like highly acidic, there's excess hydrogen atoms that shift the double bonds in the there's a lot of double bonds in this structure, and it shifts them one direction, and that configuration of electrons and bonds causes it to absorb everything but red, so it reflects red. And then when there's a higher pH, so it's more alkaline or basic, it shifts the electrons around in a way that basically they reflect blue instead.
So basic equals blue, acidic equals purple going into red. In alkaline conditions, you might get a beautiful blue like we see in these frames from the sponsor of this video, Warby Parker. Let me thank them real quick. I am psychologically bluish purple. If you are a gardening enthusiast like myself, you're probably super confused right now. You're thinking, wait a minute, when I want my hydrangeas to be blue instead of purple or pink, I put down soil acidifier, sulfur or aluminum sulfate. Soil acidifier makes hydrangeas blue. Yet we just heard that alkalines equal blue. Well, another thing that influences the color of anthocyanins is the presence of metals.
When there's a metal ion present, the anthocyanins actually coordinate around it in kind of a pinwheel configuration and like overlap with each other and form this little like puck.
My ranged gear. Oh yeah, probably want some arrows, huh? Kept your arrows, huh? Just draw all this. There we go. 20 unnoted limbwort roots. That's a lot of limbworts, god dang. Unnoted limbworts. Alright, we may have to fiddle with this thing then. Light source and a knife or slash weapon. Alright.
Of anthocyanins. Around a metal, and that distorts the shape of the anthocyanin in a way that causes it to reflect blue instead of like red or purple.
And in the case of these flowers, it's aluminum ions making them blue instead of purple or pink. These soil acidifiers basically get more aluminum ions into the plant for science reasons. You can see these very complex interactions unfolding as you cook blueberries. At first, they are blue.
And don't say blueberries, we know they're purple.
Yes, George, depending on variety and growing conditions and such, blueberries might be purple, but I'd call those ones blue. When they really start to cook, though, they go to purple. Then, if you put a big spoonful of baking soda in, a base, they go blue again, so dark blue that they start to look black. And some yellows start happening that combine with the blues and you get this repulsive green. Crazy stuff happening in there as a result of pH and metal ions and I'm sure other stuff. I don't really understand it. I don't need to understand it. What we need to understand if we desire blue food is that purple is a mixture of red and blue. So if you want something to be more blue than it is red, then you need the blue anthocyanins as opposed to the red ones. And the blue ones are harder to come by in nature.
There's just more anthocyanins that are red. Like red is the easiest or the most stable configuration of anthocyanins. So you're just going to see the majority of them in that configuration. A lot fewer number of anthocyanins. Can assemble in the way that forms blue. Like, so for example, in red cabbage, there are 8 anthocyanins, and only one of them does this configuration around metals that I was describing. So that's the only one that can be really, really blue.
That particular anthocyanin is of great interest to Denish and her colleagues. The food industry has been looking for many years for a natural alternative to blue dye number 1, a synthetic colorant used to make candies and such. This one anthocyanin in cabbage could do the job, but there's so little of it in there that they'd probably have to plant like the entire Earth's surface in cabbage to derive the desired quantity. So the scientists here have worked out a way to use enzymes to convert other anthocyanins into this one particular anthocyanin that gives you a deep blue that is stable. Stable meaning it won't easily break down or change in response to changing conditions. So Pam Denish over there is working on putting together a company now that will market this technology that creates natural blue food coloring. Study weird niche things, kids. Things like blue foods. A lot of money to be made there. I mean, Pam and friends are still making this colorant in a lab, but the resulting substance is identical to this one anthocyanin found in nature. In that sense, the colorant is natural. I know that matters from like a marketing standpoint. People don't like to buy things that say they have artificial colors in them. But does it actually like matter? Well, maybe a little. Anthocyanins are
shoot.
are antioxidants, and there's reason to believe antioxidants are good for you, maybe prevent cancer and other badness.
It has a positive charge, and so it can absorb radicals, which are just like negatively charged groups that can interact with our cells and cause damage, and so it kind of neutralizes those.
Anthocyanins do this for the plant, as well as us animals who eat the plant. This may be another reason why plants evolved to have them. Plants may have also evolved to be blue or purple to attract pollinators, like bugs, but evolution is not the only force at work in these foods. Now, humans have been genetically manipulating food plants for millennia, right? For example, farmers in South America, ancient farmers in the Andes Mountains, probably noticed that certain potatoes had little streaks of blue in them. Maybe they just thought that was pretty, they just liked it for whatever reason, so they selected for plants that were more purple than others, and many, many generations later, you have blue or purple Peruvian potatoes. I love them. But regardless of how they got in there, the source of the color is anthocyanins. Anytime you see blue or purple in a plant. Red can be anthocyanins, or it can be carotenoids, a similar class of stuff that give you more of an orangish red, like tomatoes. Lycopene is a carotenoid. In the case of the Cherokee purple tomato, my favorite, you've got both anthocyanins and carotenoids. going on. Bluishness is anthocyanins in plants. Humans eat things other than plants, right? There are some blue animals, but those colors are usually there as a warning. I'm poisonous, don't even try to eat me. And then there is blue color in fungi. And remember that fungi are their own thing. They are not animals or plants. And the colorant at work there is a different thing.
Oops, forgot my pants. And my arrows. My pants. My arrows.
Anyone else think that South Park is kind of a mess right now? I mean, not only are fans having to deal with this bizarre as hell scheduling where we only get 6 episodes a year, but also 2 movies, sorry, I mean special events, drop at random points every year, which has resulted in South Park getting sued by Warner Brothers, who currently owns the rights to stream the episodes on their streaming service HBO Max. Because apparently Matt and Trev were using some loophole trickery to get around making content for them to divert new South Park stuff to Paramount Plus because it's owned by Viacom, who also owns Comedy Central, who airs South Park. Aren't the streaming wars fun, kids? You know what else is fun? Subscribing to the channel today. Is that how you're meant to do it? But first of all, how did this happen? How did we get here? Well, let me give you a quick rundown of how this disaster unfolded. So back in 2019, Warner Brothers landed the exclusive streaming rights to South Park, paying a lofty $500 million for its library of 23 seasons at the time, with the promise of 3 more seasons to come, where the episodes will be available to watch after premiering on television. Just think about how much money that is for a second. $500 million. Just to stream one show for 6 years. That's right, in 2025 the rights would go straight back to Paramount. But given how much HBO used South Park in its advertising, and how it's always on the trending searches, it was a worthy investment in the long run. I mean, if folks want to watch South Park online, they now have to go to your streaming platform. Or do they? See, for Viacom, this was a very smart move. HBO Max was a big hit, and so having one of their most popular cartoons on there is great for advertising, allowing for people who may not have even seen South Park before to finally...
Let's see, what am I doing here?
check it out and become a fan. And then, I don't know, go into South Park Studios and buy a t-shirt. Ugh, a t-shirt. There was only one issue that threw a wrench into this $500 million plan, and its name was corporate greed. Because HBO Max was such a success, everyone wanted to try their hand at rivaling Netflix, including Viacom, who launched Paramount Plus, the top streaming service to go to if you want to watch crappy reality shows and movies from 100 years ago nobody remembers. Well, they just gave away one of their biggest properties for the next half a decade. Whatever shall they do? They'll find a loophole, that's why. And so in late 2021, it was announced that Paramount had made a deal with Matt Stone and Trey Parker to create 14 new South Park movies, 2 a year until 2027, as well as renewing it until season 30. It's a lot of South Park. Or is it? Also, by the way, Matt and Trey would receive another $900 million from Paramount for this. Gee, I wonder why they took it. See, coincidentally, right around the time that South Park began releasing these 45-minute movies on Paramount, the regular seasons on HBO Max were decreased from 10 episodes to 6. Huh. Wait a minute, let's do the math. So you have 10, then minus 6, leaves us with 4 episodes unaccounted for. Then, if you take the special event, which is 45 minutes long, and split it in half, you're left with 22 minutes, which is the length of your average South Park episode. Meaning one movie is the equivalent of 2 regular episodes, and we get 2 of those per year. Which means...
Oh my god.
Yeah, so, to anyone with half a brain, the reasoning for this was pretty apparent. Viacom realized how much they screwed up by giving away such a large IP to a rival streaming service, and so in response found a loophole. That HBO Max are entitled to new episodes, but we never said nothing about no movies. We did? Well, we didn't say nothing about no, special events. Yes, this is apparently why they're being called back. It's comical, honestly. It's like a dumb plot they would make up for the show themselves. Which, you know, they later did do, but this is all fine and dandy, but in this attempt to swoop up the show for their own service, they really hindered a lot of people who were simply just trying to keep up with it regularly. Like, if we ignore all the reasons surrounding it, to your average South Park fan, this was so confusing to work around. To them, all they knew was sometimes it would release on HBO, and sometimes it would release on Paramount. What didn't help is they tried their hands at 45-minute specials a few years back with the COVID and vaccination specials. And because those were made before Paramount Plus, they're still on HBO. So if you were just some Joe Schmo, you couldn't tell where you had to go to get new South Park content. There's also the issue that South Park seasons have been getting shorter and shorter over the years. At the beginning of its run, it was a little inconsistent. Like, Season 1 had 13 episodes, 2 had 18, then 3 and 4 had 17, then 14, then 17 again, then 15. But once Season 8 rolled around, things had finally gotten into a solid formula. Each season of South Park would contain 14 episodes that would be spread out to the start of the year and the end of the year. For example, in March they'd air the first 7 every week, then they'd take a break for a couple months, then come back around October for the final 7. With them writing, directing, and producing every single episode the week it was airing, this allowed them to not burn themselves out, and come back with recharged batteries and, hopefully, more episode ideas. This was then further shortened by Season 16 down to 10 episodes, that would air concurrently within 10 weeks. And now, because of this whole streaming war fiasco, it just blew up from there. So, like, do we consider the specials as a part of the full seasons, or what? Like, because now when we're looking through its history, there's that strange point where Season 24 only had 2 episodes in it, both of which were the COVID specials. Then there's now a random interjection of 2 more specials which are technically sequels to the previous 2, yet that for some reason air on a completely different streaming service than the first. Then we interrupt that with a pitifully short 6-episode season, then we get another 2 specials from Paramount, and then back to another 6-episode season. And for now, that seems to be the way we'll be having it. Confused? Don't worry, you're not the only one. South Park fans were, understandably, very pissed about needing to pay for 2 streaming services, just to watch new content for the show they liked, with replies to new episode announcements being flooded with folks upset about the way this is being handled, and especially with how poorly it's been communicated to everyone. As far as I'm aware, there was never any attempt to clue fans into what would separate the show from the specials, which definitely would have helped with the confusion. But we may not even stick with that formula for too long, because now the South Park creators have been sued for this very obvious scam they've been pulling on Warner Brothers. Yep. Last week it was announced that Warner Brothers Discovery filed a lawsuit, claiming that South Park breached their exclusivity contract with HBO by airing new stuff on Paramount Plus. And like, There's merit to this. If what they're saying is true, then it seems like South Park had promised them 3 10-episode seasons to put on HBO Max. And right now I've only delivered on 14 of the 30 episodes expected at this point. With them claiming that Paramount and South Park planned to divert those extra 4 episodes a season to Paramount Plus, combining them to create 2 special events. And like, that is what they did. I'm sorry, I mean, I believe that's what they did. See, now I can't get sued. But at the same time, depending on what the specifics of the contract is, Matt and Trey might get away with this. Although I will say, I am not a lawyer or legal person. Shocker, I know I talk about cartoons for a living. I mean, all I got is a cool freaking podcast that you should definitely check out after this video. I'm going to be interviewing the creator of Among Us soon, so go subscribe. But it seems like Matt, Trey, and Paramount were able to work around this because of semantics. You know, we promised you episodes. These are special events. Just trying whatever shady yet hilarious method possible to make content for their own shit. But then Warner chimes in saying that the contract specified Paramount had to offer HBO Max any long-form content before putting it on their own service. Then Paramount says they never specified they'd deliver 30 episodes. And now they're claiming that Warner Brothers have failed to pay all of the $500 million they initially started this with. Despite the deal having gone over 4 years ago, you can see how muddied this all gets. At this rate, it's a bunch of he said, she said, and with conflicting statements and malpractice going on from both parties, I wouldn't be shocked if this ends up getting solved in private in some form, stone and glass houses and all. I can see this going one of a couple ways. 1. Everything continues to go on like normal. Legal shenanigans take a long time to sort out, and Warner Brothers definitely does not have free time on their hands right now, with all the controversy they find themselves in at the minute. So I could picture them taking so long to get through this, that 2025 comes around and their contract is already finished. In which they can go from there, but they're probably not going to get much out of it. I mean, what are they going to do? Take their $500 million back and put it into a movie that they'll cancel before it even comes out? Who cares at that point? Paramount and South Park can just continue on as normal. 2. Paramount wins. Paramount undoubtedly did some uncool stuff here. Like, I think most would agree this was not a bro move on Matt and Trey's part either, but illegal? Who knows? So if Paramount wins, then whoop-de-doo. 2025 is right around the corner and they can just put all South Park on one streaming platform again. 3. Warner Brothers wins. I don't know what could happen if that were the result, but either Viacom or South Park would fork over a shit ton of money, or perhaps Matt and Trey would step in like, oh no, Mr. Warner Brothers, we were actually working on those other 16 episodes the whole time. Let us just get those for you. In which case they'd probably
My arrow's back, thank Mr. I need my arrows back, thank you. Okay, keep attacking me. Now you're dead. Take my arrows back, thank you.
shit out a batch of 16 mediocre episodes just to have it over and done with. In any case, South Park fans win. Very soon it'll be off HBO Max entirely, especially considering I don't even think there's gonna be a HBO Max pretty soon. Them combining with Discovery Plus to make a brand new streaming service which you can pay $4,000 a month for, yippee. Throughout this whole ordeal, Matt and Trey have been pretty silent on the matter, but I find it funny all this junk has just not come to light, considering the duo used their previous year's Paramount Plus specials to basically admit to everything unfolding today. Cleverly titled The Streaming Wars, Stan and Tolkien agree to take part in the neighbor's new streaming service, where they make content and put it on the stream every day for money. Then Stan's dad gets upset to find out they're doing this for his rival, and because they're family, they should do it for him too. And so they agree. And when confronted, all they can say is they did it for the money without realizing how much content they'd actually have to be making.
So if you make an exclusive deal with a streaming service, you can't make an exclusive deal with another streaming service, can you?
It's not our fault that the streaming wars happened.
They've got Q money now and way more going on than South Park at the minute. They're opening up a restaurant, investing in an AI deepfake company. They're trying to make the weed store Randy runs in the show IRL. That's not to mention helping make a 3D South Park video game. They've got their plates full and have basically reached the top. So to them, making new South Park or being sued by HBO Max is probably not that big of a deal. Because if it was, I can imagine they would have been a lot more cautious before signing all these contracts. So, yeah, that's a wrap on that. Thanks for watching, guys. Much appreciated, brosifs. And tune in next time where we do something. Check out the podcast. Bye!
Time to kill a lich. Very weak lich, but a lich nonetheless. It counts. It still counts. It counts.
In the mid-90s, animation was changing, for better or for worse. With the success of Disney Pixar's Toy Story in 1995, computer-generated imagery was proving itself to be a real player within the realm of feature-length entertainment. For the first time, Pixar had defined what was possible, and for other animation studios, transitioning to a 3D format no longer felt like such a blind leap of faith. With that being said, Pixar would almost exclusively dominate the realm of animated films in the 90s, without any real competition until DreamWorks hit its stride with Shrek in 2001. Before that, it was Disney's impressive catalog of expertly animated feature films versus DreamWorks' Ants. You gotta start somewhere. The fact of the matter was, bringing a fully animated 3D feature to the big screen was an expensive and risky undertaking. There were really only a handful of companies with the resources to even take the chance. This led many studios to set their sights on smaller budget projects more fit for television. While Pixar ruled the feature-length world with an iron fist, many smaller animation studios would take the plunge into developing fully 3D animated projects for TV.
This would lead to a novel surge of 3D animated television shows in the mid-90s that, while visually impressive, left some of us thinking, just because we can, doesn't mean we should.
Just no pleasing some people.
Regardless, the trend had swept throughout the entire entertainment industry, and would open more and more networks up to the idea of greenlighting their next big show as a CG product. As luck would have it, this particular climate would set the stage for writer-director John A. Davis to catch his first big break. And it all started from an idea Davis had in the early...
I did that one. Just can element of workshop that put two I guess I should do Scorpion Catcher next.
Okay, official Quintar race, easiest to most difficult to complete rankings.
Okay.
3, 1, 2, 5, 4.
Easiest hardest?
Yes.
You're insane.
2's so easy.
2's the hardest one because one mistake gets you completely lost. The other one's
Still
you
get a
can
mistake.
win. I don't understand what your criteria is.
Wait,
Don't make a mistake.
You said 3, 5, 2, 1, 4?
3, 1, 2, 5, 4.
5 is really easy.
Yeah, 5 is really easy. I almost
I
never
can never
lost
make
5.
the jump at the start.
Well, you don't have to. I mean, it's also really easy to win it normally.
I wouldn't do that.
What do you
I
mean?
only cheat. I only cheat.
Okay. Oh my
I mean,
gosh,
I
what's
remember having
happening
some
here?
trouble cheating, like getting the cheat jump, but you just reset. It's really quick to try it. I don't know.
4 is not bad.
Only
Four
if you
really
have
isn't bad
desert.
once you get
Only
the
if you
hang
have
of it.
desert.
No,
They're
Q's
just bad.
Just be good.
you just cut corners and like it's fine.
Yeah, because the AI messes up every single time.
Yeah.
So you always have a chance to win.
Well, you just
And
said
basically-
I would
basically-
never do anything normally.
At the end, that's the only one you. There's no shortcuts in that one.
There's no shortcuts in 2 either.
Yeah.
There's small shortcuts.
You're a small shortcut. I'm a small shortcut.
There's like 4 small shortcuts.
I'm very small.
There's no.
There's
You
like
just
4
jump corners.
optimizations.
I mean, that's you can do the same thing in 4 though.
Guys,
jump corners and stuff.
I'm very small.
There's no corners in 4 that you can jump over.
Yeah. 4's the one in the cave, Talon.
Yes, I know, but like there's spots where you can jump and like avoid. I don't know. It's hard to describe. Like at the beginning where you stay to the side rather than going to the middle. If that makes sense. You can just jump over the
spikes.
Yeah, instead of like going
Yeah,
down the middle
that's-
path with everyone else.
That's like barely.
I mean,
the
I
ones
feel
in
like there's other
2
spots
are
where
more
you're just
significant.
making careful jumps rather than I don't know.
I agree with Pat on this one. Pat, what's your ranking? If you had to rank the races in difficulty?
Easy to hard.
Yeah.
Like without AI, or just like purely the course, or the
Yeah,
race itself?
purely the course. I mean, you can count the race. You can count the race, I guess. I don't know. Like, yeah, winning the race. I don't think does the actual race make that much of a difference? I don't think it does.
Because like there's different quintars that you have to face in each race, so like it makes it.
I felt like the ones on the tracks were
'Cause,
generally
like, 4
always
like navigating
basic.
4 is kind of hard. But
Yeah.
winning 4's race isn't.
Yeah, I would say winning the race is all that matters.
Let's say 3. 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
I put 4 last probably. It's probably close to Q's actually. If
I
you're
would-
just purely winning the race.
What the heck? I would say 3, 1, 5, 4, 2.
2 is just so shrimple.
Yeah, but if you
Wrong.
like, if you edge
Just-
any of those jumps, you immediately cannot win the
Even
race.
if you play conservatively, you basically just are guaranteed to win.
I don't think that's true.
No.
Because if you're in the the problem is if you play conservatively on that course, you end up in the pack doing those jumps with collision.
No, you just literally you take the first jump even shorter than the green one does, and then you're in the lead for the whole rest of the time. And then you have time to like be a little conservative.
Yeah, you only need 1 shortcut and 2 to win.
I mean, I had to beat
And
it.
there's 4 that you can do. So.
Around this time,
No,
the
like
young Davis was torn
that
from
entire
the
like
of
cliff
live
section,
action
like
short
you run the risk of falling off, and if you fall off, you're done. And then when
Yeah.
you go over the middle, if you fall off, you're done.
That's what we call skill issue.
Yeah, no, it's a skill issue.
None of the others.
Thinking 4 is harder is a skill issue.
Yeah, I agree. I actually strongly agree because like
Wow, I've been switching sides.
when the inner what? I've always been on the side of 2's being the hardest by far. Because of that, it's like on the other things you make a mistake and it's still easy to win. In that one, you make a mistake and you're guaranteed to lose. And you can say, "Oh, well, I would simply not make a mistake." But then,
I would.
But the thing is, if one
Okay,
mistake
if we're
loses
counting-
you the race,
Yeah, if we're counting for errors, like I don't know, that's just a weird.
to err is human.
Well, yeah, to win, I mean, you gotta not make errors, sure, but like I feel a lot more pressure doing 2 than 4, where you like the worst error you get is like a short time span lost due to falling in the falling in the spikes.
I feel like 2 has a lot more leniency though, when it comes to those errors. Or like making those errors is harder to do on 2 than it is on 4. Because 4 has much tighter jumps.
It does have tighter jumps, but again,
I guess, but they're all
part
like,
of the
really,
difficulty is dying instantly. It's like Meat Boy, a Meat Boy level.
No, I understand.
It's a
The
hard
repercussions of the errors
ride.
are a lot higher on 2, yes. But yeah, I'm just like the ease. It's just easier to win on 2.
See ya, Dave.
I need to locate some scorpions. Can anybody help me? Give me some scorpions.
No.
Anyway,
this calls
Golden
for
Quintar cat.
Someone mod
Congratulations.
Crystal Project so you can race.
Race each other? Oh god.
Only vanilla Quintars.
Oof.
No, we have to be able to use Goldens.
I feel like the glidey ones, like I didn't have that much trouble like winning things with
No,
the black
but-
one, but I
yeah.
feel like the glide can mess you up more.
Oh
than,
no.
it
I
changes your
disagree.
jump.
I would say if we're specifically including glidey ones or like targeting glidey ones, two is trivial at that point. Glidey
Yeah,
ones
it changes-
trivialize two.
it definitely changes.
Two.
Like if you use like the Highland Quintar, then like 5 is the easiest.
Well,
Yeah.
if you have golden, then 5 is also the same easy. But
Well, I was also going to say the glidey one also makes 5 easier as well because like if you miss the early jump, doing the race normally is very easy if you have the glide.
Yeah, I mean, still sounds like a skill issue, IMO.
Okay, Q.
I mean, thinking
Who
4
couldn't
is hard
even
is a
who
big
couldn't
old
even
skill issue
figure
here,
out
buddy.
who couldn't even figure out how to make the Quintars eat?
Me.
No, I said Talon also thought 4 was hard.
No?
I thought 4 is second hardest.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be
I wouldn't
second
call it-
hardest.
I wouldn't
Like
call it
it's
hard.
it's a lot more fun than 2.
In the spectrum of 1 through 5, 4 would be considered hard.
I mean, there's no
Okay,
skip
hold
to
on.
cheat it, so it is
Can we-
automatically
can we
harder
talk-
than 5.
Can we go back to the
I-
skill
yeah.
issue where it took Q 20 minutes to understand how you could cheat 3?
I just didn't care to try. I just.
Is that skill issue or is that just map?
I mean, he
That's
probably
lazy.
just didn't like
We
understand
told
or
him.
visualize the
We
course.
told him where it was.
I did it. I just didn't know that I had to. Like, I thought I was going
He's got
back.
a brain problem. He's got a brain problem.
I don't have any sense of direction when we've known this for a very long time.
Yeah, you wiped us 5 times. Like, Jesus.
That's not. Actually, that is bad sense of direction sometimes.
Yeah, I actually don't. So what was the one wipe where it's like, how did you even get turned around? Which one was it? There was one. I don't remember which one.
It was when I ran into people.
It was one of the
during-
part ones.
It was during. It was during Fourfold Fires. Where
Oh,
I
you killed people there,
got
and
lost.
I
Yeah.
had no idea. Like you're just all over the place.
Yeah, because I got turned around.
You're mad, man. You're mad, lad.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, good. Okay, keyring does work that way. Did not know for sure it did.
Wait, we can get into the pipe here? Oh. Did I know this?
Ipe.
Interesting.
I love my anti-dragon shield. The reward from my free-to-play expertise.
The character was a sort of alter ego for Davis, who was always fascinated by gadgets and science fiction as a boy, but never quite had the math skills or technical know-how to pursue it as a career. Regardless, Davis would live vicariously through his character, developing a short narrative around Quasar titled Runaway Rocket Boy. The original premise was scripted and storyboarded, telling the tale of a young boy who runs away from his parents in a rocket ship. Davis had built up big hopes for the project, picturing a film clad with special effects and outlandish
Now
gadgets,
I've got your
somewhat
scorpion.
akin to the final product we would eventually get. But in the 1980s, things weren't so DIY. In order to get the ball rolling on the concept, Davis would need to pitch the show to production companies, and would even resort to applying for a government grant. Unfortunately, this would not pan out. And Davis was denied funding on the grounds that, although the idea revolved around a boy genius, the show wasn't all that educational or informative. Unless Davis was able to provide a scientific explanation for the shrink ray or detailed insight on the dietary components of Purple Flurp, it looked like he'd be out of luck. The rejection would result in Runaway Rocket Boy getting shelved for quite a lengthy period of time. It was only much later in the mid-90s that Davis would rediscover the script while moving. Upon revisiting the story and its characters, Davis came to the realization that Runaway Rocket Boy would make a perfect fit for a CG animated show, something that Davis and his animation studio had been dabbling into at the time. A decade ago, this kind of approach wasn't really realistic, but now Pixar and many other studios had proven that 3D animated entertainment was a real possibility. This would motivate Davis to pursue the idea with his own studio, DNA Productions. You know the one. In 1995, the studio would compile a 40-second visual demo starring the Runaway Rocket Boy himself, alongside his new sidekick, Goddard. The demo was short but sweet, with Quasar flying into frame on a rocket, introducing himself, and then veering off into space to avoid an asteroid. Although brief, the animated demo did a perfect job of illustrating the potential of the character, with a charming and concise monologue that could flawlessly serve as the basis for an entire brainstorming session had it been given to writers. Not to mention, the animation was incredibly impressive.
I'm a genius, but sometimes I'm too smart for my own good.
Turns out DNA Productions was working with a 3D animation software called Lightwave. And this wasn't a big-budget Pixar program or an industry-standard set of tools. What DNA was able to accomplish with commercial software in 1995 was genuinely impressive, and it motivated the team to show off their work at the 1995 SIGGRAPH convention, which was hosted by an association with a special interest in computer graphics. There at the convention, Davis and his studio would submit the film into a contest exclusively for Lightwave projects. And to the company's surprise, Runaway Rocket Boy would steal the show, receiving 2 separate awards that night. One for Best Character Animation, and the other for Best in Show. The project was praised for its smooth animation and cartoonish character design, setting it apart from the majority of studios striving for a more photorealistic approach to their renders. These achievements would end up garnering the project a fair bit of buzz in the animation community. Shortly after, Hollywood actor-producer Steve Odekirk would stumble across some still images of Johnny Quasar in an animation magazine, instantly piquing his interest. Odekirk was quite the hotshot in the entertainment industry, known best for his collaborations with Jim Carrey on the Ace Ventura series, a character with a suspiciously familiar haircut. Turns out, Odekirk had taken a particular interest in the world of 3D animation, and was eager to get in touch with Davis and his team about the demo. Odekirk cold-called Davis at his studio in Dallas, in the hopes that he could see the full video along with anything else the team had done with Quasar. After receiving the original demo and story Bible, Odekirk was sold, proving eager to join forces with Davis's company to help pitch the idea to bigger networks. This would result in DNA Productions joining forces with O Entertainment, which was Odekirk's production company at the time. The partners would work to flesh out the idea into a marketable television show, reworking the name to The Adventures of Johnny Quasar, and tweaking aspects of the original character to appear more childlike. I mean, for God's sake, they gave the kid a receding hairline. Keith Alcorn, Davis's partner at DNA, would take on most of the character design, swapping out Johnny's lab coat for a regular t-shirt and changing his hair in favor of a more eccentric style. Only then would the producers deem the concept ready for a network tour. The first stop on the team's list was Nickelodeon, and to Davis's surprise, it would also be their last. Nickelodeon immediately fell in love with the concept. Johnny Quasar's super-powered mind and knack for adventure made him the perfect Nick Kid, as observed by then-president of Nickelodeon, Albie Hecht, who famously dubbed Quasar as a mix between Bart Simpson and Albert Einstein. In reality, it's no wonder that Davis's pitch caught Nickelodeon's attention. Jimmy's 3D character design completely set him apart from many of Nick's current and future characters like SpongeBob, Arnold, Tommy, and Lil Bill. Actually, no, not Lil Bill. Let's let's forget about Little Bill. Naturally, a deal was struck, and Nickelodeon would commission a 13-minute pilot episode in the fall of 1995.
Okay, Scorpion Catcher, done. I can do this costume. Edgar's Ruse. I think this is a good one. I think this gives some more XP. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
From there, Johnny Quasar would fall headfirst into review purgatory, with over 2 lengthy years of pull this and add that to draw out the project's development. During that time, a newly animated demo would be produced, serving as a sort of updated take on the original 1995 demo of Johnny Quasar. Nickelodeon loved it, but toward the end of the review process, Davis was forced to rework Johnny's name, as it already shared similarities with 2 pre-existing cartoon characters, those being Johnny Quest and Captain Quasar. Oh, and he had 24 hours to do it, so the story goes. Davis would frantically brainstorm names with his wife that night, experimenting with a myriad of scientific terms like proton and electron before finally settling on Jimmy Neutron. And with that out of the way, the team could finally begin work on the pilot episode. Production would begin in late 1997, with the pilot fully completed sometime in '98. The first episode of Jimmy Neutron was cleverly titled Runaway Rocket Boy, as an homage to the project's roots, and featured all the characters and quirks that fans would soon come to know and love.
You promised to help me with math class.
Sure, I know. Okay, I will.
It was early Jimmy, but Jimmy nonetheless, and Nickelodeon absolutely loved it. When Davis asked the company what the next move was for the show, Nickelodeon would spill the news that they had even bigger plans for the franchise. Not only did Nick want to produce a television show, they also wanted to release a feature-length film as well. Davis described this moment as jaw-dropping. At the time, Davis had been working up the courage just to propose a theatrical short to open up the next Rugrats movie, and never dreamed that Nick would want a feature-length film so early in the game. Yet at the same time, this also sparked an idea for Davis. Originally, Nickelodeon proposed to air the television show first, and follow up with the movie shortly after. But what if they did it in reverse? With 3D animation, everything that was produced became a reusable asset, and if the studio developed all these assets with a feature film budget, they could reuse the high-quality models once it was time to work on the show. Nickelodeon was hesitant at first. Attracting a movie audience for a character that lacked any pre-existing media would be a definite risk, and the TV show first approach seemed like a more surefire way to introduce Jimmy to the world. But Davis's reasoning made a lot of sense. Producing the movie first would allow for the team to develop a higher quality TV show, and possibly improve the longevity and success of the franchise. Every character, every scene, every bush, every gadget, it could all be recycled. And it didn't stop there. Assets could and would be reused for every promotion and print ad that Jimmy Neutron would do. With CG animation still in its early stages, this kind of forward-thinking approach was what allowed 3D animated shows to thrive. In the end, Nick decided that with the right amount of promotion, launching with the movie was a viable option. And in the fall of
Okay, I'm going to bed. See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
In 1999, Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius would be greenlit for production. The movie was given a budget of $30 million, allowing Davis and his team to significantly increase the capacity of their offices. The company's staff burst from just 30 employees to 130, granting the studio the means to achieve their tightly set deadlines. This would also allow for more tweaking to be done to the show's characters, which would differ slightly from the original pilot episode. Jimmy's shirt would change, Sheen's ethnicity would switch from Japanese to Mexican, and Carl would be redrawn to look less like his dad. Steps were taken to forego the traditional rulebook of CG animation, with realistic lighting and character design thrown to the wayside in favor of more stylistic approaches. If a light or a shadow didn't look right in a certain shot, it would be taken out, regardless of whether or not it physically made sense to be there. Characters were given simplistic and cartoonish designs that were easier to animate, along with characteristics that influenced the structure of the world around them, like the cars modeled to fit their outrageously large heads. Additionally, their sculpted, graphic look made the modeling process easier too, without needing to worry about realistic textures for cloth or hair. In a way, the movie's low budget pushed animators to get creative, and this ultimately contributed to its originality. And in the world of animation, standing out was everything. In 1999, you could practically count on one hand the number of 3D animated films that had been released on the big screen, and literally all of them had been produced by Disney or DreamWorks. When Nickelodeon threw their hat in the ring, it was open knowledge that they were going up against the big dogs. But at the same time, it never felt like the movie was trying to prove anything. Davis knew their budget was significantly lower than that of Toy Stories or A Bug's Life, but it didn't matter. The atmosphere and concepts behind the project were entirely unique, and that was part of its charm. The show's creators would even go as far as to take ideas from their own children, with Steve Odekirk's 6-year-old daughter coining the idea for burp soda.
A guaranteed 1 burp per sip.
Zoe Odekirk would go on to be listed under the special thanks for the movie's end credits. Additionally, Nickelodeon's budget made for a simpler production process. While many other companies were using complex rendering programs and working with software engineers to produce state-of-the-art animation, Jimmy Neutron was built with simple...
Who's ready for getting a mystery box? Could get anything. Could be anything in this mystery box. What could it be? Wow, 20 nature runes. I mean, I guess that's more than
software
1,000
that was
coins.
accessible to anyone. And while the team's tool set and workflow had somewhat increased in complexity, much of the process was still the same. This allowed the team to complete the entire film in just 24 months, roughly half the time it took the average CG film to be completed. To make things even more exciting, Jimmy Neutron was already an enormous hit with children, as Nickelodeon had been working hard to promote the character during the movie's production. Not only were there online comics and flash games, but there were also clever tie-in promotions with other Nickelodeon shows. These promotional gags would have Jimmy interrupt an episode of SpongeBob or the Rugrats to make a little mischief with one of his gadgets before quickly disappearing off screen. It was a somewhat heartwarming collaboration, as the shows that cooperated in the promotion would have to accomplish work on their end to stage the gag and help welcome Jimmy to the Nickelodeon family. There was also a series of interstitial shorts that would air between episodes of Nickelodeon shows, helping to familiarize audiences with the movie's characters prior to the release of the film. In many ways, kids felt like they already knew Jimmy Neutron well before the theatrical announcement, and that was kind of Nick's plan. Jimmy Neutron had placed within the top 25 favorite cartoon show characters on television, which was determined by a consumer familiarity survey that helped companies gauge the appeal of certain public brands. And this survey was conducted before any hard piece of media had even been published for The Boy Genius. From the looks of it, Nick's promotion was turning out to be everything they'd hoped for. It was 2001 at this point, and as production was wrapping up for the film, a release date was finally in sight. And with hype for the Jimmy Neutron franchise nearly reaching its pre-launch peak, Nick was finally ready to make their movie announcement at the 2001 Kids' Choice Awards. Jimmy would even appear on screen to announce some of the night's winners before being promptly brushed to the side by Rosie O'Donnell, who would go on to raise a very pressing question to the audience.
Anybody here want to slime in sync?
What can you do? It was 2001.
General Kazard is a lich. Another lich. Unleash the scorpion! Not even a poison scorpion, what's even the point? It's the best you got? That's the best you've got? Oh, dog. Douche. I'm trying to fight him, just run. What, I look like a coward?
Yeah.
Wrong. I came to kill a lich, and I'm not leaving until I kill this lich. That was a really cool animation. Disappeared in a puff of smoke. Nice, I even got a special cutscene for freaking owning him. Pretty good, pretty cool. I definitely will probably never see that guy again in later game quests. After he said, never oppose me again. Also, I keep my promises so you can leave. Cause you beaten me after swinging my sword. Nice, 12,000 tech XP. Alright, I think we should stop there for tonight. Let's go to the farming guild. But after that, yeah, we're done. There's 2 more quick quests knocked out. Dang, 99 quests out of 156 completed. The list of quests that we have the stats to do, getting pretty small, Nice. Let's see, C-I-R. Alright, goodbye, stream.